Day, and we wrap up another week together. RBU, it is ready to publish. Chris Skates is our podcast guest this week. The guys will talk more about it. Very interesting man, author, very successful, so many stories. It's a great conversation. You don't want to miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week. It will publish on Saturday morning. If you do not know where do I go for podcasts, what do I do? We send all that out on social media. It's really easy. Just make sure you're following us at Rick and Bubba. And on Saturday mornings, you'll have an audio and video link associated with that post. So make sure that you are looking and hanging out, subscribing, getting those notifications, and it will be there on Saturday morning. Also, don't forget, today is the last day to register your mom for Fix Mama's Mouth. If you have not done so, but you would like to, you still have time, but today's the last day. Just go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and there it is, a $17,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney and his staff. It's an annual thing we do for Mother's Day each and every year, and today is the last day to register your mother for this Fix Mama's Mouth this year. So here we go. Let's get everybody in here. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yeah.
What up, boys?
What's happening, man? How are y'all doing?
Good.
Oh.
Good. We had our well, I didn't. The kids had their well, it wasn't senior. It was just their tennis banquet, end-of-year tennis banquet last year. And
last year?
Or
last night?
Sorry, last night.
Okay.
Wow.
And I have evidently, Amanda says I have a hard time with my lack of, I show my emotions with my facial expressions.
Oh, yeah. I've been accused of that.
And so there are things, Speedy, there are things last night that you had had to crawl out of the room. And I thought about you a lot. But I get involved with these things too, like, for some reason, when somebody, there's a slideshow going on, okay? And for some reason, when something goes wrong, everybody looks to me to fix that. I don't know anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Amanda put the slideshow together. I just plugged it into the cable that was with the TV. I'm not an audio-visual guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not.
Yeah, well.
I could see why they would look at you as one, though.
Well, and
I
so
mean, you are the IT guy.
So
here.
I go up. Well, I play one on the radio and television, they will.
Sure.
Stayed at the Holiday Inn Express last night.
There were two different Macs sitting there last night with two different presentation slideshows with music to them.
Oh, sure.
That people had worked so very hard on, and
oh no,
one of them we couldn't get to work, and eventually we got it, but I'm the one up there. I mean, there's probably 100 people in the room, and I've been called up there to.
Sure.
So if I do, there's a lot of pressure with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I don't get this done, if there's not a slideshow going on, everybody's looking at me going, "You couldn't get it done."
Right.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I did. Don't have a clue, and it started working.
Okay.
I didn't do a thing. Now I want you to hear me. Did not do one thing. And unplugged it, you know how technology, unplugged it, plugged it in, looked at a setting, changed one thing, and it didn't work. Then I changed it back and changed it again. And for some reason, I thought, you keep doing the same thing. It ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking busy at this point, and all of a sudden it popped up, and the music started going. And I was like, okay, we got it done.
Nothing.
And of course, they're looking at me, and I'm like, I didn't do a thing. I don't know what just happened.
I got this.
I really don't. I think there was somebody behind the scenes that finally said, okay, let's give this guy a break, push a button.
Yeah.
But, when you got a bunch of different speeches and teenagers are involved with that,
Yeah.
it can go, I just don't hide what I'm thinking very well.
Yeah.
At all. So if you're looking at me,
you're the one that and I think we're all kind of this way.
Yeah.
You wear your emotions on your sleeve, so you can't. You don't have that poker face. If something's bothering you, you know it. And I get that. Now, so give me the setting. You're at JSU.
No, this is the kid.
Oh, the kids. The kid. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at
Vestavia.
Got it. Okay.
By the way, we're in the Vestavia, part of their new Civic Center. Remember that Gold's Gym we used to go to a lot? I don't know if we ever started to, but it's up there behind that CVS.
Nice one.
Oh, it's not a Gold's.
Turned
I
out to be
remember.
a Center.
So they
City
redid that
I knew
building.
The city got it.
And nice.
Okay.
Goodness gracious. First
Okay.
time I've been there.
Forgot
I
it
think
was
I'd
back
been
there.
in there, but I did too.
Really forgot
I
back
used to
then.
run
But that's
on
where
that-
we
I used
had
to
it.
run on that track in there.
Yeah.
Buddy, we all know that.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
But they still got places.
Remember they used to have that little theater room where we'd go in and watch movies and
Yes.
run?
Yeah.
That's cool. So that's now
they've redone it, and it's just different, like conference rooms, and there's workout areas and stuff like that in the basketball court still. But that pool that was in there, that's gone. They got rid of the pool.
All right, so Vestavia High Schools. By the way, very successful year, man, boys and girls for the state.
A lot of blue maps.
Yeah, I was about to say good night, and so you're there. But I do see how, and I'm sorry, how they look to you. I mean, it's very public that you're our guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, hey, hey, coach,
and then.
Help? And think about how hard a lot of those people putting that stuff together. You're right; they spend a lot of time.
Yes.
And for it not to work, that's bad.
And you got 100 people in there, and so you got. I asked Amanda last night. I said, are we going to talk about it tonight? And she was like, I don't have to talk to you. And I said, why? She goes, I know exactly what you were thinking the entire night. You do not hide your expressions at all. When you're embarrassed, I can tell.
Yeah.
When you want to make fun, I can tell.
Yeah.
When you want to leave the room, I can tell. When something frustrates you, buddy, I can tell. Yeah. And I'm like, okay. So I need to work to minimize my expressions when things are not going the way that would prevent me from smiling.
Yeah, I get in trouble from Terry, because when everything starts, I see unraveling. I go, oh boy,
that's me.
And she'll say, stop it, don't say anything. And every now and then I'll get an elbow to the ribs. Bam! I'm like, oh wow. Takes me back to being a kid when I was in church. My mom would, I don't know how she could, her arms were so long that she could pinch me.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even sitting by her. And I was like, if she saw me acting up. Yeah. Terry has a little bit of that too, because she can sense, hey, stop it. When Mabry was getting her nursing pin the other day that I talked about, there was problems with the PA getting started. And I started going, oh, boy, here we go. Yeah. And you could tell that person who was you at this one, he was called in, and he started looking around like,
Well,
and finally you hear, hello,
Amanda was like, So once the first one got going for the boys, I actually grabbed the Roku remote because it was controlling the volume. That was this big sound bar. And I was like, I kind of looking at some guys that I know and like, can you hear that okay? Yeah. Can you hear that okay? Yeah. And then one of them, because it was so loud, it's like, no, can't hear you. Don't know. They were, and I'm like, okay, thank you. I'll turn it down.
That's great.
But then there's this rolls through for 5 minutes. And the realization is there's another one. So we've got to unplug a computer, plug one back in, and hopefully it works. And it was a little more difficult, but whatever. Because I'm the guy. I'm the guy up there in front of everybody.
Sure.
And
with a look on your face.
With a look, and I'm serious. Don't know anything about these people's computers. Okay.
Just walk up there and act like you do, and when in doubt, reboot.
Yeah.
I did have one.
Unplug it.
I did have so we were going to do the girls slideshow first, then the boys. Girls slideshow computer wasn't working, so I said, hey, reboot that while I play the boys, and we'll see if that'll buy us some time.
Are you whispering when you say all this?
Yes.
Hey, we reboot that.
Yeah. Well, because everybody's sitting there staring at you like, are y'all going to get this done? And then, you know how the cursor, when you hit play on a show or something, and if you don't take it off that, it
just
stays up.
There. Yeah.
I went and sat down and looked up, and it was still there, and I'm like, I can't allow that. I got up again, walked right in front of everybody else just to move the cursor.
Wow.
And because I didn't want anybody to have to stare at that the whole time.
Yeah, well, we couldn't sit through that.
Why was I the guy?
You're the guy.
It's embarrassing.
You're the guy, buddy. You got it done, though.
Well,
so there.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty-canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com mypillow.com/Bubba. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another Rick and Bubba, day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, wake chicken on the
All right, it is 20 minutes past the hour, now 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I know only this show will just talk about socially awkward moments that we are in.
I really like 'em.
You just had one, Helmsy, where you were called to the stage to fix a problem. There you are standing in front of everyone. Now you're the man, and you're like, oh, I hate every bit of this.
Guys didn't know what I was doing. They had no clue.
Well, at least you pretended.
I was a sacrificial lamb.
You tried.
That's what was going on.
You were the centerpiece.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was leaving the building with this one over here.
Yeah.
Trying to go do a little bit
boy.
better.
This is
And
good.
we've changed over into, T-shirt and shorts, carrying
Looking sharp.
little gym bag and computer bag and all this kind of stuff, which some people call Greg's a purse. Kind of looks that way.
Not a purse.
And
It is surprising you carried that bag.
What's wrong with it? It's a
I mean, it's
computer
just
bag.
of all the bags that you like. People would see you with that and go, "I didn't realize he carried that."
It's just a computer bag. What it carries.
You're welcome, sweetie.
thank you, welcome. Thank you so much. So
I
we're
guess I get a knapsack, please.
here we go. This is where he gets hurt and he'll just lash out like a dog.
Y'all
and
jealous
bite
of my
you.
bag.
And so
I'll pull that pistol out of it.
no, let's see. Here we go. That's what
He's
I was looking
shooting us
for.
now.
Yeah. So anyway, so we the podcast, our week RBU had started, so we're behind the closed door, so we're going to leave out the front, right? So we're going out the front, and you know how sometimes at some of the entrances there's some overhanging branches for some of the trees, and we'll get a branch or two that not big. Please understand, not big. That will fall in the walkway or something like that. Well, the two of us were leaving out, and I don't know what we were talking about, but we were loud. We'll be loud. We're so loud. And this,
Do I need to give this from my perspective?
well,
I
I'm
wanted-
just
wait,
going to say,
hold on.
I'm setting it up, and then you can take over.
Okay.
But you'll slant it just a little bit.
No, I won't.
So this man is walking. This man.
people.
Well, this man. Then I want to tell you what I was thinking and what came out of my mouth. This man was walking in, and there was a branch that was a little. It wasn't a twig. It was a pretty.
It wasn't very big.
But it was in the. I mean, it was in the main walkway. In other words, you would have to step over it or get around it. And he was coming in, and we were going out, and he
Complete
got to
stranger.
it first, and he picked it up, and he was looking at us, and so it almost kind of became a sword. And he was like, I don't know where to put this, and then he threw it over into the flower bed area.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I said, thank you.
He thanked him. Listen, first of all, you know how he is when people are coming at him. He don't know
Yes.
what to do.
Yeah.
Well, that's what started it. He's like, do I say hello to this guy? I don't know him.
You-
do I overdo it? So he's working. I know he is. The guy reaches down, grabs a twig, throws it out in speed, goes, hey, thank you. And we walk on,
I said it
and
like
you know
that.
me, I gave it a silence. Also, I said, you just thank him,
No,
man.
no, hold on. I brought it up first. I brought it up
No,
first.
I brought it
Did
up.
I?
It
I
was
thought I
me.
said-
no. You were hoping I didn't hear it.
Oh, that's right. That's
you
right.
were trying to walk through
That's
it
right,
and be
that's
done
right,
with it.
yeah.
And I give it a good pause. I said, "Did you thank a man for moving a tree out of a sidewalk?" It's like, he don't know what to do with people. He wants to speak to everybody. He don't know if he should or he shouldn't. And he thanked him. Thank
was
you.
the
I said,
guy's
what
reaction?
Are you the groundskeeper?
What was the guy's reaction?
He didn't know what to
It was
do with
awkward.
it.
Sure.
And I had no idea what he's thinking.
And of course, after I said it, I was thinking to myself,
problem.
boy, I really hope Greg's thinking about something else and didn't hear that.
Yeah, he tried to write it out. I gave it a pause. You let it soak him in, and I said, "Did you thank the man for?"
Yeah, I did.
And then we both got to laughing. It all goes back to that thing where we talked about where he thinks he's got to greet or
Yes.
he's got to interact
Yeah.
with
To
everybody.
everyone.
And it was like, there's interaction here. I'm not sure what this calls for, considering the guy's holding a branch and threw it out of the way. So I
Yeah.
come up with thank you.
it
And
was a
I
very
told him,
awkward moment.
I said, you in charge of keeping the place clean
Yeah, I
around
was
here?
just-
I didn't know about it.
Yeah, I don't
You
know. I think I wanted to say hey, but I said thank you instead. I mean, maybe he picked it up out of our way.
I
don't
bet he
know.
thought, what the? He did. He had a look on his face.
No, I think he probably thought, why's that guy carrying a purse?
No,
That's probably what he
try
thought.
to get it off on me just because you're
That's
awkward
probably
around
what he
people.
thought. He
And
goes,
it's
man,
like-
that one guy's real nice, but why's that other one carrying a purse?
Yeah. And then he just can't walk by people.
So we
he
laugh.
Can't just let it go.
I know.
So I'd have never said a word. I'd have just went by
Right.
and
You might have
thought,
kicked him, probably.
get out of my way, pal.
So we laughed from the entrance okay, and we have to walk the full length of the building
I
around.
almost let it go
We
back
laugh from there to our trucks. And we get in our trucks. I can still hear him laughing 3 trucks down.
Because it went back to that whole greeting thing.
I didn't know what to do.
He's got this issue. It's like he tries not to speak to people and he can't help it.
I can't.
But again, I'll give you this.
Is your mind
interaction with the people moving limbs? It's tough to know.
It is. It is.
is your mind when you in that situation? Is your mind going? Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
I
don't
fight
say
it
anything,"
sometimes.
and then all of a sudden it just blurts out.
I fight it sometimes, and I'm like, why can't I just be me? And just say hey to people.
Or just you don't have just nod your head at them.
Okay.
You have to engage them. He's always engaging people. Man toting a branch. But what was funny, because when you're thanking him, that means that somehow he did something to help you.
Right.
And I don't
We
think
got
you're
it out
moving
of
that branch because it wasn't a big branch.
He got it out of our way. I could tell you weren't sure how
But
to
you
get
act
around
like
it.
it had the place blocked. That branch could have still be laying there.
It wasn't stopping
Nobody would really
traffic.
care. It wasn't even a big. It was little. I don't know why the guy bent over
Nah,
and
it's
picked
about,
it up.
I could go get it. You want me to go get it? It
It
was
is?
from about
Go
me to.
get
It's
it.
about from me to Greg.
Yeah, listen, I don't know why the guy moved it, but
That's
Speedy was
because he's a
thankful.
nice guy, and I was
Speedy
saying
was
thanks.
thankful. Well, somehow you benefited. I'm trying to
Right.
figure
Well,
out
I'm
what you're
just on
thanking
behalf
him
of the
for.
building and everyone that works here. Thank you for doing
Okay, maybe that was it. Now, if you were that guy that's out there cutting the grass every morning when I get here,
Yeah.
gets here early. Now he might thank him.
I want to
Right.
know his story, by the way. Is
Yeah.
he got
You wanna
like
know his story?
Oh, yeah, I do, because I want to know.
where he's from.
I
want to
know, like, is he got a contract with this whole
Yes.
property?
Yes.
Does he have contracts with other properties?
Yeah,
He
well, I
gets
know
up
that
early.
he works this.
Because he's here a lot.
Yeah. He on the side of his truck, and he's listening now. I know
Yeah,
he is
he
because he's
listens.
always, hey man. Greg didn't say a word to him, but
No.
I clearly engage. You know that.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes when he's wearing the blower, I probably just need to
you start
walk
hollering,
on by,
trying to make him hear
he's-
you.
I'm like, man, he's working. I don't need to try to say hey to him.
But again, the whole reason for
But
that
yes, he
story,
does have the
Yeah.
management company that has this building. He works for them too.
He does
The
a good job.
the whole
he
moral-
works hard.
He sure
the
does.
moral to the story, the reason it was funny
Yeah.
is that continuous thing about him dealing with
His
people.
interaction with people.
So look,
How
he,
quick
he
do
was
you think he
awkward
got on
enough.
me?
He was awkward enough anyway. All of a sudden, the guy bends over and picks a branch up. He's like, "Good God, what do I do now? How do I acknowledge this?" So he came out with, "Thank you."
Right.
Thank
I think
you.
I was trying
Okay.
to overdo it because I had a gift for 2 because I knew this one. He's the one that walked away from a lady that fell that
That's
time.
not true.
He
Well,
was-
I didn't. Want, she was.
I was there
embarrassed.
that day. That was,
She was embarrassed. I didn't want to make it worse.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was
She
like,
was up.
I was like, Greg,
she'd
my
been-
first instinct was to go to her
But you
as
overdid
she's
it.
laying in
Scared.
on an asphalt parking lot in front of Steinmart.
Well, you're
I
Okay,
watched that.
You tried to pull my arm away.
Listen.
She was embarrassed. I wanted to act like I
Listen,
didn't
I
see it.
watched both of those take place.
Wow.
And here's the thing. I understand both of those sides.
Okay.
I saw Speedy run like she had somebody cut her arm off with a
Yeah,
chainsaw.
she's scared.
An elderly lady
And-
fell on her face.
And
I
that
thought
was
it was-
great. That was a
that-
good thing that you did.
Time out.
And I
Time
saw you go, I'm going to act like this didn't happen because it's embarrassing to her.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't want to make.
And she looked fine.
Yeah.
It was one of those.
Speedy's got her knocked out.
Wasn't it? Well, we didn't know. You didn't give me long enough
She
to
was
find
getting
out.
up.
Well,
you did run to her like
she tripped
was,
over one of the little curb things in the front of a parking spot.
Yeah.
She tripped over it, and it's like ah, and
that didn't make one sound.
and like I'm talking about chest on the asphalt, purse everywhere, stuff falling
I
out.
don't remember it that
She's
way.
like, "Why won't anybody help me?"
See, now
And you're like, "Man, let's go. Leave that old lady laying there."
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. And all kinds of emergency supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
It definitely is. All right, we're back. It's 25 minutes till top of the hour. I knew when I got it, I knew he was going to say that. And what I'm referring to, for those of you that cannot see, I went out and got the branch the man picked up because I saw where he tossed it over, and it was still there. Of course, it's so heavy the wind wouldn't be able to blow it. But
Still thinking him was weird.
And so,
It is bigger than I
no,
thought.
it definitely was. You're right. You're correct. And I agreed with you when I said,
Oh, yeah, 'cause
I
you-
said thank you because we laughed about it to the truck.
There isn't. I don't know a response of a man who just randomly
Yeah.
moves a twig out of the way.
So it's not a twig.
They ain't got a lot of girth to it.
it's one level up from a twig, but not quite a big branch.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
It's big. I will say this: it's bigger than what I thought.
I'm
yeah.
not sure that's what the one he picked.
It's
up.
one. I knew he was going to say that. It's one of these that splinter off, and it's almost like two branches. But
Well, you were
off
thankful.
one
As
stem.
long as you were thankful for it, that's all that matters.
I wanted to go get it and let
God,
everybody
I thought,
see
what
it.
a weirdo.
Let me ask you
I
this.
put it on the counter in front of the board here for those of you that can't see, and it's really covering most of the board.
Let me ask you this: if he wouldn't have moved it, would you have?
No.
We'd have had to walk around it because it was right in front of the door.
All right, so am I getting?
would've
I
moved
think Speedy would have moved it. I think you would have. I think you would have moved
I
it.
probably would have just bent down and slung it.
That's what I think
I
you would
think
have.
you give him too much credit. He likes to talk to people, but he don't want to do anything.
What is that? This is him. He's hurt. He's injured because he carries.
Why am I hurt? I didn't think a stranger
because
for
you
picking
carry
a limb
around
up.
a purse and put a laptop
See,
in.
now that has nothing. Hey, too late. I've had that thing like 45
I know,
years.
and we're finally talking about
so
it.
that don't. Too late. You missed it. You missed the opportunity. Don't count.
Doesn't
If you
count.
didn't think
So
it was
you
funny
had a
then,
statute of
you don't think it's
limitations?
funny now.
Well, we've laughed
No,
about it when you walk out.
You thanked the man, and everything was awkward, and you had to come up with something. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
I didn't say that. See, now he's got me
it's the way it
saying that.
sounded. Thank you for your service.
Do I talk like that? Thank you for the
A little bit. But yeah,
right,
thank you,
so we had
sir.
a good-
You
we had a
saved
good
the
time.
lives of many people.
We had a good time, and when we
Got a way
got
to put yourself out
when
there.
we got to the gym, Greg reenacted going into the ladies' locker room. He said, "This is how it happened."
Hey,
He said, "I was
look
on
at
this.
the
I was on
signage.
this treadmill, and I spun around and walked right in there."
Hey, the way they're you could miss the sign.
Now
easy.
you can't. Well, I have, so I can't make fun of you on that. I
It's
mean,
easy. They need to have a more, you quit putting symbols and put male, female, whatever.
well, it does. It says men and women's.
Yeah, but it's kind of obscure where it's at.
So you
It's
go-
not the doors are open. There's nothing in that middle part where you walk in. You got to
Right.
look to the side.
It
Well,
does-
that's
you
easy
do,
to
you
forget.
do, and I think that's why you and I both miss it because we didn't look to the side.
That's right.
We just walked
and it
in.
didn't vary. There needs to be a bright color or something.
It does. Like, hey, DA, this is men's.
The only thing worse, they've been a branch in the way between
Right.
me getting in there.
All right, so we're
can't
so we're
believe
getting
you
to the
went and
bottom
got
of it
that.
here.
Well,
I did. I went and got it
I
just
ain't
so
sure
everybody
that's
could
it.
visualize. Huh?
I'm not so sure of it.
Greg, it is. It is. It was huge. I mean, I'm just thanking the man for getting it out of our way.
you,
What if
sir.
you'd have tripped over it with your purse? Then everybody would have thought
Yeah.
really bad things. All right, so back to some things that are actually in the
y'all
news
look
today.
sharp in backpacks like you in kindergarten. Go ahead.
He's
They're
still
called,
on the bag.
They're called laptop backpacks.
Yeah, like y'all in kindergarten. What bus y'all ride? Seriously, what bus? Where's
I
it
love
pinned? Is it pinned to your shirt?
I love my backpack.
Here we go.
Love it.
That's good.
You're on bus B21, Speedy. Your mom said that you can go home with your friend today and ride B22.
That's good.
By the way, Maddie went on a field trip yesterday up towards your parents at Huntsville. at
Really?
NASA, the space and
Oh,
rocket deal.
really?
Yeah.
She was across the 565 from JC.
Yep.
Didn't know it.
Yep.
How about that?
When you said buses, it made me think of that
Yeah.
because they were on charter buses or whatever. And when I had to pick her up last night, she was
Yeah.
getting off the bus.
That's cool.
Made me think of it.
Yeah. Have you returned your phone calls, Greg?
Here you go.
Huh? What?
Here you go. Go.
Well, I mean, well, Terry called, wanted her big purse back.
Okay.
She didn't know where. She didn't know where
like
it
a
was.
purse at all backpack.
She didn't know what. You know these. I don't know. Do y'all's wives carry these huge purses and
Oh,
have
yeah.
like a locker room in them?
Oh, Lisa's got everything you can imagine.
I mean, it's like Terry goes off digging in there. I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, oh, here it is. It's like, why was WD-40 in your purse?
I know.
You know, good gracious.
Yeah. What do you need that for?
Right.
Greg, is that a Kate Spade bag? Or is that what that is?
It's too late, guys. I've had it too long. If I had just showed up with that would matter because that tells me y'all really
Well,
don't feel that way.
we're actually talking about it in front of you now. It's been
too
a
late.
concern of
It's
ours
too
for
late.
years.
You can't do it. Find something else.
Hey, Greg.
You know what
here
I'd
is
like?
a,
I think if you wore it over your shoulder, it'd be better.
Greg, here is I'm at Kate Spade, and here is this looks
There it
very
is.
similar to
It
yours.
does.
It
It
says Morgan,
does.
Morgan laptop bag.
That's
I'm
it.
trying to think what name it is.
Of course, a
Some
woman's
kind of name.
holding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
There's nothing wrong with your bag.
No,
it's just
it's too
I
late,
will.
y'all.
I will say
Too
this.
late.
When you started carrying that around, whenever it was, and
You
I
want me
think
to just carry my
by the way,
computer?
I think it was longer than 5 years.
No, that's my second one.
Okay. So
Uh-huh.
you
I had
went
one
back
for
for
a
a
second.
second.
No,
likes
well,
it.
it's not the exact same, but I had one that got a hole in it.
I just didn't picture you carrying a bag like that.
Well, if you want a bag to carry a computer in, that's what they look like. I mean, I can't invent one.
Man,
I guess I
look at
could.
him. You're getting upset.
And you don't want a backpack.
No. Good
well, I just wear it
Lord.
over one. I mean, what do you mean, good Lord?
Look like me.
Okay.
Backpacks.
All right, that's
We
fine.
got Elmo on it. I mean, come on.
Okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm 58 and I got a backpack.
By the way, when I told the guy thank you, did you hear his reply, or were you?
Yeah, he was like, "What the hell?
No,
is
he
he thanking
said
me for?"
no. He said my pleasure.
No. Is he working at Chick-fil-A now?
Georgia makes Kirby Smart the first $13 million coach.
Good night.
How about that?
$13 million.
10-year, $130 million.
Yep. And he said, I can't believe Greg wears a purse and puts a computer. No. He received a new 10-year, $130 million deal that was approved by the university officials yesterday in its annual athletics board directors meeting. The deal makes Smart the highest paid college football coach in the country and is the first $13 million coach.
Let me ask y'all this.
He was scheduled to earn $10.75 million this year under the old contract, while his old contract will see his salary increase to $13 million annually. That money is guaranteed for at least the first half of his contract. The new deal runs through 2033. He would also earn up to $1.55 million in bonuses. He is
because the
entering
salary's not enough.
he is entering his 9th season as Georgia's coach, and they've got back-to-back national championships in 21 and 22, and SEC record 29 straight games before losing to Alabama last season in the SEC championship game.
Let me ask you a
So
question.
there you go. Congratulations, Kirby Smart. We should see him at Regions next Wednesday.
Let me ask you a question.
He's buying lunch. I know that.
That's quite an investment. Of course, he brings a lot of money in.
Well,
That program being successful generates a ton of money.
He's
But
created
you
quite
wonder,
the
though,
leverage.
And I get it why you do it, but you wonder, did you really think he was going to go anywhere though?
I was going to say, Kirby Smart, that's his school.
Yeah.
I think you got him locked
and It's a
down.
machine, man. I mean, it's
Yes.
just feeding itself.
Don't you think there's a little bit of everything involved? A, hey, we want to make sure you stay. B, you've earned this, even though you've getting paid a lot. I mean, you're doing very well. Also, don't you think Georgia wants to wear the cap of we have the highest
probably.
paid coach in college football? I mean, you
now
know,
all the other the agents are getting fired up and go, okay,
Yeah.
we're moving the bar up. a
if
little
you
bit.
are in,
Who's the next guy on the list? Now that Saban's gone.
You know, we ran that list. It's most of your
would it be?
notables, Texas, Ohio State.
Sarkeesian's probably that list.
Then you
It
got
was Jimbo Fisher, but
then Clemson. You run through the list, Dabo and all that. So, I mean,
look,
I don't know. It's going to keep on going up, y'all. Which means that when you win and your program's successful and people buy tickets, you have leverage, and those salaries are going to keep going up. If you coach in a Power 5, you probably have to love this because they keep raising the bar.
If that's what it will bear,
Yeah.
then more power to you. But always we kind of joke about it, but it's funny. You get this $13 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now if you do this, you get so much more. So I think the $13 million. If I was giving it out, I'd go instead of all these bonuses. So I'm giving you $13 million because I want you to win a national championship. I thought, you know what I'm saying. You have all, and that's fine. I'm all about the market. If that's what it calls for, great.
Dabo was making 11.5. He was at the top of the list.
Okay.
Kirby Smart was second on the list at 10.7.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
and then Sarkeesian, 10.3. Ryan Day, 10.2, Ohio State.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And then DeBoer is getting $10 million at Alabama.
Right.
That's true.
But hey, guess what?
Lincoln
They
Riley
ain't making 13.
is also getting 10. And Florida State, is it Norvell?
Yeah.
10. LSU, Brian Kelly's getting right at 10.
You said Lincoln Riley?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember they paid Brian Kelly like $1 million too much his first year, and
Kiffin's
he had to give
getting-
it back.
Kiffin's getting 9. So
A lot of money out there.
There is.
Generates a lot of money.
Yep.
And
And so and look, apparently it's only going to keep going up.
sure. I mean,
There's also another story out where, as we go about to go to break, but the NCAA, it says, could pay out more than $2.7 billion to settle antitrust suits, and it's a landmark House versus NCAA lawsuit and other related antitrust cases in hopes of reshaping and stabilizing college sports industry. They have proposed the NCAA's national office, rather than its individual member schools or conferences, would pay for the settlement of past damages over a period of 10 years. So this could affect every school having to
back pay. I mean, it's just all this is, and I think it's going to trial in January 2025. And I know the number right now is $2.7 billion, but they say if the longer they're looking for a settlement, they don't want this to go to trial, and they say the longer this plays out, that by January when this starts, that it could be up to $4 billion. I've heard people talk about these college institutions, and that's what concerns me when I see big contracts like this going to Kirby, because there are schools that are going to have to pay anywhere from $15 million to $50 million to cover this lawsuit, and it's all back pay on name, image, and likeness. And NCAA is going to lose this case from what everybody says.
Well, when you look at the
not an
rulings
attorney
they've had up to this point on it, you're right.
Yeah.
So this will reshape college athletics as we know it, because they don't have $2.7 billion, and these institutions that they're going to have to go get it from, they don't have it either.
It's going to hurt these.
I don't know what happens.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the sports outside the big three that each university offers.
For sure, especially at the Power 4 level.
Yeah, we'll take a break.
That are putting the money into football and basketball and baseball.
Right. We'll be right back.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COIN25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COIN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COIN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts. Until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon Pull-Apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPP LLC.
Boot Barn honors a Western legacy built by those who persevere through resourceful determination. Ariat honors that same legacy by bringing innovative technology to classic pieces. Driven by a dedication to the craft, Ariat blends timeless Western artistry with advanced performance features for the modern cowboy and rodeo athlete. Out west, ingenuity is second to none. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Oh, looky here, Greg. This portion of the show is brought to us by helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, I know you don't sleep with your purse, but it's probably off to the side when you sleep on your helixsleep.com/Bubba. Bubba, unlike a lot of mattresses, if you notice I'm not looking up because it'll distract me. As Helmsy does a dance at the door. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, they own their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers.
USA.
And shipped directly to their facility to your door. They got a great lineup, too, 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress for a man that carries a purse. The mattresses are made for kids, too. You can find a mattress that best fits you and your body. All you have to do is take their sleep quiz. Talk about that, Greg. Now, you claim it took you 20 seconds, but probably...
but I did it really quick.
Yeah.
It takes no time. It's just a few questions.
Less than 2
How do you
minutes.
like to sleep, Speedy? You on your back, your stomach, your side?
I
How do you
can't-
like your
I
mattress?
can't sleep
Firm,
on my back.
medium, soft?
Right.
Give them those.
Right.
They'll send you what fits.
Okay.
They know. They know all about it. And it comes in a box, and you pop the top, and it comes blowing out of there like nobody's business.
Okay.
I tell you what, get it in the room that you want it though, because that sucker is heavy.
Yeah, it'll pop when you open that box. Make sure it's in the room.
Yeah.
Open that box and poof, there it is. You'll have to. Never mind, I won't say that. But anyway, so check it out right now. You got 100 nights risk free, nothing to lose. They are all American made, come with a 10 or 15 year warranty depending on the model. These mattresses are #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. Save 20% at helixsleep.com/Bubba today. And then, as Greg said, it'll ship right to your door. You'll save that 20%, and you got that 100-night risk-free trial. So nothing to lose. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, so we are rolling along. There's
Where'd the limb go?
I took it back out. I didn't.
Did you throw it back across the sidewalk and see if he'll pick it up again today?
No, I found a big
Thank you for your service, sir.
I found a big area and chunked it over in there. Didn't know it had started raining here, but
noticed that too.
You should have put it back in Helm's truck.
Yeah. Next week,
that'd have been funny, by the way, because I probably wouldn't have noticed it until I got home, and I'd have been like, "Those dogs."
It was so heavy, it probably wouldn't have flown out.
So heavy.
As we roll back, don't forget next Wednesday we're at Regents Tradition. It'll be interesting if we have the chance to meet Coach DeBoer because we have not met him yet.
That?
He's scheduled to be there. Coach
You talking
Saban's
about the $10 million
man.
man?
Kirby Smart, the $13 million man, he is going to be there. A number of others. So we look forward to seeing you if you're planning on being out at the Pro-Am. I know a lot of you make that an annual thing. You walk around, have a good old time. We always enjoy the grown men that have memorabilia, trying to get it signed from the coaches, and they have like a run around with a helmet and stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's
what about
always
when
funny.
when they hire people to do it, and
you
can tell these people hadn't had many other jobs.
Yeah.
I'm stopping short.
Right.
A couple things. One,
I was like,
I made us another pot of coffee.
yeah,
thank
that's what
you.
I'm talking about.
I got thumbs.
And two, nobody wants to see this, but I think in honor of it being the last year of the show and final year at Regions, I think I'm going to streak across the driving range.
In honor of
Speedy.
Speedy.
There it is.
You need
buddy. Thank you for that.
I think I am.
I'll take that honor and I'll enjoy. How about
I say
that?
go for it.
Yep.
I'm talking about
How much trouble would I get in, you think?
A lot. Now you'd get,
they might charge you with something this time.
Yeah,
Probably
don't
things
need to
were
do
a lot more laid back in those days.
I don't think
Yes,
Jacksonville
they
State
were.
would appreciate me.
Well,
streaking
no,
across.
probably not as a head
No.
coach.
But then
you need
again-
to do for women's head coach.
Yeah,
Just-
probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
not.
We'll stay away from that.
I go ahead.
Did y'all see this hilarious moment of the two lines?
Oh yeah, I did. You talking about when they were
Two lines, like
The two lions, lions.
they locked up.
They did on top of a safari jeep
with people on the tour,
with people underneath it, and they're up there.
And did you see the quote on the picture?
It must have looked similar to my dance I was doing for y'all.
It looked a lot like that.
Okay.
By the way,
Yeah.
Wow. There was and if you look at the picture, the lioness is not interested at all.
No.
And they made a statement that the people in the Jeep were way more excited than she was. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
She was like, let's just get this over
it
with.
was quite the moment.
Huh.
And actually, there's a quote from the line up top. We have, yeah.
Thought I heard about the lion. There was a lion. So I just started growling like a lion.
And everybody was like, wow, they can talk.
I wish that
What
show
a moment
would
that
go
was.
back there to scuba
Please.
and do it again.
You know, can I tell you this? This would be so me. I finally save up and I go on this big safari trip, and
Yeah.
we're riding around in a
Great.
Jeep, and all of a sudden two lions are up there, going. That'd be so my
I
love.
almost would rather the elephant try to dump the Jeep over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that story too.
Yeah. Wow, you got a memory. But yeah, it's
I know a lot about Africa.
it's that was a story we never got to yesterday. But good
Speaking of
night.
backpack,
Yeah, see, that's a man right there.
Well, he's
a
got
man.
equipment
He's got a
for it.
DeWalt backpack.
that's different. Yours isn't.
Huh? It's just got a computer
Yours
in it.
is Betty
Buddy,
Boop.
what?
Betty Boop. That old cartoon.
He gets injured, and that's fine.
That's
Look, if I
fine.
carried that around, I'd be
Look.
hurt too. That's fine.
Just 'cause there's a
People
guy in
compliment us on our backpacks,
yeah,
Greg.
yeah. Other men, and then they move branches
Kids.
out of the way too.
Yeah, but Ellis, he loved it.
Yeah. Terry complimented yours.
Rick and Bubba.
So now he has to send his minions out.
Yeah, it sounds like that sounds more like what is happening here because he said he called that guy friend. He's got his website on the whatever that is he's wearing. So I think that's likely to be the story versus the I placed a bet on myself and won a lot of money. Let's go to
somebody's drawing it up a little bit there.
Kinsley. Kinsley, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Hey,
Good.
I want to do my part in the Dogecoin process, which is a new cryptocurrency. Take it to the moon, guys. Go put into Dogecoin. Elon Musk is going to take it to the moon. We're going to ride the train with him all the way up. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good day.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not into the cryptocurrency.
This
stuff.
world of I stepped into it with somebody who works in it, and I You ever have that feeling where you wish you weren't there? And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where's the eject button.
There it is.
And
which
that was
cryptocurrency is this?
This is something he says Elon Musk.
I couldn't.
Tesla's put a bunch of money.
Well, they did Bitcoin, but he was saying something else, wasn't he? What was he saying?
He said something about this one going to the moon or something.
Yeah, but see, all of this stuff is based on what somebody thinks it's worth.
Doggy coin,
and the old greenback is backed by the federal government, so it ain't going nowhere.
It's got a dog on it.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Clarify that as quick as possible.
Yeah, you'll just read it.
Well, that's what it says. That's what it's called.
I'll take Washington over a dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Elon has invested heavily in Bitcoin yesterday.
Oh, I talked to a friend of mine that's an accountant. He said one time a guy came in, that's all he wanted to do was, and he was like, I can't help you. I want to pay you in Bitcoin. I said,
I don't think so.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, I want to talk to you about something too that's really important that we're all concerned about here, and that is that we see
caring and sensitivity.
You're right, Greg. Sometimes it's okay to be positive. I mean,
what do you mean?
I mean, Rick, you don't have to be positive. How about this? Be neutral.
Right.
You don't always have to go the hoop and flush it. You know what I mean?
We talked about Greg's rude Tourette's, and I don't know whatever medicine.
Are you off your meds?
Yeah,
is that it?
Greg, today it's coming out of you like a machine gun.
So y'all want me to sugarcoat everything for y'all so y'all can take
Bubba's talking about something kind of heart wrenching and sad. And Bubba's like, and Greg's like, well, now, of course. And I'm like, all right. Hey, Bubba's, look, he's doing better. Of course, he ain't gonna make it. I mean, Greg, and I think back to Bubba's situation. I think you secretely want him to fail. I mean, I think you're thinking to yourself,
no,
if I lose Bubba,
suffer.
because it's a little known fact. I've mentioned in passing, but I'm gonna land there today. Greg is your eating buddy. He'll draft with you.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, and so I
Greg
think
will talk tennis with me every now and
I think Greg doesn't want to.
While we're eating.
I think Greg doesn't want to lose his eating buddy.
Well, when you're talking about shutting down Buffalo Wild Wings, I thought that was a little ridiculous.
I do too, Greg. I'm with you.
I think he wants old Bubba back. He's not fired up about new Bubba.
Well,
ever since that spark showed up.
Look, I remember when I had to walk away and leave that scene, and there was a lot of my friends didn't want me to go. You know,
fried chicken.
That's fine, Bubba, fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Chicken is better fried.
Greg, help him, motivate him, help him.
Rick, that's probably the biggest problem in all this. My motivation before was because I was playing sports at that time, and it was to get better because I could tell I was not performing at the level I wanted to. Well, and the pain and anguish was driving that. Now it's just to stay alive. So it's
does
not.
Does death not motivate you?
That's a big motivator.
It should. Right, but it doesn't to the level I probably need it
Understood.
to. Yeah. I need to find it. You know what I mean? I need to find it.
Right. Do it for Betty. It's a. There's other motivations that are bigger than tennis, or at least as powerful.
But it was that immediate thing because hey, I'm going out today, and I gotta be a little lighter. I gotta be a little quicker. You know.
Yeah.
So you would go. I'm not gonna eat that. So I move.
Do you want to jump into that world at all? Do you want to for instance, if let's say a couple days a week, you and I went out and hit the tennis ball around. Would that help?
Yeah,
any moving around.
I need to do something to move around, and it will have to be. I can't just get on a treadmill. That's just
you don't have to.
I hope it turns out better than pickleball.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Did you hear what he just said? See, I would like to, Bubba. I will clear my schedule for a couple of days a week.
Y'all remember
between 10:30 and 12, and you and I can go right down the road and hit a little bit.
When it warms up,
look, Bubba, you were 4 minutes into a pickleball game. 4 minutes.
Don't do this, Greg.
I know.
He's gonna look, Greg. Here's how he's gonna do it. Lose a little, move a little. Lose a little, move.
Maybe that's what we should have done at pickleball.
Yeah. The problem is the old left knee is just not what it needs to be. It's on borrowed time, so you gotta balance it.
Sure.
Why don't you just?
How much movement are you gonna do Bubba, to get rid of how much cartilage?
Lose a little, move a little. Lose a little, move a little.
Well, what we could do, you and I on the tennis court, we don't have to. Who cares how much we move as long as we get out there and move a little.
Guys, he was walking during that pickleball
Greg,
game.
stop.
He wasn't even running.
Rick, anytime Cold Shower says anything, like when he says something that's like hurtful or just cold, hit that just every time.
Now, how's that hurtful?
What is it?
That's Cold Shower. That's Cold Shower Burgess right there.
It sounded like thunder.
That's storm coming in.
I'm secretly trying to motivate him so he can say, I showed Greg.
You
Did
got
you hear-
sunshine over there, and then you got cold shower.
Did
there.
you hear what Greg just said?
Yeah, he's using
He's secretly he's trying to reverse psychology. I'll prove Greg wrong.
I'll show Greg smart
I'll
Alex.
show him.
But I will.
That smart Alex something.
I'm going to go back to my original conversation
Timmy.
about 1 week from tomorrow.
We'll show him.
We'll show him. We'll show Greg. 1 week from
Stare at
tomorrow.
those wings.
Greg, now look, I know what you're going to say. So I'm going to ask Helms.
All right, go ahead.
Because I know what you're going to say. Okay. 6 minutes past the hour. It's like a movie. As a brand new hour starts, we thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Hey. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Who's ready for a brand new day? Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat spins today. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The golden ticket seats today may spawn a lot of stories. We'll explain. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've all given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He has your YouTube experience ready to go. It's the final day to enter your mama and fix mama's mouth. If you haven't done that, go to rickandbubba.com. Click on contests. Give us the info we need for your mama to be considered. The table is set except for one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yep.
Yep. Bubba, are you ready for today?
I am ready.
Go forward.
Locked and loaded.
Men, it is possible. You know how, do you remember when no one ever wants any kind of virus to come into their home? You know, you do everything you can to keep everything out of your home.
I would say that is probably correct.
So, I don't know, but I know we make jokes about this all the time. Raise your hand if checking your porch
for Amazon packages is just like going to the mailbox now, if not more so.
Oh yeah.
You walk out there and look on the porch. There's always something on the porch.
Yep.
Always something on the porch.
Well, you have to. If you got in our situation, it could be on any of 3 different locations at the house.
Okay. Yeah. We
they
pretty
scatter it around. It seems
Yeah,
like.
every now and then we'll have somebody that, I don't know, maybe they're new and they'll put it by the garage door. That's always an odd, it's laid out in the
Right.
driveway. But mostly it's a front porch. And so, so I I'm bringing it in, and most, I would say 9 out of 10 of them are addressed to one Sherry with an I,
Yep.
not Rick. And I said, babe, what's going on here? Oh, hey, I've been waiting on that for Friday morning. I said, what are you talking about? Well, the ladies that we, out of our Sunday school class, they get together and we have breakfast together sometimes of our little care group. And I said, yeah, Well, Friday morning we're playing pickleball.
Oh.
And I said, excuse me, is there paddles and a ball in there, in that box right there? Yeah, I had to order me some pickleball stuff because we're all playing pickleball Friday. I said, see what, you remember when I told you I kept watching these courts that were being built by my house?
Uh-huh.
And Bubba, they have built pickleball courts.
Oh, I saw that yesterday.
No, it's
Yeah.
not,
It
and they're
was
nice.
packed.
Yes.
Packed. And so there's so many of those courts, okay? And
so many.
And so I said, tell me that pickleball is not coming to this house. And she said, well, they said it's fun. And she goes, and we go down there and walk. I look over and I think, yeah, that looks fun. And I said, so will you play pickleball, which is now today? And she says, yes. And I said, well, there it is. It's in the house.
It's in the house.
So, I mean, it's
in the house.
So now.
You know what's next, don't you? It's a gateway sport.
It is.
You know what's next? Soccer.
Yep.
No.
Probably, when's the first time I get the request for some sort of co-ed?
Oh, it's going to happen. Some of the other husbands are coming too. Can you make it?
Rick, she got 2 paddles.
Oh yeah, they don't come, but I looked in there and there's 2.
Yeah,
she should just ordered a Rick and Bubba one from the store.
I told her that. She said, I didn't know y'all had pickleball. You didn't tell me that. And
what was that when you had the golden wand? What was that?
Oh yeah.
Somebody brought you.
The golden axe.
A champion, actually.
Yeah. I told her, I said that the pickleball set that we have in the Rick and Bubba store, it was that day that we realized, yep, we'll pretty much sell anything if we think it'll make money.
Yep.
And so anyway,
Copy that.
Yep. So the virus is in the house.
Oh boy.
So some of the little ladies are playing. All I can hope for, and this is a terrible thing, is that she'll have a bad experience. I mean, that's kind of bad to think.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if people want to go out and just have fun doing something, that's not against the rules.
Well, I think
the number of injuries right now from the people playing, and it's not the ruggedness of the sport; it's more the age of the people.
Make sure they stretch real good.
You saw that firsthand, didn't you, Mr. Helms?
I did.
Bubba,
well, it was not pretty.
Bubba,
worst injury I've had, by the way, ever.
Bubba, do you think,
including a torn ACL?
Do you think the joke will shift now? Because you remember the old joke was, and we had orthopedic surgeons that we knew that would say, that CrossFit gave me my lake house.
Right.
Will pickleball now be that?
Pickleball is giving them their boathouse.
Right.
Oh, boat.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's anytime something draws us in.
Mm-hmm.
And that you don't really need you need to ease into this, and people just go in wide open.
Oh yeah.
And now here's the only thing I think, and I think this may get to what Greg just said, and y'all know this. Y'all warned me about this before I ever saw it with my own eyes. I don't know that they'll ever get a court. I mean, those courts are packed.
It was full yesterday when I went by.
So now the little park down from our house has a beach volleyball area that stays packed.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's funny. If you go by, they actually have built something that was for just coming down there and exercising. It's got all kinds of apparatuses and stuff like that. When you drive by, the pickleball courts are packed. The beach volleyball's packed. That workout place, I've never seen one person.
Right. That's about right.
Well, it is because we'd rather move around and watch something that's fun versus.
This little park has brought a lot to the show. A former best of bit of you trying to preserve a pavilion.
Easy now.
Do you remember
I
that?
remember that?
You were trying to hold it?
Yeah, that went bad.
Boy, let me tell you.
It's rough down there.
So this is the same place for those of you trying to picture.
That's where we do our little walking trails and all that. And if you go down there, you just have to get ready for anything.
You do.
That is an active park.
It is.
There's a lot going on there.
A lot happening.
Yeah.
And then just on the other side of the little pond is fields, softball, baseball.
It's just everything.
You just
it's
got
crazy.
it all.
It's just a place where almost like the whole world's meeting.
Yeah.
And apparently the open border has made an impact.
You can't get a pavilion. There's pinatas down there every time. We'll come back. 15 minutes past the hour. 15 minutes past. All right, so little Sherry's going to play pickleball today.
Pickleball.
Lord help.
When you going to play?
Sooner than later, probably. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let me ask Hams. If we let Buffalo Wild Wings come in here next Wednesday, there's a day he may be ready for that. I don't think he's ready for live rounds.
No, absolutely not.
You know how you're in training and they shoot blank, you try to get you ready for it, but then there's a live rounds. I just don't think he's ready for game speed.
Well, and
I don't think he's ready for game speed.
Let me ask you this.
I'm not ready.
Could you do portion control on it as opposed to eating three plates full of them?
You could.
We'd have to lock it in Speedy's office.
Well, no, how many?
Maybe they bring less. Maybe they bring less.
No,
it's
no,
overwhelming.
no. It's just me. This ain't about y'all.
Well, they bring.
So, but how many would be okay?
For you to eat fried chicken, nuggets?
Eight nuggets.
Yeah, probably 6 to 8.
Oh, I could do that. I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
8?
No, I'd say 6.
6? Why are you
I was trying to be
8.
How many onion rings? How many onion rings?
You said 8.
See, stop.
But I mean, you couldn't have any of the onion rings.
Yeah,
you couldn't have any of that.
That's fine. Let's do that. Let's see if I can do 6.
And what I would say to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Let's try it. Let's just try it.
And what I would say to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Rick, maybe not the chips and the dip and sauce.
Nobody's even talking
No way
about
he
that.
survives
That's a weak point from him.
No, I won't eat that.
You don't want any cheese dip and chips.
They don't bring cheese dip.
Yes, they do.
They have the
And
last two.
it's a really good one.
Oh, it's beyond good.
It is.
I'm telling you, you're not ready for that.
You're not.
I can eat 6. I can do 7. How about 7?
No, we're going to eat 6.
With or without dipping sauce?
No dipping sauce.
I skip dipping sauce.
Yeah,
I can give that up.
Right.
That's easy.
What else you going to eat with it?
Easy.
Well, I guess that'd probably be it. I think. I'll just have to really
Here's the
chew
bad
it good.
thing, though, Rick. We always have leftovers, and he's got to fight this at least 2 days.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I appreciate
But 6 would be
really
okay,
helping.
right?
I appreciate.
I'm just letting him know what he's heading into.
I appreciate Buffalo Wild Wings.
Come
Straight
on,
up.
Timmy, let's
I
show it.
look forward to it.
No, I do, but they bring too much.
They bring, Rick, but I mean, what's really too much?
Rick, how would Adler eat the rest of the week?
Greg, I've gone to banquets that didn't have that much food.
You're right. Yeah, it's a spread.
Yeah, I've had teams come in to eat, and we didn't have that much.
That's why I stand in front of the table and run in place when I say it.
Greg, you need to help Bubba.
I am.
How many calories is 6, you think?
Greg, how are you actually helping?
By telling him this is going to be hard.
Greg.
That's pretty much how.
That's pretty much. Well, Bubba, I want you to know I'm trying to help you.
Yeah,
that's fine. If you don't want to call it,
and it is true that you can't eat something that's not here.
Well, yeah, Rick. The golden ticket not being here has helped all.
I need to work on limiting portion control too.
Rick, I'm
a
gonna
major part of the game.
And let's make some healthier choices.
Like what?
Like grilled chicken versus fried chicken.
Yeah, but that's all we got. So that's why we were going portion control.
Right.
That's like one of them things where you're trapped.
Right. So you want to practice being trapped. You're not ready for that.
Hey, there's somebody with breakfast.
You're not ready for live round. He's not ready for live rounds.
Is that donuts?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're going to. We had somebody try to bring by some stuff from Buc-ee's.
Oh yeah.
And Bubba, I have some good news.
As our friend Jeff, he brought some good
Thank you,
stuff.
Jeff. Mm-hmm. And Bubba is not going to eat any of it. He's fine.
Ricky said he would have brought a brisket sandwich for you. Next time he's going to do that. We're going to bring you in the loop.
Yeah, I think I'll love their brisket sandwich, but I like somebody like Jeff bringing it to me as opposed to me having to go there and get it.
That is a good point.
Heat it up in the new microwave at Helms got us.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm in business then. Don't put it in there with foil on. You put it in there on something else.
Yeah.
Bubba, does Tom Brady eat brisket sandwiches?
Here we go.
Probably not.
Probably not.
He probably does.
You think he's ever eaten at Buffalo Wild Wings?
No.
He might have.
Bubba, I have good news for you.
He's in Tampa now.
We're cutting a deal. I don't think you're ready for game speed or live rounds.
Right.
But if we end up having it next week in here again, you can work with this, okay, if you can stay with us. Now, this is not a lot of food, okay? You can eat 7 of their normal fried boneless wings, 360 calories.
Really? Mm-hmm. That's below. I mean, I've got like a 500, cap there per meal.
Mm-hmm. So you're.
That's what I did before.
Right. Now, where are you getting your numbers, though? Like, are you...
What do you mean?
Like, when you cook something at home, do you have a... Because I have it. You have an app you bring in that tells you about how many calories and what you're doing?
Usually I just ask Betty what she thinks
Right,
it is.
what she thinks it is.
And usually if I just don't eat seconds, that helps a whole lot.
But there are apps out there, and it helped me tremendously. You can literally type in one piece of salmon baked, and the calories will come up.
Right.
And that way you can really...
So what's your number so far today?
Usually if I just have salmon and broccoli, I don't worry about it. It's probably pretty close.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. Another Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out this weekend. It'll drop tomorrow. Chris Skates is our guest, former speechwriter and policy advisor for 2 presidential administrations. We didn't even touch on the fact that he was a chemist for 30 years. He also has authored multiple novels, over 300 articles and short stories. His new novel, Moonshine Over Georgia, based on actual events, including his remarkable grandfather. We talked to him about that this weekend, and it wasn't just about the book. It was also about his inner workings with these administrations and the election coming up in November, and it was really a very fascinating conversation with him.
We could have had 2 hours just to talk energy with him because he worked in that sector for the president. Interesting insight on a lot of fronts.
Yeah, he was nothing that we didn't already know, but to have somebody confirm, he said, the whole thing with how the pandemic was, the misinformation and then disinformation and silencing any voices of opposition. He said they're doing the same thing with climate. It's exactly the same format.
Yeah.
If you say you question man-made climate change, then you're not allowed to talk. You can't speak of it. Of course, we can destroy our whole economy over a theory or a hypothesis. Yeah. He said the scientific method has been drop-kicked. No longer in play.
On a lot of topics.
Yeah, on a lot of topics.
But that book title has Greg written all over it.
Greg,
you'd be all in there.
I like that kind of stuff.
Talking to him, he's got that ability as a good Southerner to tell a good story.
Oh yeah.
And I think the kind of books I know you like, Greg, you'll love that one. And those that are reading it are finding it to be a really good read. So catch that coming up this weekend. Coming up later today, I didn't know about this, is some of the people that were on the original sales team when the show started 30 years and 4 months ago, they're coming to the Golden Ticket 60
That is correct. Yes, from our station in Gadsden where we started.
We tried to tell y'all stories of what it was like in the beginning. It was, I'm talking about everybody. There was a time we thought this sales team would kill us. Absolutely kill us.
They tried.
They had us. One time, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to exaggerate, but I remember you, in the parking lot, I
got sick one day.
Bent over, heaving.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that I remember that we did 9 remotes in 6 days.
That's probably about right. And throw in morning shows and Pigskin Roundup.
Yeah, because I remember we still had the Pigskin Roundup to go, and you were coming apart.
Oh yeah,
and then had another one that Saturday morning when we got up from Pigskin Roundup. If they could get somebody to write a check for us to be somewhere, baby, we were there.
Mm-hmm.
And they ran us into the ground. But well, they did, right? I mean, but it was early, and everybody was trying to see if this thing was going to work, and if somebody wanted to write a check for us to be there or to hawk something, buddy,
they were excellent at what they did.
We had some boilerplate contract. We had no say in anything. Wherever they wanted to send us, we had to go. We had the hammer sitting there. You think you can go tell the hammer you're not going?
No.
But literally, I mean, I remember you looking at me and me looking at you, and I thought they were going to kill us.
Yeah, I thought I can't. This pace, I can't keep it up. I just can't.
So all those, some of those people. There's one of them was in here the other day, but he was late. He came in.
Well, he was pretty quick though. What? He was about year 2. Maybe?
Well, we had to get him a job because he went riding around with us on the air and lost his other job. We felt guilty.
Yeah, but it was Robbie McAlpine that booked the 2-hour or was it 3-hour remote in a field, right?
Yeah, he told that story.
For a developer of a subdivision that hadn't started.
Yeah, they didn't even.
They didn't even have a spec house.
No, they were just selling lots.
Roads.
There was pavement and there was gutters and high grass.
Yep, you're selling lots for the developer.
We stood in the middle of a field that just had some roads made around it.
And it was so far out.
Yeah. What did Robbie say?
We couldn't hardly get a cell signal in.
Some kid on a bicycle rode up and got a piece of pizza.
Yeah, and rode off. I mean, it was almost in a different area code. You know, I mean, it was.
And Bubba and I, it was so early on, drawing a crowd was not a guarantee. And Bubba and I, we became the masters of all of our years of working in AM radio and all that. We were the masters of, now look, you got to look, this is a 2-hour commercial.
That's it.
I mean, people showing up, I mean, that doesn't really indicate whether this is successful or not. You're getting a 2-hour commercial.
That's right.
You know, all these breaks we have going in, that's that live spot.
That's right.
Well, you know, I got to thinking about that particular remote. If somebody just left to come see the place when we started the remote, I don't know that they would have got there.
Yeah,
it was so far out. We'd already be finished. I mean, it was way out there.
So some of these salespeople that are dropping by today, they were there. They were the first ones to ever be told the engineer is now the co-host. Go out and sell it.
And one of them, if she still comes today, I worked with even before that. I sold TV with her at
Did
a
you
TV
really?
station.
Did
yeah,
you? Okay.
So
Yeah.
we go back even further.
Was that the one that when you worked for that guy?
No.
Wasn't that one?
No.
Can I ask you a
What?
question
Just brought it up.
because of things you just said and made him nervous?
Right.
I'm sensing.
I don't know what he meant, and I just shut it down because I didn't want to know any more
That's
detail.
why I'm going to ask what I'm going to
You
ask.
remember that guy that
Listen.
you and he didn't see the world the same way?
That was the yes.
Yeah,
That
okay.
was.
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Long time ago, we're different people now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Oh yeah.
Along the way,
Completely different.
we all found Jesus.
Absolutely.
I don't know any of these people that are coming today,
Right.
but I sense a lot of nervousness in the room.
Well, it's like I warned people about Willie and Wanda.
Okay.
You know, when things are in the past and they're gone, sometimes you should leave them there.
Okay.
And sometimes you start tampering with the memories. And why?
Now they had requested a few segments toward the end of the show to relive some of their favorite moments of the show.
Yeah, I might have to take a pass on that.
Back to Helmsy's part.
In a fun way. I
Right.
think they're all good.
See, Jesus wipes things away, but the world won't.
No, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. And so,
I got one story I want to tell for sure.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I don't even, I hope this is the way for all of us that are rolling. I don't even know that man that started
Amen
the
to
show.
that.
Right.
I,
to that.
I'm unrecognizable.
Oh, hey.
I've noticed there's an uneasiness.
Yeah.
Sure
with
there
them
is.
entering the room.
I want
Sure
no
there is.
discussion of the Kango years. You know, I mean, it's like I would know that person.
And I don't know any of
And
these
Boo
people,
Boo's
so that
coming.
makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like when they enter, I'm not going to know what people.
Oh, you're gonna
I know that there's going to be things that are thrown by and I'm not going to understand.
This is the day to go to your office.
Can I tell you this? It's like
I wouldn't leave this room for you.
you know what it's like, Hams. You know what it's like. Seriously, say let's use the neighborhood analogy again. You moved into a neighborhood and it's got beautiful roads, beautiful curbs. All the underbrush has been taken out. But there were some people that had to come there and burn that place and had to cut trees down, haul things off, and they got dirty and they got injured and they got bloody.
Yeah.
For you to live in a more pristine setting.
Yes.
You came here when it was more pristine.
100%.
What you're going to see today is back when it was all burning.
Okay.
You're going to meet people that had chainsaws and torches.
Right. That were just trying to build something that we could all stand on. Yeah. Okay. It was a time that you had to make it. You just were wide open.
Boy, were we.
Trying to get our feet under us. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. So all that to come when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When's that happen?
What's the
Last night.
He ate it last night. Did
I
you-
have it.
Nothing
I have,
else.
I have that for dinner a lot of
Rick?
nights.
What did you have for lunch yesterday?
Oh gosh, Rick.
Beaver nuggets.
I can't remember.
No, he didn't have
what,
beaver nuggets.
Trying to think what yesterday was.
So yesterday was Monday. And so
I have to think about it for a minute.
I don't know where you were headed. I'm a little worried about you today because you're on the road. It's tough.
I was, I really don't remember. I was at home. I was at home
for lunch.
Yeah, and I ate later than normal.
No recollection what it was,
but it was something upstairs. Something was finishing up from party or whatever.
Super Bowl party friends are still hanging around.
You're cleaning them up, getting rid of them.
So it wasn't good, was it?
But I think I exercised portion control. That was the key. When you're in the corner,
a lot of
that's all
I
you get out
thinks
there.
in this conversation.
Yeah.
I think.
But my breakfast was good yesterday.
You don't want to tell me what
Dinner
lunch
was
was,
good.
You don't
breakfast was good today.
You don't want to tell
It was
me.
probably.
It's fine.
It was.
He knows,
now that
by
I'm
the
thinking, it was. There was just a couple of pieces of leftover pizza. But it was thin, and and there wasn't much of it. So. I think I was within the window on it because it was only like 3 little pieces.
Oh, now it's 3. It was 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was 3. It's 3 little pieces. Yeah,
3
because it's
pieces of
thin.
pizza.
It's thin crust.
That's all
too.
you had with. That's it.
Thin crust. That's not much to that. Yeah. And it had pineapple on it too. So.
That ought to change it.
Yeah.
Did you pull up the app and see how many calories it was?
No.
So
there's no need.
Probably
But
what?
usually I would
300-400
eat.
a
Usually
piece?
I would eat a whole bunch of them. So
300 or 400 a piece.
What was on it?
What kind? Who was it? Where was it from? Can you say that?
It was probably
thin crust.
Probably
somebody had brought it in. I don't know who got it. I think it was Domino's thin crust, and it had Canadian bacon and
not just
and
you're looking at
pineapple
$300 or 400 calories per slice is what you're looking at probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Thin
it could be.
crust
I don't
is the
think
little squares, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it could be that.
Those
much.
are the little squares.
Yeah,
You don't know,
it wasn't
Greg.
that big.
All right,
Greg,
so,
you don't have any idea
so
what you're talking
okay, so I don't either, Rick. But here's what I'm doing. I'm actually reading it online. Domino's, the calorie count for a thin crust cheese pizza, okay, with tomato and spinach. He didn't mention that, and that's actually the healthiest one. Is 200 per slice. So when you add what you had on it, it's probably closer to 3, maybe even 4.
I'm showing serving size 1 slice, 220 calories.
Thin crust?
Ooh, 21 grams of carbs.
Thin crust?
Ooh, 10 grams
Yes.
of fat.
We're just reading off the Domino's site, Greg.
Eat it and then go run a couple miles.
Yeah, I have to be careful of that one.
So we bypassed our 500 there.
But it was well under what I normally have been eating.
Understood.
Yeah. I think honestly,
And it was
15
much better calories. yesterday.
1,500 for you that's a tough deal. I can't do that.
I wouldn't go 15.
Yeah, I think you need to go 1,800 to 2,000 and exercise a little bit. You'll be better
22.
He needs 1,500 to get started.
Man, I don't. That's a tough ride.
Well, we
man.
got to get him where he can move around.
Rick, look, I want to encourage Bubba.
I feel
Out of
I
3
feel like
meals,
a balloon on Thanksgiving Day.
out of 3 meals yesterday, he won 2 of them.
That's
All
right.
right, so
baby steps.
You went 2
so
and 1.
so let's look at averages, and that's better because normally he would lose 3.
That's right.
So he was 2 for 3 yesterday,
That's
and
not
that
bad.
and that's a start.
That's
So
not bad at
2
all.
and 1.
Bubba,
Bubba, let's
one's
crack
winning.
him nuggets open.
yeah, 2.
No,
and 1.
Greg. Back to moving around again. Here's another person who's been down this road with us. Tell Bubba, for every pound that he loses, it takes 4 pounds of pressure off your knees.
I know.
Oh.
I know all that stuff.
So suddenly the knee may come back and you'll be high stepping.
Doubt it.
Trying to be nice now, Greg.
Are you weighing
Trying
every
to
day?
save it.
I'm just trying to
I
let him
will.
know about the pitfalls.
Once we get going.
There's nothing more brutal than weighing every day. I would
Well,
weigh
I
every
think-
other day.
No, I think you have to. I need that every day.
Get away from
to
that
know where
scale.
I'm
Throw it
at.
away.
Greg.
You're not supposed to.
No, for me it worked better every day. Morning, same time.
Right.
Hey, Tom.
Well, that's not a lot going to happen in a day.
No, but
Once a week.
that's how I do it.
Monday
better.
morning.
And
naked,
don't
when you get
hang
out
out.
of the shower.
Do not hang out with people like Bones that for some reason can eat anything they want and it never affects them.
Well, I don't
don't-
think that's going to be a problem. I ain't seen him in years.
Well, you don't want to be around him. I just thought Tom might be one of those. That's what it reminded me when you walked.
Well, hunting season's over, so some of those things will go away. Hunting season's tough.
It is. Yeah, it is. Fun zone.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes
past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. And we have a lot to unpack. Get you ready for the weekend. We'll get your phone calls in, too. So Kirby Smart, we'll update him in a moment. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. This is a great Mother's Day gift. Mother's Day coming up a week from Sunday. Mom would love these. She'll also love the fact that you got a good deal. Because when you look at the everyday earbuds from Raycon and you compare them to the other big audio brands, and they're every bit as good, if not better, you'll see about half the price. And yes, sir. Also, we are going to get you an additional 20% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. 3 customizable sound profiles. They've got noise isolation, awareness mode, whatever you need. These everyday earbuds will do it. They've got the customizable gel tips so they fit snug in the ear. And boy, do they sound great. They sound great. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. The audience loves it. If you don't have yours, get them now or get some for Mom or both. 20% off and free shipping. And the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we have a new deal for Kirby Smart.
How about old Kirby?
Old Kirbster.
He's the
Kirby.
highest paid coach in college football now, or I guess any sport.
Yep.
College-wise, $13 million a year.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
He got a new 10-year, $130 million deal that was approved by university officials Thursday in its annual Athletics Board of Directors meeting. The deal makes Smart the highest-paid college football coach in the country and the first ever $13 million man.
Bubba, he was already set up to get 10-7, but as you just said, that will be increased now to $13 million.
Well, obviously he needed that extra.
Yes, he did. And let's be honest, after taxes, I mean, come on, how much is he even getting?
Yeah.
He's going to, we'll probably have him on the show next week at the Regions Pro-Am.
Yep.
So looking forward to seeing him again. I guess, as it was said earlier, and I agree, lunch is on him.
Yes. So you are playing this year in the Pro-Am?
Yes, that is correct.
And
when's the last time you hit a golf ball?
Have you swung a little?
I played 9 holes last week.
Well, okay. How'd
Look
that go?
at you.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Well, I mean, I was just glad to get out there and move.
How did it feel physically?
Oh, I love being out there.
I mean,
Yeah,
but how
it's
did your
nice.
body respond?
I'm taking it slow, nice and easy.
Nice and easy. How'd you hit it?
It wasn't too bad considering I hadn't hit a golf ball in 2 years, probably.
Well,
I lost 1 or 2, but it wasn't too bad.
Athletes,
I didn't lose.
muscle
My
memory.
goal is just not to lose a ball on every hole.
But you know how an athlete, those muscles remember. They come right back quick.
Oh yeah.
When you're a world-class athlete, you can pretty much go out there and pick it up and not be a disaster.
Rick, you don't have to worry about technique. You just play by feel.
That's right.
That's all I do.
Sure.
It feels good.
So is it inappropriate because sometimes on these things I need y'all's help because it happens more times than not now. Y'all will be gone, Bub. I'm speaking about you and Speedy, and I'll be left alone, and then Kirby will sit down, and there won't be you to go, don't ask him about the contract. Can I bring the contract up? Do you think that's appropriate?
Yeah. He
I think
trust
a
me.
congratulations is in order.
Yeah.
You know what?
A congratulations.
Yeah.
He's probably got several pre-programmed responses already ready to go.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even know the details of it, actually.
No, you're right.
He's that guy he's digging into X's and O's and recruiting, and his agent said, hey, instead of making 10.7, you're going to make 13. Okay, sounds good, and moved on. That's what I think.
Still got to win football games either way, right?
I don't think he worries about this at all.
Until he gets home. I bet his wife wants to know every detail.
Yeah, and he probably told the agent, just talk to her.
Right. Now that I agree. I bet you that's 100% right there.
Make sure you tell her all this so I don't have to get into it when I get home.
Right. I guarantee that's a good prediction right there. So do y'all everybody think he deserve it?
Well, he's
can't argue with the result.
He's got Georgia at the top of the heap.
Yep.
Won a national championship 2 years ago?
They've won a couple.
Yep.
Look, I think it's a good
22.
investment for the school.
Yeah.
Of course,
for sure.
Because he's got now the pedigree. He's won 2 national championships.
Yep.
He's a top recruiter. He is a former Georgia player, and he was trained by the GOAT. So, I mean, hey, I don't know that you can have higher credentials to be back at your school with those.
And now that they reload, does everybody agree? I mean, look at last year. Does everybody agree that with this 12-team playoff, you want to keep him more than ever now because all you got to do is get that team in the playoffs.
Yeah. Anything could happen.
And the way they were playing at the end of the year last year, you know, and the fact they didn't get to go in, which I understand why they didn't.
Yeah.
And Florida State.
I know they felt like they got the shaft in this, but, you know, you look back, Georgia was an excellent team. I mean, they hadn't lost a game in 2 years. And lost one game in the SEC championship and was out when other teams had a loss too and went in. You just, you know, I guess it's the human nature and the eye test of it. If you lose, you better lose early.
Yeah, so I think all of you are right. He deserves it. He's got that program where everybody wants their program to be, and going into the 12-team playoff, buddy, you can really make something happen. Bubba, did you see the NCAA's national office may be footing the bill for a settlement, $2.7 billion in the landmark House versus NCAA lawsuit? Do you know about this? An antitrust case?
All up in the House.
I heard the guys talking about it this morning. This goes back to pre-NIL legal wrangling.
Yep.
I don't know that they can collect for back 10 years on this. I know a lot of people are predicting, hey, they've had it, but the NCAA won't pay this. It'll be the member schools, which is going to be your favorite football team that's going to have to come out of pocket for this. So it'll trickle down. You know, it'll have effects across the whole spectrum.
A lot of people think that this is going to cost institutions, universities, anywhere from $15 to $50 million to pay this. The longer it goes on, I think it's set to go to trial January 2025. Obviously, they're looking for a settlement between now and then, and they say that if they don't settle, it could get up to $4 billion by the time that rolls around. House is I want to say, I could have the school wrong, but it's a swimmer. It's a Grant House.
Oh, really? Okay.
Arizona State swimmer.
Okay.
Who, and there's some other people named in it too, but I think that's the main. When you hear House, that's who that is. And they're basically seeking back pay. A lot of people are saying that the NCAA is going to lose this. They're going to have to pay this money, and this will change the landscape of college athletics as we know it now.
More so than already.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Rick, think about it. Institutions don't have. Some of them may, but think about what I just said: 15 to 50 million to pay out.
Yeah.
No, a lot of them don't have that laying around.
No.
And keep in mind, too, as it trickles down, a lot of them is going to be state universities, which means us, the taxpayers, will eventually pay for it. The other thing I find strange about it is they've only asked for 10 years back pay, basically for NIL. So I think a judge could easily say, well, the law changed on this date. You're not owed anything for that. You just never know when it gets in these court situations. I think you could have a judge just throw the whole thing out, or as Ham says, they could stretch this thing out and it keep going for a long time. But
I think the 10-year number is because that's around the time that this House was actually in college.
I find it odd the Democrats want Trump to pay it. I'm not sure how they've tied him to this.
Yeah.
As they continue to try.
Yeah, he'll be a co-defendant.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on that one. I think the landscape of college sports has already changed, but you guys are saying if this goes through, it'll change even more. Especially the point made that most of the not most, but
this
a lot of the schools don't have.
This
money
will force the hand of schools doing away with certain sports. They'll have to make adjustments.
Yep.
You know,
and also it will, as Bubba mentioned, it all trickles down to all of a sudden you look and those season tickets go up.
Well, we're all of us are going to be the ultimate taxpayers. Will foot the bill for this if it goes through. The NCAA is only as good as the universities that are the member of it,
right?
And the universities are only as good as the state money they get. So,
and these plaintiffs, that are doing this. They're not doing anything but hurting college athletics,
right?
By doing this,
right?
They're not helping anything.
No, you're right. Yeah,
they're destroying it. Actually,
yeah. You're right. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More stories to cover on the program today. We'll take your phone calls today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. You may hear that being spun today on the program. Golden ticket seats coming up when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being in our convoy.
Yes.
At the Rick and Bubba Show.
Greg, do you remember being a kid and like this song would give you chills?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I loved it.
Why did we?
It's so stupid.
Could not hear it enough.
It was chills.
Oh, Rick, when I went to Newsom's record store and they had it in a 45, I got excited. Couldn't believe it. Probably peed my pants a little bit.
Welcome into the show. Wheel of Meat still in play this week. Hasn't spun, so it could happen any day.
Now, did you go to Newsom's more or Record Park?
Oh, I was Newsom's in the
We
mall,
went to Newsom's.
right there by Orange Julius.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, I was a Record Park guy. It was on my end of town.
No, we didn't.
We
go
didn't
to
know
Record
nothing
Park.
about Record
You got to
Park.
come on down to Quintard Mall where we mean
Hang
business.
out with Dale in there.
Yeah, we can get a
learn what was going on.
Who, the pick?
The pick.
Rick, we can get to Orange Julius and go across to Elmore's.
Oh, yeah.
The Elmore's apartment store.
I forgot all about Elmore's. How do you remember stuff like
I
that?
used to buy models.
I never understood that Orange Julius thing. The little
It's good.
devil on it and all that.
Yeah, it
it was
was
kind of weird. It kind of
weird.
scared me as a kid. You know, like, I
and
don't want to go
the
in there.
decorations were supposed to be like hell.
Yeah.
Remember, it had torches and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
who comes up with the
That
idea?
was
saying,
now that I look back.
Let's go with the hell
a lot
decor.
of pitchforks.
Yeah.
Let's-
Oh yeah,
oh,
the
the
chairs and everything.
Chairs
had
had pitchforks on them?
Yeah.
Hey, here's an idea. Why don't we make an orange drink that kids like and make them come into hell to get it?
Yeah.
yeah.
I think there was some flames in there.
Yeah, there was. Well,
The-
what are we?
I think the wallpaper was
Did you ever get
painted that way.
Yeah. Did you ever get a pineapple Julius instead of the orange flavor? The pineapple flavor.
I
Really
think
good.
I did.
It was good.
Yeah, remember we talked about this on the show one day. There's
Did
still
they have food? I guess they did.
I don't remember.
You know what I love though? You go in the record store and they would have all of them lined up. You know the top 40 hits.
Yeah,
and
The
the
whole wall
singles.
just,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then they had the Billboard chart over there, and
And they had a little turntable you could put them on and listen. See if you liked it.
So
I didn't like it when Newsom's moved in the mall. You remember they moved
Yeah, I
to the
didn't
new
either.
location? Didn't
No,
like it. I want them in the old one by Orange Julius.
I will tell you this, Bubba. I mean, Record Park was fine, but our Newsom's was so much bigger. We had square footage, buddy. Oh yeah, we had records everywhere.
you know I worked my way down there sometimes if Record Park didn't have it, but Dale usually had it covered.
I know he normally did. He was serious about it.
No, Tommy was hanging out in there.
Wow.
So
he come blowing in from the back.
do you
with the
remember,
story.
Greg? We did a couple of segments one day on whatever happened to Orange Julius, and it's still out there.
Yeah, somebody bought it. Some brand. Is
Yeah.
it Baskin Robbins? I think. You
Somebody-
see a combo.
I don't know, but anyway. But that used to be if you went to the mall, you didn't get an Orange Julius. You
Orange
didn't mean
Julius?
business.
You walk right into the devil's chamber.
Yeah.
I mean, I was scared. I was like,
Ours wasn't that nice. Adler's showing one, but ours wasn't that nice. It was just a little corner area.
It was back in the 70s, 80s.
See, we had Elmore's, we had Brits on one
Brits,
end,
department
and
store.
J.C. Penney on the other.
Remember Brit sell that had that counter where you could buy all them mixed nuts and stuff?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that.
They did.
Yeah.
had Radio Shack.
Had upstairs.
Radio
It
Shack.
had an escalator.
Oh, yeah.
Back when they actually sold parts.
What else was in the Quinto Mart? Pizza Boy.
Yeah,
Pizza Boy. We were
Boy's
talking
in
about
there.
that this morning.
Yeah.
We
They
get
had
that
jukebox.
buffet. They had a buffet now.
Remember they had a Pizza Boy jukebox. They had jukebox in there.
When I was in Pizza Boy at the Quintart Mall, and somebody put Jive Talking on the jukebox by the Bee Gees,
Rick.
I thought, well, I guess this is how life's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And when Pizza Boy,
I've got a pizza on the way, and I'm listening to that.
when they came out with the buy one get one free coupon,
Oh my gosh!
you got 2 pizzas for the price of
Oh,
one.
my gosh.
Are you kidding me?
Didn't we get into buying it there one time and realize we didn't have any money?
Yeah, I think so.
We end up stopping there after football games sometimes for some reason.
It wasn't very big. Remember that?
No, you had to get there early.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, I bet you knew where it was, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Golly. Oh, Pizza Boy.
Super X drugs.
I forgot about Super X. God, what memory.
Morrison's Cafeteria.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Slide the
Sunday
truck.
after church.
Oh, it wasn't no better than that. Slide that. Anytime you look, and there's an old lady with plastic on her head, and she's got an ice cream scooper, and she's scooping mashed potatoes with an ice cream scooper.
And it just splats when it hits your tray.
She puts it in there in a ball and puts a little gravy on top of it, and it runs down it like it's chocolate syrup.
And then that
God,
giant roast sitting there.
Oh,
carving it off.
Carving it
you want
off.
some of this, little fella? Absolutely.
I always
Yeah.
wanted a little more. Little lagniappe, please.
I remember the first time I saw one of my parents get the liver and onions, and I thought, why?
What's the point?
That was good too. They had a cow liver in there. It was
I
good.
How about that lemon icebox pie?
Yeah, come on. You remember
See,
having that
Greg
little
does
tray?
like to eat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I'm telling you, he ain't no good to you. You need somebody. Usually an addict needs to talk to another addict that's trying to get on his feet. Don't talk to somebody still living under the viaduct.
Oh man. me.
Bobby, thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba and for calling the show. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you, Rick and Bubba. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
I've been listening to y'all since yesterday and today talking about Bubba trying to do better and lose a little weight. I had a little suggestion. I know y'all do the Buffalo Wild Wings charity chart. How about we turn around and help motivate Bubba lose?
10 minutes to the top Patriot Mobile phone tro. Make your phone money matter by switching today at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. 30 seconds a pop. All the lines are available. Let's go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. We're just talking to you about what's on your mind, and you can take any topic in the phone tro. 10 lines are available. That allows more people to come on, and so you got more opportunity, and because of our friend the buzzer, barriers are a blessing. You can get on the show quicker if you're waiting in line. We'll start, looks like we'll start with Carl in Arkansas, trolling.
Keep the phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Carl, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, it's Carl from Arkansas.
Hey, Carl, how you today, buddy?
Hey, I'm ticking right along. These protesters, they need to be in the nervous hospital with me. Tell you what, if we go, me and Frank go down to Fayetteville to Arkansas, I might have to take my Kaiser blade along with me.
Mm-hmm.
Some folks.
Carl,
a long 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was. Carl, I mean, I know the phone tro for Carl doesn't really work because his meter's a little slow.
Wasn't on his game today either.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the beauty of the tro.
Yeah.
Because there's an opportunity for a timeout. Let's go to Luke in Alabama. Luke, go ahead, 30 seconds.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was just wondering if I missed a couple of shows and was wondering if y'all ever talked about all the people that Speedy has saved.
Oh, many times.
When y'all might talk about that.
We've done that many times.
I mean, you talked about, well, I hadn't heard one lately. Y'all talked about maybe doing it since this is the last, go around or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we've run the list probably, 10 times over the last 30 years.
We'll try to hit that again before December.
But we can, sure. Yeah, we'll try that. 866 We Be Big. We got about maybe 6 lines available. David in Huntsville, 30 seconds. Go ahead, 100.3 The River.
Yeah, I was wondering with the Biden student debt forgiveness, I don't know if it's all student debt, but does that set up an expectation for new students that they can take on debt and then not have to pay it back? How does that work?
Good question.
Of course it does. I mean, of course, if that started happening, wouldn't that change the way you look at it?
I tell you what's even stranger about it, the Supreme Court ruled he couldn't do it, and they just keep doing it anyway. So, I don't know. Again, I think you're setting a precedent to show other people how to do things in the future, and you're not going to like it when it happens to be the other side.
Well, yeah, some of it's like they're just completely out of touch. I mean, I'm seeing this headline here that Biden is going to bring up Islamophobia right now with everything that's going on the college campuses. That's where he wants us to focus. I mean, just think about they used to be pretty good about licking their fingers and sticking it in the air, but now
they don't care.
Now they don't even care. 866.
They must have the election in the bag, so to speak.
Well, it sounds like it. Hey, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I don't know if y'all have touched on it, heard about it, or looked into it, but with all the new college athletic payment stuff they got going on, do you think that's going to affect all the scholarships? And if so, can the colleges one day say, hey, we want that money back because we used to pay you with that, but now you want this other money, so we want the money back from scholarships?
No, that'll never happen.
I don't know. I'd never say never now.
Yeah,
college football.
Well, what I'm saying is, I mean, see, that's going the other way. The players right now want more perks. So if you're going to take away perks, somebody else won't.
Well, you'll see the Empire strike back.
Yeah.
They're only going to be pushed so far, and then they're going to start their own push.
The scary is, I don't know that there is an empire at this point.
Yeah.
To strike back, that's the scary part. Is where is that empire?
I think it's just the universities. They'll get to the point they go, we can't pay this, so we might as well.
So we're
fight
gonna. Well, that's
with
the
our
thing.
other lawsuits.
Or do they go, guys? We're out. We're gonna go join NAIA.
You could see
or
that.
we're gonna do our own thing.
Or how about this? We're gonna educate people. We're gonna get out of the sport business.
Yeah. No, I think that's probably coming more so than anything.
Campbell,
They're overplaying their hand.
Oh, yeah,
and,
no doubt
and
about that.
some of these universities are just going, okay, we'll just educate people.
Yeah.
We kind of started this sport thing for fun.
Yeah, exactly. And y'all have turned it into a headache, and so that tennis court and that volleyball court, we'll just make a parking lot because we need parking.
Here's how that'll work. You're right. It's just like anything, the law of diminishing return. If they look in the millions of dollars that successful programs bring in, mainly only basketball and football, because they're the ones that make money.
Yeah, they're revenue sports, and you
Yeah.
won't find another one outside of that. Maybe some places baseball.
Yeah, but if those two revenue sports, if the revenue they bring in does not, I'm talking about in a big way, exceed what you have to pay out, and they're not making that money anymore, that's when you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
That's overplaying your hand.
And the more money that these athletes want takes away from the other sports that the revenue generated is paying for right now.
Right. So what you'll see,
this swimmer named House,
right?
Nobody ever paid to watch you swim.
Right.
And so now all these swimmers that are training right now to go get a scholarship, they're not going to have a scholarship available because of what you've done.
Well, it'll be like a business. They'll take the non-revenue sports. They'll be the first to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? It makes sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If I was looking at my spreadsheet,
can't
make that work.
And this is something we ran into when UAB shut their program down. There is an advertising value and identity to your university through your sports program,
no doubt,
and primarily through your football team.
Go to Alabama and see where everybody's from now. They're the people that are from Alabama are becoming less and less.
Yeah,
and that's the football program brought all that in.
And like in the case of UAB, why it was a ridiculous decision to begin with. They had all their stats on how much it cost and what they were bringing in, like you were talking about, but they didn't. It wasn't a complete financial picture.
Right.
They did not include and did not place a value on the publicity they get. And if you add all of that in,
and you have to.
You do.
And,
you have to.
And that's not a real I can hold in my hand value, but it does bring students that pay, to go to your school.
Bubba, you and me with our merchandise, we always sit down and go, it's more than just this is how much we paid for the shirt and here's the profit we made. There's a value to the people wearing that shirt.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why, even if it just breaks even, it's still valuable.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom in Pennsylvania. Tom, go ahead.
Rick, this is a public service announcement for you. I want you to be prepared, brother. Okay, your wife and my wife are very competitive. She's out there with her friends right now, laughing her butt off. She's going to come back addicted to pickleball. I want you to be ready because you're going to have to get into it too.
I sensed.
I love you, brother.
Thank you. I sensed it when that Amazon box opened up and those paddles and the balls. I sensed it. What is this for? Well, I'm playing pickleball with some of the women from church. I'm like, I know where this goes.
Mm-hmm.
We continue. Mark in Alabama. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, yesterday on YouTube I was watching Rick and Bubba's first show on Turner South, and y'all were all introducing yourself. And I was just wondering, whatever happened to Blair and Karen? And Rick, did you ever get any money from her if she made it big?
I don't even remember making that deal with her, but that's when she was singing, maybe. But she.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, yeah. No, she went on to be an icon in the baking industry. Right? Is
Okay.
she
I
still
think
doing
she's
that?
still, yeah.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. The bank that let her come in there and join their team, they made a good decision.
That's right.
You talk about a go-getter.
I think she's a branch manager.
Yeah. So, I think.
And I guarantee you it's run, spick, and span.
Yeah,
that's right.
You better believe it. If you don't believe that, ask those people that tried to get on the show when she was a call screener. Let me tell you something. I always say that we have call takers. We don't have call screeners. Not when Blair and Karen was in there.
Nope.
She was a straight-up call screener. She wasn't a call taker. Top of the hour. More to cover when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And this weekend, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick and Bubba.
donate by donating $1 per pound.
Oh.
Well, we want the charities to get
Rick,
something.
We could call it the people.
The point of this is to raise money.
It's to raise money.
We could call it the people's weight.
Yeah, the people. Now this is you're trying to say. Listen,
who would be the unlucky charity?
Listen, what your asses do is a new promotion called "Let's Frustrate Charities." Yeah. All right, well, we can go. Speedy, get the big check out. Rick, Colin. Let's frustrate charities. Rick, what have you got for our charity today? Well, Speedy, you might. Rick,
Instead of that big check, he come in holding it with like tweezers.
No.
Like a stamp.
Rick, pull it out and go ahead and write it. Let's stay with the big check and go, Bubba. What? All right, Speedy, what we got today for Jimmy Home Mission? Rick, $1.25.
He lost a pound and a quarter.
Now this promotion ran for 3 weeks.
Maybe next time. Good luck next time.
That's
all right, Speedy, spent another 3 weeks. What about this? Oh, Rick, I'm sorry. We're at 320. I'm sorry, Rick. This week it's going to be a big. I think we got. Oh, well, no, wait a minute. Here's a nickel for an ounce. Yeah, great idea, sir. But
yeah, it sounded good.
But the end goal
looks good on paper.
The end goal. The end goal.
Let's go. By the way, let's go to Sam in Kentucky. Sam, go ahead.
Well, we're getting the bread and milk up here. We're getting ready to have an ice storm. But, hey, Bubba, I got an answer to your song question. There's actually one I thought of, Dog Named Blue. Don't forget that one. But,
Me and you and a dog named Blue.
And then Big and Rich did one. I can't remember. It's been in the 2000s, probably 2010 or not, called The 8th of November.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
you don't know
about,
that one.
Well, it's about a kid kisses mom goodbye and going to basic and going to war.
Oh,
you know,
wow, man, that's a good one. Yeah. Greg, what about you chiming in like you knew that?
Animal had one too. I can't remember the name of it.
Who?
Animal. You remember the group Animal?
You talking about the House of the Rising Sun?
That's it.
That's not
The
a story
Animals.
song. That's not a story.
The Animals.
It sort of is. He's got the big check.
You gonna go ahead and write it out?
Let's say this one's do something like United Way.
Okay.
Pick on them a minute.
Yeah, because I don't have any personal connection to that one.
All right.
Nobody called you out.
Yeah. So
we got a John Brown.
He's doing the day. This is
how much?
Well, we got $1.25. $1.25.
Yeah.
Bubba's lost a pound and a quarter. So, he's writing it out completely. Look.
You present it and you go, better luck next time.
LLAR.
That's right. So Bubba's been dieting for 3 weeks for United Way, and there it is. We got
There it is.
There we got the big.
All right.
We got it right there. $1.25.
You good with that, Bubba?
Yeah, they're proud to give it.
There it is.
And there it is.
To give it. Bubba just had his physical. Speedy, you had yours yesterday.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It went good. I had a little bit of trouble getting in, and Bubba saved me. You know how we half pay attention to what's being said, and I really have an issue with that.
And now you're quoting my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, yeah.
So on the way, they have, because of COVID, you have this tent that you have to go through and check into, and they take your temperature, want to know why you're there. And you got 2 lines. One's for COVID testing and curbside testing, and then one is for – did I say something?
No, Greg made weak coffee.
Oh, okay.
Somebody must have talked to me and I miscounted.
You're missing a
Attaboy,
scooper,
Greg.
too. Go
It's
ahead.
brown water, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was trying to make it for Speedy because he's a rookie when it comes to
I know
all.
you're right.
So I go up, and first of all, I'm in the wrong line. I have to back up because I wasn't paying attention. Here I go again.
No, that tent's kind of hard to go through. When I
Yeah.
got my COVID test, the tent's kind of confusing.
Yeah. So they took the temperature, who you seeing, what's your appointment time, what's your last name, give all that to her. And I thought she said, and I still think, okay, well, just fill out the online, check-in, and then they'll call you when it's time to come in. So I go out there and I sit. And yesterday it was a pretty day.
Beautiful.
Okay, had the windows
Beautiful day.
down, and so we've been going pretty hard. So I would just sit there. Next thing I know, I'm kind of dozing off a little bit. You know,
Boy, it's good for you. I'm
I kind of come back to reality, and
I'm
it's been
peeping.
like 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm like, this is strange. I hadn't had a call. I'm checking my phone. You
still sitting out in the parking lot?
Yeah. And so I text Bubba, and I'm like, Bubba, I hate to do this here, but do you go in or do you sit out here? And he's like, no, go in and register at the window. So I'm like, I felt like a loser. I've been out.
You should.
I've been out there now.
That was a loser move.
Now it looks like I'm 15 minutes late for my appointment. And they look at you kind of weird.
No, you're not that guy. 15
what
minutes
makes you
late.
think you're supposed to sit in the parking lot?
I thought that's what the lady said. I thought she said, fill this out, and then they'll call you. They'll see that you've checked in, and then they'll call you when it's time to come in. And I thought that's what she said. And so I walk in like a loser, that loser walk, and I'm walking around and a little bit disoriented because I fell asleep. Yeah. You know that feeling where you're not sure of yourself? Yeah. You're like, what am I doing? So I go to the wrong place. No, that's, sir, I'm sorry, that's another room. So I kept I'm a mess.
I hope you didn't. I don't want to be attached to you right now.
I know. And so I go in and now I'm a bit kind of in a little bit of a panic and in a rush. So I go in, I check in, and first of all, I stand there and she's waving at me like, come on. And I didn't know. I'm standing back. I don't know. Wait to be called for. 6 feet and all that.
No, you're too timid.
And so go sit down. And so I'm waiting. And then everybody, they're kind of looking at each other like, do you have it? And I wonder why you're here. Right. And for some reason, these offices, they have to think for you. So
all right, gang, here we go from the Big Boy Studio. Thank you for being with us today. More of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. The golden ticket seats coming up a little bit later on today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
That's the one, Bubba. We of America walking together through the America on the college campuses. Bubba, looking good today. I mean, looking sharp.
Oh, me. Yeah, we've had, it seems like, Rick, I feel like a disproportional number of protests to people who actually care in this country. And it appears to be driven by forces that are against our way of life, that would like to see America be destroyed from within.
Yep.
And basically communist.
Yep.
And by any other name, socialist.
Right.
And it appears that some people are beginning to fight back, so to speak. We saw the University of North Carolina. We had the fraternity there that prevented these people from taking down the American flag. Mm-hmm. They have since raised over $300,000, have been donated to that fraternity.
Have you seen the Babylon Bee one on that one?
No.
Congratulations to frat boy heroes Dylan, and Dylan.
That's good. So we are beginning to see pushback on other college campuses. We had the University of Alabama yesterday, where even it was almost comical. The people protesting for the Palestinians and the people protesting for the Israelis, while they were opposing each other on this view, all began to chant anti-Joe Biden slogans.
They did. That's where they found
in unison.
Common
so
ground.
They found
right
common
there.
ground there. It seems that the folks at Ole Miss have said we're not going to have any of this.
Well,
they're ahead of it now.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is the mistake. Do you remember back when we had all the rioting going on and the Black Lives Matter and people started getting violent, and there was a warning from the county sheriffs, I wouldn't take this to suburbia, they're armed.
Yes.
I think when you're dealing with different cultures, your Berkeleys, your UCLAs, your USCs, your Columbias, your NYUs, see, that's a different breed of folk. When you start rolling up at Oxford, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, it's a different feel. You're going into a different culture now.
Yeah.
I know people come to those colleges from all over, but I'm talking about in general.
And they tend to be more liberal just because of the education component of it.
But it's a different game there. And so here's some of the Ole Miss students are going to drown out the Palestinian whatever they are by singing the national anthem. Oh, save us that star-spangled All right, so this is a good example. I was going to bring that up. Notice the sign that they're holding up, trying to support a place that is currently run by Hamas. Mm-hmm. Okay,
stop the genocide. Now, they're claiming the Israelis are committing genocide. Now, you can't call genocide on your enemy if you want to wipe the enemy off the face of the planet, and none of those people exist. That is you're just
Rick, that's a detail you really don't want to get hung up in here.
You need to be chanting, "We got genocide, yes we do. We got genocide, how about you?" I mean, you want to eradicate them off the face of the earth.
Yeah, but
so you can't really play victim here. And y'all got to how y'all have pulled people from the LGBTQ plus minus crooked letter. I don't know how in the world that even continues. So there's a lot
that
of things.
That would be like me fighting for vegetarians.
Yeah,
exactly.
It was,
the
funniest one. Somebody used that one's hilarious. But another one that was like just blinding. So this would be like South African black people, standing up for apartheid.
Yeah.
All right. So now we go to Ole Miss. Now moves into the chant that's really straightforward, that they want Trump.
I don't. Don't miss the American flag overalls too.
Right.
Waving.
Oh, well, of course you got to have that. So then I guess the campus police shows up to take away the protesters.
Yeah. And if you notice, they barricaded around what they called the attempted encampment.
Right.
And they weren't having it. You see how outnumbered they are.
Yeah.
And so they start chanting.
So
of course, they're saying some things here we can't.
Yeah, you have the students, and then they're behind barricades, and they're by far the largest number.
Oh,
there.
yes.
Then you have the police officers inside the barricade, and then you have the protesters.
Yep.
That they are herding off of this area.
Yeah.
So and they're severely outnumbered.
Oh my goodness! Oh, the classic lives on.
Yeah. About that.
That's that one's all the way back. That's old school. There.
I don't know.
High school basketball.
I don't know. I've ever said this, but Ole Miss, I'm proud of you.
Tough day for you.
Hotty toddy. That's all you can say.
That was tough right there, but no, we stand together on that one. Oh, yeah. That's something else.
Do you think after they ran everybody off, they went and had a cool one?
Oh yeah,
in celebration.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
party.
did pretty good at Alabama too. Speedy, I'm right here with you. I got to say, good job, University of Alabama, with this chant here.
Take a shower. Take a shower.
That's so good.
I guess roll tide to that.
Yeah.
Who started that one?
They also
I got one.
Well, there are a lot of woodsy people in there.
Yeah.
Megan Kelly cleared that up yesterday.
This one's good too. Here, this is good.
Take your mask off.
Yeah. Take your mask off.
I think it's this guy up front that's doing all the.
He's got it going.
Did you hear it? One of the Ole Miss fans when a homely guy was getting walked off with handcuffs, whatever. One of them screamed, "Brush your teeth."
Welcome to the SEC, friends.
Yeah, this is a different kind of conference.
different experience here.
All right, now this one I don't know if I support this one, but one particular protester, they were screaming.
Lizzo, Lizzo.
Call her Lizzo.
Oh my God!
Who's that big singer?
Yeah.
That wears like G-strings.
Trust me, they were spot on with the chant.
Lizzo, Lizzo, Lizzo.
Hey, look.
There was one. Somebody kept coming up with good ones.
Yeah. And hey,
you got that? And I don't know if you.
God, that's good.
Now we're having fun.
Okay.
Maybe the future is bright.
And I don't know.
I chose you yesterday. There's no middle ground.
Right.
They're so good.
I don't know where the students are at Auburn, but Bruce Pearl is taking Bernie Sanders on and just carrying him to the woodshed.
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I think we've talked about the Biden administration overplaying here what they think the young vote wants, and how we got to be cool here. They've miscalculated, I think, nationwide what most are thinking about this. Yeah. I mean, look, Rutgers University even had a protest of the protesters come out. Yeah. It's
it goes back
a lot of these are just going, we won't take you more.
They're miscalculating this like they did that everybody wants an electric car.
Yeah.
They're not living in the real world.
Well, their idea of governing and leading is telling everybody what to think and believe
Correct.
and how they're going to live, and that's not the true definition.
No, the government telling you, like you just said, the things you're supposed to like and not like.
Yeah, I don't need the government to be my mother.
No,
I had one of those. Job was covered.
Right. All right.
Now, apparently, a lot of other people, the job was not covered very well.
No, it wasn't.
But there you go. We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba continuing. We'll hit more stories of the day. We'll get to more of your phone calls, too. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Have you shopped at Rick and Bubba's store? A couple of new items are there. If you haven't picked it up, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They have to turn chairs around or upside down so you won't sit next to each other.
People do
because people can't think for themselves. So hey, you can sit here, you can't sit here, kind of thing.
Yeah, hey.
So finally, it's Mr. Welburn. So I go back, and first thing you do is you checking in with the nurse, and you get back into the room, and what do? They get the blood pressure stuff out. And you're like, I feel my heart rate.
Are you
going.
the white coat thing?
Yeah, I got that bad. Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, well,
I don't
no.
like getting my blood pressure checked.
Now, I'm fine with that, but I know I've been going pretty hard, and I know it's going to be high because I'm coming in
Other
breathing
than your
hard.
nap you had.
Yeah, I mean, that helped a little bit, but now I'm panicking trying to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's what she says.
I hate that.
And I went, what's She said, he'll want to check that again. Little high, want to check it again. And then, I've used this for my existence with the show. Coming out of the show, check it at 3 o'clock when I'm, on the front porch, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because, we going hard.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to breathe. Calm down, buddy. And he comes
He's
in.
scared of the doctor.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
he's
I
scared
just,
of
I just, I was coming in kind of hard.
My goodness.
And
Hot, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, hard or hot.
Hit your brakes.
You can come in hard and that's hot, right?
Just keep talking.
He thought he cleaned that up.
Right.
Sometimes when you spill something, your attempt to clean it up is worse than
you've
actually
actually made
spill.
a
Well,
big
I was walking hard.
Right. No, I got it, buddy. Just
You were
You have a hard walk.
Not at the doctor's office, no.
All right, so just stop trying to clean it up.
Just let it lay
move
where it
away.
is.
Let somebody else
Put
come
it
in.
over by Bucky's.
Somebody get a,
I've seen you walk like you're in a hurry.
somebody get a.
Yes.
That would be a brisk walk.
Stomp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's hard. So I'm going in. And
right.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The man with a golden voice, professional uncheaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere? Thank you for tuning in to the smooth sounds of Rick and Bubba.
Hello, we love you. There it is. Heat wave. Wow.
Heat wave.
Yeah, I tell you this. There's a lot of times Sherry walks past the bathroom and she hears in the shower, always and forever. I'll sing it a cappella. She loves it. So anyway, we were talking about that. Sherry and I have been married 25 years today, and I was going to.
I felt like we need to sing.
Look right there. Look at that guy right there.
Hey, look at
about that?
Clean
do you
face.
So do you want the song right
Look
now?
at that. Look at that one right there. He looks a little different. He's evolved. Look at here. You just got it just like I like it.
You romantic devil.
Yeah, we can do it now. You want to?
Oh.
1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. But Greg and I.
Oh, you sang, Greg.
We were talking about it.
Greg on that little part.
And we'll talk about it a little bit. We can do it a little bit later. But I wanted to bring in and show all the pictures from the wedding day because everybody but Helms and Adler were there at the wedding, and to show how much can happen in 25 years. And I kept trying to take pictures with the photo album, those old photo albums, and it was such much glare on it, it wasn't working. But it was so funny to sit and look like. I mean, Greg's daughter is about to give birth, and Greg is holding her.
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. All right, so looking ahead for the rest of May, we had the prayer breakfast yesterday with Sherry at American Village. Thanks all of you there for being such incredible hosts. And she said that it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and thanks to all of you that turned out, and it sounded like it was a powerful day yesterday. Lance Ingram said last night the Man Church at First Baptist Opelika went great. So looking ahead, on May the 11th, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn is back as stadium MC for the UFL's undefeated Birmingham Stallions on May the 11th. So if you want to see Speedy there next Saturday, he will be there. Looking over at themanchurch.com on the 16th of May, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, Brian Dawson speaking at their next Man Church. On the 18th, Hope Mountain Church in Calera, Alabama, Gil McKee will be there speaking on Team Man Church. On the 19th of May, I'll be at West Mobile Baptist in Mobile, Alabama. I'll be speaking at their next Man Church. The same day, May 19th, over in Calhoun County, First Baptist Church, White Plains. Brian Dawson will be speaking for them. So all of those coming up in May, you can find those by going to themanchurch.com. If you want to see where members of the show are, you go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events and plan to be with us. Bubba, we have a wacky world story that is a doozy from the bowling alley. From the bowling alley, buddy.
Ooh, baby. I say it's making me crazy.
Every time.
That wacky world.
Everybody.
I feel good.
Bubba, there is a bowling ball brawl. We have, it looks like it's a cat fight, right, Adler? And the weapon is a bowling ball?
Yeah, this happened in Miami just this past
I'm going
week.
To Miami.
It was a new bowling alley that had recently opened. And the
Can't even have a bowling alley.
No, you can't have it.
Evidently something happened.
Oh my
God in the world.
Something happened.
Okay.
And the woman in the white belt right here,
Yeah. Got that. Thank you.
That's funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not a belt, that's a skirt.
That's
Okay.
funny.
Okay.
My bad. I
You're
thought it was a
terrible.
belt.
You're terrible.
Yeah, well.
Wow. She's the one that's going to do the most damage. And I don't think I can turn
Any
it
audio?
up.
No, probably
I
not.
don't think I can turn it up.
Should I just, you got it?
I got it.
Okay.
And so here you go. You guys just
We're
so
watching.
you can see
All right,
there's
trouble-
words exchanged, and now somebody picks up a bowling ball.
No, we can't be doing
It's
that.
white belt.
Y'all, this woman in the white bandana right here is about to drop like she got punched by Mike
What,
Tyson.
it hits her?
In the head.
This bowling ball hits
That's
her?
brain damage.
Here it is.
Oh, no.
And click.
Oh my!
Oh, my gosh.
Goodness!
Good gracious.
Her phone goes flying in the air, and she
Look,
throws
she
another
throws
one.
She's throwing two.
Oh,
Hey,
my.
that lady that fell, her head hit the
may be
side
dead.
of the
Yes,
chair.
She
she
dead.
lost IQ points.
Oh, my goodness.
And then the boyfriend comes in and gets white belt away.
Yeah.
Y'all, she clicked her on the
Did you see
temple.
the head, Bubba? Did you see it go?
Well, bowling ball's not supposed to be on your head.
No.
No, it's not.
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
Then a boyfriend grabs white belt and they get out of there. As you can see, he ushers her out. Evidently, everyone, including the person that got clocked in the head, was gone by the time the police showed up, so they don't know who even these people are.
Oh, everybody left?
Everybody was gone. I don't know how the woman that got hit in the head got out of there.
I don't either.
I
Carrie?
mean, she lost. I mean, she lost memories just then.
Hey, you can't even have a bowling frame. This is what happens when they have a dollar beer night.
Yes,
that's it. Yeah.
White
Somebody crank it up on Thursday night bowling.
Yeah, fired up.
White belt.
Little Friday, Bubba.
She may have been not the first person to throw a bowling ball because at one point she actually gets hit right here.
Oh, I see. There's a bowling ball being thrown.
So this
Somebody
person
who threw that?
Retaliation. Yes. So that might have been. So she got hit in the back.
I didn't know about that. And now she's throwing another one. So bowling balls are being thrown quite a bit.
Yes.
Wow.
Y'all, that woman went down like a dove that had been shot in the air or something. My goodness.
Hang on a minute. I am gonna use a little bit of audio. Just hang on.
Yes, sir.
That's right. That's
Y'all,
yeah.
what are people
We can't
thinking?
do that.
Bubba,
We can't throw.
We can't throw bowling balls at people's
Society is,
heads.
I mean,
de-evolving.
Yeah, there was a time when you could go there and everybody understood bowling balls are off limits.
Yeah.
You don't throw balls.
I mean, take your bowling ball shoe off and throw it, but not a ball.
Yeah, but you shouldn't get violent at all. But if you're going to, we all know you don't hit each other.
Did
with
Darwin
bowling balls.
predict this, that you'd go back the other way at some point?
You're
a Darwinist.
That's a good question.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
De-evolve.
I believe the theory of evolution is out because we are clearly not evolving.
No.
that is.
I think we peaked about 85.
If you think we are, then come to work with us one day and just look at the videos and the stories that are laid out in front of you.
What
It
in
is
the world?
wow. So anyway, here's Biden. Let's go to one. Let's get ourselves.
Speaking of bowling balls.
Thank you, Greg. Once again, Bubba, and we just watched this. He's going to tell us again that crime rates are down nationally. This is a video one. So here he goes again.
While crime rates are down nationally, we've invested a record amount in public safety, violence interruption. We've also done much work to make communities safer.
All right, so this is that thing where you know what everybody can see on the news.
Yeah.
So you say, despite what you're seeing, people clubbing each other with bowling balls, and our college campuses have turned into anarchy. Know that crime rates are down.
The reason he's able to quote this is that a third of the police departments, including the largest cities in the U.S., stopped reporting crime rate data to the FBI in 2022.
Okay.
So guess what? It would be down.
Yeah, it will. Good point.
So he can say, I'm telling the truth, and we all know what it really means. Now, my question is, why are the police departments not reporting their crime stats to the FBI?
We kind of need to know that, don't we?
We don't want to keep up with it.
Bubba, next, he gets struggles a little bit with the letters PFAS. This is a chemical that he wants us to know they're going to remove.
Yeah, the lifelong chemicals.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be pronounced in a way that doesn't sound good either way, but here he is.
And we're detecting and removing so-called forever chemicals, referred to as PFAS, P-FAS-.
He wasn't supposed to say the dashes. Also, as an old man, he shouldn't be talking about that.
No, let me say this. When I look at him, because Bubba and I cut commercials and promos all the time, we recognize that face when you see something in the copy and you're like, uh-oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
And it'll haunt you. You can see
I see it daily.
Yeah, you can see it coming as if you're in the wrong lane and just realize that you're trying to get back over in your lane.
Yep.
You saw him spot those letters. He's like, now how am I supposed to say this?
Good gracious.
So they try to help him.
It's a little thing called PFAS.
And we're detecting and removing so-called forever chemicals, referred to as PFAS, P-FAS-.
Look, even the interpreter goes, I don't know.
Yeah,
what he's doing.
Or you could just say PFAs. PFAs is what it should be referred to as.
All right.
Now you got
double
PFAs.
I'm double clutching too. Look,
PFAs. It's not that hard.
It just hit me. It just hit me that
and I'm about to hit Greg.
These poor people that have to do the sign language of Biden talking. Can you imagine?
They're like,
can you imagine what it's like for those that are trying to figure out what the signing person is saying, what he's saying?
I know what this means when he's talking when they go, right.
Yeah, what the?
That's universal.
And it's
I
polyfluorinated
said what the-
substances is what he was. So PFAS is what he was trying to say.
Yeah. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn goes to the phones. We'll chat with you after the bottom of the hour break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Pop is holding her, and she's a baby herself.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a baby.
Yeah.
And like tomorrow is going to have a baby.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean, isn't that weird? I mean, 25 years, and you and Betty
God,
and
it went
Bubba,
fast,
my
didn't it?
goodness, looking at y'all in those pictures. And,
no.
I mean, it's everybody's Ludge, Taylor, and Blake, and they're little tinies and into everything. Good gosh. So anyway, 25 years today, and right in the middle.
25.
You ever try to do something special in the middle of a pandemic?
It's hard.
You just you just almost punt it. You just say, well, we'll try later. but I think we're gonna have a little lobster tonight at home.
Okay.
A little
Lobster, huh?
Sherry got some lobsters yesterday, and I thought, okay. So we'll have a little dinner.
How about you were
at
going hunting?
home. I tell you what, I'm not going to do. Last day today, guys.
I know.
Been another year in the books.
Mm-hmm. There it goes. So but look, it's good. You know, now the pressure of deer hunting's off of us, guys. We can relax a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Worry about fishing.
That's right. It's coming. That's right.
You know, and I've never gotten into turkey hunting. I know the turkey hunters. They're about to go nuts.
They're beside
Hey,
themselves.
I'm making turkey calls like crazy. Send them everywhere, even to Quebec.
Yeah. Bubba, you got more turkeys you know what to do with at your place. Good night.
Look, I will tell you that
I'm
little
training them to eat snakes.
apparently that little region of Alabama.
Yeah.
Good gracious.
Wow.
Sometimes I get like y'all said that picture y'all sent. I get afraid there's so many of them. I mean, I'll be sitting there and they'll start coming out of the trees and coming off the roofs.
I got them at my house.
It's like you're not scared of some things, but if there's enough of something, you know, like bugs or turkeys or whatever, you go, hey, I don't want to be in the middle of 1,000 of them. You know, like a chicken house. You ever walk a chicken house?
You think
little
they got
chickens ain't scary until there's like 3 million of them,
and they're all going.
Yeah,
they got you on the numbers.
Yeah. The numbers. If the numbers go bad, you're like, hey, now what?
Well, the one that gets me the most, and like because the afternoon's different, but we've got a spot where we hunt. If you go do a morning hunt, they come like bombs out of the trees. They come off the roost, and I mean they just start dropping like bam, 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 one after another to the point, like you said, but it's almost like, are these paratroopers? Are they?
Is this Red Dawn?
And plus, that's a big
the
old
original.
And plus, that's a big old bird to come out of a tree.
Yeah, it's big. How about when they take off? Like a Huey's landing.
So we got a lot ahead. We'll unpack it for you. You can be part of the program. Again, I must emphasize, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't just tell your phone to call the Rick and Bubba Show. It keeps calling my office. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We know that as we continue looking at our America today, I know that all of us were just so thankful, and that suddenly we just felt like oppression had been lifted when the Aunt Jemima picture and character was removed by PepsiCo and off their syrup brands and other things. Don't they have like instant pancakes and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
So Aunt Jemima out. Now, if I recall, the actress who played that character actually was like, you know, her family like, you know, we never saw this as negative, and actually this was something that was very good to our family and something we were proud of. That doesn't matter.
Like a lot of pipeline workers.
You know, they gave her a little makeover a few years back to more modern look.
Yeah.
Hip it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what you think about it, even if you're in the picture.
Nope.
That's true.
Because the all feeling left says, look, we're so much smarter than you. You don't feel oppressed, but you should. Yeah. So we're going to look out for you, and we're going to take something that your family actually was enjoying, and we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. The day that happened, I'm yet to see how that made anyone's life better. I'm sure maybe somewhere it did. Probably the people that came up with the new idea, they benefited from it. You know, if you were the marketing company, said, "I tell you, let's come up with something that no one will be upset about."
How about this?
Of course, it won't be long. It won't be long till they'll find something wrong with this. But we have rebranded Aunt Jemima, and Bubba, what we got now?
It is now the Pearl Milling Company.
Oh, right.
Now, critics are already saying it sounds like someone that sells gravel.
That's funny.
But they have rebranded the Aunt Jemima syrup, the
Well.
pancake mix, and the whole line. It will remain with the signature red color alongside the new brand name and logo, but it will have no reference to the former Aunt Jemima brand.
Well, and you know what? Thank the Lord for that.
Now, the
I know, I
Pearl
feel bad.
Milling Company name comes from the original company that made this way back when.
New name, same great taste.
They do have the Aunt Jemima name
Yes,
there on
they
the
do.
front, don't
Right
it,
there
to
it
remind
is.
you what it used
Well,
to
you know
be.
why they're doing that, Bubba?
Because people loved Aunt
That's
Jemima.
correct.
Yeah.
That is the
I always
correct
knew that
answer,
meant-
Mr. Bussey.
I was going to have a
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Phone calls coming in. Speedy's got those lined up. If you want to join us, you can. So when you have debt hanging over you like a big black cloud, you really can't enjoy anything for very long, because sooner or later you start thinking about, wow, got debt, a lot of debt, so much debt. Well, why don't you do something about it? ZapMyDebt.com may be the answer for you. So, we're here in the first week of May, and you may be thinking, okay, I was going to get to that this year. Well, here comes month number 5. Why don't you get aggressive and go to ZapMyDebt.com? They are ready. I mean, we're talking about, let's get this out of your life. We're not talking about the old school, spread it over multiple years and lower the payment. We're talking about getting aggressive. There's aggressive strategies that could end your debt faster and easier than maybe you thought possible. Can you imagine life without this debt? You know, there's ways and programs available to eliminate interest. You can find programs that write off balances so you'll then owe less. So why don't we be done with the threatening phone calls? Why don't you put together a game plan? Now, when I talk about ZapMyDebt.com, we're talking about ending that debt permanently. Okay, does that get your attention? Okay. So why don't you find out how they can help you by going to ZapMyDebt.com, ZapMyDebt.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button if that's going to be easier for you. All right, to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Eason out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Eason, go ahead. You're on the show.
I was seeing if, since the show is coming to an end and Adler won't be with you guys spending near as much time, will he go back to being a liberal, or is Alt Adler the new Adler?
Well, I think Alt Adler is the new Adler. You know, it's like a lot of young people, young folk. You know, when you end up with a wife and children and a mortgage, suddenly that left point of view, it just tends to fade away, doesn't it?
And you get a little older, liberalism just doesn't make as much sense, does it?
Yeah, I feel like I've leaned more libertarian, but it's whatever y'all want to call it.
Well,
I
he
don't
said
care.
alt. He said alt.
I'll take it.
That's libertarian.
I'll take it.
Yeah, right. But the only problem is where you can't go fully libertarian is they don't share our spiritual convictions.
I understand that.
They don't work from that angle at all.
I understand that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'll never be fully libertarian.
They're just kind of from the hey, leave me alone.
Yeah, you could say I'm from, as far as the government and fiscally, I'm a libertarian. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. And I probably am too.
But I probably lean more liberal on as far as like personal freedoms and allowing people what they want, allowing people to do what they want to do. I just always say leave the kids out of it. That's kind of my thing.
Yeah. So
That's what you always say.
I always say
okay. Yep. They're not listening to you. We continue. Let's go to Chris out of the free state of Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Yep. Good morning to you guys.
Hey.
They're talking about this crime rate being down, and I was just checking. I was probably checking the same website that Bubba was checking, the CCJ. That was only last released in 2022. Those jokers don't have a clue what's going on, man. I got 5 kids in the public school system that I am trying my best to get out of, because the simple fact that crime rate is not only up in the streets, it's up in the schoolhouses too.
No doubt. Yeah, I think all of us, if anybody tries to tell you that the society in which we now live isn't more violent than it's ever been, nobody has to try to trick me on that. I can see it everywhere I go. I'm just like you're talking about. You can see it in the schools. You can,
you don't have to tell me that
Right.
prices are up or down. I know.
Right.
I know. I see it.
Pensacola, Florida. Tom standing by. Tom, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted you to explain again about how the soccer game is a communist game, because I know you've said it before, but it's been so long since I heard it, I just forgot about it.
Well, it's this one gets
just couldn't recall it.
Yeah, this one gets pretty simple too. Look at our country before we embraced soccer. Look at it after we embraced soccer. So that's a pretty strong case.
Do you need any more points?
Our country before soccer was a better country. We all know that. We all can see that. And the thing that became concerning, and we were the first ones to really point at it. I've had people come to me weeping, saying, "Y'all were right. I should have listened." And it's when all of a sudden soccer, it came on the scene, and we thought, okay, well, good for the folks that are not as athletic. They'll have something to do. And you don't use your hands, and and that looks odd, and so
it's boring.
But then all of a sudden you started noticing, didn't you, through cartoons, cereal boxes, there was an indoctrination into soccer, a whole generation of children, and soccer suddenly began to be elevated as not just another option, but the right option. And if you don't love soccer and your kids are not immersed in soccer, then you're a bad person. Over here with all that football and baseball and basketball, soccer has come to save the day. It's a more beautiful sport. It's a preferred sport. Let's be more like the Europeans. Let's be more like the rest. It's the number one sport in the world. Of course, there's a reason for that, because if you're in a third world country, that's all you can afford is one ball. And so people, it became this weird movement of kids were told soccer is the only way to go if you want to be a good person. And all the cartoons and all the serials and all the children's stories, little Billy in the story no longer played football. He never played baseball. He played soccer. And every commercial that says, you're taking the kids to the soccer match, you never had them going to hardly play baseball or football, you won't have any part of. So it was an indoctrination. My father, God rest his soul, warned our country that this was a communist plot. He would not let there be a soccer team at the high school where he was athletic director. When it started to try to rise up in the 80s, he squashed it. He would not have it. And he said, this will be the demise of this country. And unfortunately, he was a prophet.
Well, I agree. I agree with it when you first said it. Yeah. And it's just,
amen.
I'm a fan and I forgot about it.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, see, when we forget, that's when it comes back and gets us again.
Here comes it.
Yeah, there it is.
I know it. You'll have a soccer ball out there in the yard before you know it.
Yeah, I know it. We continue. Let's go to Warrior, where Todd's standing by. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Hey, you was talking about the SEC schools, doing the right thing with these protesters. You got to remember the SEC's slogan is, it just means more. All right, y'all have a great day.
That's good. Let's go to Chip, Selma, Alabama. Chipper. Go, Chip.
Chip. Good morning. How you doing, Biggins?
Doing great. Doing good.
Good. You know that the New Guinea people came out and said that Uncle Boosie tasted like a lion dog face.
Oh, right. That's you awful people. Let's go to Campbell out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Campbell, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
What up, Campbell?
Hey, I had a question for you. I'm in my 30s. I've been a mechanic pretty much my whole life. I'm a welder, mechanic, all of it. And the last few years, I've noticed a lot of the younger guys don't want to get into trades and things like that. What do you guys think about all that? But the younger generation's not really wanting to do it as much.
Well, we talked about that several times on the show. I think you're seeing maybe a slight change. I'm seeing more and more where kids go, look, unless I'm going to be a lawyer, a teacher, a doctor, if something accountant, if something requires a college degree, then sure, you got to do that. But if you're not going down those roads, man, the better choice would be develop a trade. You make good money, you're in high demand, and
know how to do something.
And you won't squander money on these colleges that really, is the degree really going to help you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you got coming in, but I think at least the states, and I know our state, they have really started pushing a lot of the trade schools and some of these programs because, as you said, they're great jobs.
Yeah, and every time I get an invoice,
every
time I get an invoice for somebody in a trade, I go, they must be doing great.
Right.
So yeah, you can. Speedy's youngest son, he's doing that right now. He's an apprentice to be an electrician, and I think you are I think it's worth talking about. College is not for everyone, and frankly, sometimes college can be more of a detriment to your success than an attribute. It's all according to what you're trying to do. But you're right. We need to get people back in these trades because they're valuable to our society. And how about this? They're good careers.
Yes, they are.
Now you got to have a work ethic. Of course,
You do.
You do. That kind of goes back. I had a conversation with.
But
young,
I think that would help you build one.
it would.
Especially if you're a brick mason or something.
Oh, well, I had a conversation with a young man yesterday, and I said, there's a saying that my dad always said, and it applies to careers and being successful. He said, we can come up with schemes, and we can work on this, and we can scout the other team, and we can come up with all kinds of strategies and all kinds of game plans, but we'll never put a scheme together or a game plan that still won't require the players to make a play. That's work ethic.
Yep.
You can have the best idea. You can have the most entrepreneurial spirit and come up with really good ideas. But if you don't want to work hard and you're not willing to get after it, it'll never be successful. There's no such thing as being able to go out there and make your way without a good work ethic.
I really think that some of these countries, Israel for once, that requires male and female
Yep.
to serve in the military for 2 years before they do anything else, they're on to something with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But especially this day and age,
Yeah.
where our kids and I'm as guilty. I was telling somebody last night, I don't think either one of my oldest two have failed at anything, and that's not going to do them any good.
Yeah,
we've given them everything they want, need, desire, and it's just been a big fun zone for 18 years.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things I remember when I had I had one that was really gung-ho about football, and that was great. The other two were like, we're okay with it. We don't love it, but I still had a certain requirement that they were going to play it for a period of time.
Yeah.
Now they could option out their senior year or whatever if they don't want to do it. But I said, because I had a friend tell me, he said, it's the closest thing to the military you got.
Yeah.
And it did help them with work ethic. It did. And suffering a little bit, struggling a little bit.
Absolutely.
And
think about if every person in the country had to go through that for 2 years.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They'd have a little different outlook.
They would. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Golden ticket seats are arriving, and we got the wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pancake when I saw it. I said,
Oh,
"Man,
that's
my
syrup.
mom just makes me feel
I
like
like
I'm
that.
having a good breakfast.
I liked it over Mrs. Butterworth. Are we after Mr. Butterworth, Mrs. Butterworth?
Well, I was going to
how's
ask you
she
that.
doing?
How is that bottle? Because we used to save those bottles. I thought they were cool.
Yeah.
I used to paint a few of them when I was a little kid.
You painted them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little kid stuff.
Kids do.
Yeah.
Kids
So
do
you had a
that.
bunch of little different colored names.
Bubba, why did you ever even say that?
We probably painted it and then chunked it. Who
Bubba
knows?
was very artistic as a child. You ever seen his paintings?
Oh yeah, he was.
So probably shouldn't have shared that.
No, you just started talking. And
I
didn't
picture
stop.
little Bubba painting bottles.
But I haven't seen anything about Mrs. Butterworth going away. Have y'all?
Will you marry me?
See,
You know, you can't.
Is Mrs. Butterworth
can't
a
even-
minority, or is she just a?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't think about those kind of things. But now, not to think about it is also racist.
Let me pull her up.
To think about it's racist, and not to think about it's racist.
I never thought that syrup was going to be so political.
I
I
didn't
never really did. You had Aunt Jemima, you had Mrs. Butterworth, and I don't know what her status is. And now you can't even enjoy log cabin.
Is log cabin out?
Well, there's people now that's kind of got some negative connotations.
Because it's a log cabin.
Well,
I'm sure.
What's wrong with the log cabin?
I'm not sure what color Miss Butterworth.
I'll tell you what.
look up log cabin Republicans. You'll figure it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think I'll just move on to something else.
You had that look about you when you said like you had something sharp.
Well, just
Mrs.
I can't even enjoy syrup now. Everything's got some political tie to it.
Gosh almighty.
Well, I mean, can't we just
Is
have
there syrup? Is there syrup that's not racist? out
Not
there?
that I can have any now, but when I did enjoy it, can't you just have syrup?
Well, you can't have it anymore.
I'm hungry.
Except
What
on
about?
the cheat
I
day.
want to go back to Mrs. Butterworth. I saw the picture of it. Is she okay?
Rick, I have her story right here. From the day I was born, I've delighted families with my delicious syrup. I made my television debut in 1961 and was not shy about how thick, rich, and deliciously sweet my syrup is.
Oh my gosh.
This still holds true today. Whatever variety you choose, you will be sure to enjoy my thick and rich syrup.
Oh my gosh.
That's Mrs. Butterworth's story.
Now she is kind of a thick woman if you look.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But what's wrong with that?
nothing wrong. But I can't figure out is she a minority or not.
I don't know.
You can't tell on the bottle.
Can I tell you, Greg?
Because she's a bottle.
Yeah, because she's a syrup bottle, Greg. I don't know.
That's always difficult.
I think she's neutral.
Can I tell you what color she is? The color of syrup.
I think she starts off as a minority, and then as the bottle gets empty, she's white.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at it.
Thanks, Greg.
I mean, if you're just looking at it.
Because you can see through it.
Thank you, Greg.
She slowly turns
You're
white,
talking
so she's
too.
representing both sides.
Well, I hope she
And why
will.
is she dancing with Colonel Sanders?
Yeah, that's when they.
That's when they partnered up with the.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny commercial.
Yeah.
Even though that's when they were being weird with Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, I was chicken and waffles.
KFC, careful.
Easy.
Don't get weird with the Colonel.
Easy.
Okay, you're getting a little weird with it. Okay.
Got a headache. I'm so hungry.
Okay. Yeah.
There's some.
Miss
beaver
Butterworth.
nuggets right
She
there.
almost has a
Tear into
Quaker.
that.
Rick, Mrs. Butterworth may be a
That'll
Quaker.
tide you over.
A Quaker?
She's got the Quaker look.
Maybe.
You're scaring me over there.
She does.
I wish she would stop.
I hope she doesn't stand by a log cabin bottle. Then we're really going to have a problem. Is log cabin even around
What
anymore?
was? Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
good.
That's what's in our house.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We're log cabin.
Now, why
folks.
should we?
I found
what's up?
Hungry Jack the other day. Hungry Jack's
You can
got
Google
syrup.
They don't have syrup.
Listen, and when you flip the lid up, it's got a little smiley face. You dump it out of.
No.
Yeah.
Hungry. Hungry Jack. I gobble 'em up and the plate comes back for Hungry Jack.
Is that offensive too?
Probably. To people named Jack.
Yeah, they're always hungry. What, you calling Jack fat now?
Or, I don't know. I'm sure we can't
See where
say.
this ends up?
There's nothing we can say anymore.
What, how about these people that replace syrup with honey?
I love honey.
Honey's good for you.
Honey's good.
Terry is all about it.
Helps you allergies.
That don't replace syrup, but it's good.
Not gonna say it. Not mention the pyramids. Not one.
I actually eat more honey than I do syrup. I don't eat syrup hardly
Yeah,
ever.
I'm a honey
Okay.
guy.
I put honey. Tell you what, if you want to get serious about something, get you one of those protein waffles. And
Okay.
put them in the toaster. Now, you go down
Now,
all
what is
the
a
way.
protein waffle?
They're
Wait a
just
minute.
these little like Eggos, but they're protein. And so you put them in there, take it to 5, put it in there, let it go to 5. It pops up, take it back down one more time at 3, pop it up again, and then put you some peanut butter, some bananas, and then drizzle honey over the bananas and go to town.
Well, I mean, if you want bee vomit, yeah, sure have it.
Hey, bee vomit. Hey, try that little snack.
Okay.
I'm in. That's a get your day started right there.
Sounds good.
It's real good.
You know, we've been talking about
5
Tom
to 3.
Brady's diet, and of
Yeah,
course,
we gotta talk about
you
that
know,
coming up.
saw the story here that some of the health experts are saying, "Wait, just a minute."
They're saying, "Whoa,
Well, here's what gets me, and I know we were joking around about it on the air, that people will seriously like say, well, he's won 7 Super Bowls out of 10. I bet.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we work our way back here from the Big Boy Studio. We're watching the golden ticket seats trickle in now, and some of those salespeople from way back when the show first started. You know, you're going to have mixed emotions about these people because though they played a role in launching this show, they almost killed us to the point that we wouldn't be here at all. As they tried to see if they could run us into the ground by working us day and night like dogs. So
if you get up and you're on the air at 6 a.m.,
right?
It's very hard to also do things at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh,
it's
or
just,
2 a.m.
Yeah. Can I tell you what's so difficult about it? You know, have you ever had that thing where like somebody had trauma in their life?
Oh yeah.
And like they're on a talk show and said, "Now today we're gonna have you revisit some of that." And you know, you got somebody there with you holding your hand and saying, "Okay, now when they walk in here." I don't feel like I was prepped like I should have been. As soon as I saw those faces, I almost automatically went to a car lot and started eating pizza.
Yeah.
And,
passing out T-shirts and eating popcorn.
Passing out T-shirts and saying, and this is y'all don't know this move that they used to pull, and they were masters of it. Masters of it. The famous, the remote's going well. Would you like to buy another hour?
Right when you think you're going home.
About the time
finally,
you've called your family, and you've called your wife and says, "Yes, I'll be home for supper." Wait a minute. What? They're going to do another hour. You're staying. Okay, sorry, baby. I'm here for another hour.
Yeah.
They keep telling me that if I don't stay, we won't be able to get paid. So you know, hey, it's a little bit of trauma.
I know.
Seeing
My stomach's twitching a little bit.
Yeah. Really, they're to blame for y'all really not doing many remotes now.
Mm-hmm,
Just the things.
Well, there's
that you
only
went
so
through.
many that you can have in a lifetime.
There it
It's like in that movie, The Well of Souls. When they're gone, they're gone. You know?
Yeah, I actually,
you just can't have any more.
I had a current salesperson say to me, "Now, what is it? We understand you don't do car remotes anymore." I just said, "No, ma'am, no, ma'am." And you know, of course, I'm 60 this year, and I start saying, "No, ma'am," and shaking my head.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Why?" I said, "I'd rather not talk about it." I've done so many, and sometimes I've been on car lots, and I didn't think I would ever leave.
I get shaky
I was
on a
stuck
car
there
lot
forever.
today,
Right.
even if I need to be at a car lot to buy something.
When I see balloons tied to the cars, I get nauseous.
Yeah, I almost just keep driving.
I do too. I'm like, oh, they're putting those balloons up. That means I must be going to be there. I remember seeing those balloons. Golly, those balloons.
The balloons.
Good night, those balloons.
The balloons.
You got another free T-shirt? Golly, I wake up in the middle of the night sweating, hearing that. Uh-huh.
What's that?
Can I get one for my sister? Oh gosh.
And her husband and their son.
They're kind of designed to get. They're kind of designed to get people to come here. If you take them all, then it kind of kills the thing.
Yeah,
it does. Oh boy.
Yeah, sure. Then you got that guy that walks out. About the time you think you're doing a good job for him, you just got the place packed, and you feel so good about yourself. And then he puts a cigarette out and he goes, "Of course, we ain't sold no cars. Got a lot of people here, but we ain't selling cars." You're like, "I'm gonna be here another hour."
You know,
Yeah.
the sad fact is I don't sell cars.
I know, but in those days, see, right now, you and I, we've been at it so long. We go, by the way, our job is to get them here. You're the one supposed to sell cars.
Yeah, maybe.
But in
you don't
those
have a good
days,
deal.
you didn't have that kind of boldness
No,
yet. You know,
no,
because you thought, working for the Hammer, you thought we may not be on the air tomorrow.
I mean,
How about if we don't sell a car today?
oh, I was giving people test drives. I didn't work there.
Oh yeah, I
Like,
found
come on,
myself.
jump in.
One time, I got commissioned. I sold a car.
Yeah.
I was so terrified. Because we couldn't go back and have that guy call the Hammer and say we didn't move any cars.
And if it wasn't enough just to show up, then they'd put you in sumo wrestling outfits.
Oh, that's the best. That's the best.
Yeah.
Golly.
Y'all two
Thanks,
hopping.
Kerry.
Hey, y'all two hopping around like this.
Do you remember, Bubba? There were so many years. I don't think we had an ounce of self-worth. Just whatever they needed.
I still don't.
They would just say,
I've been scarred for life.
the things I did so somebody could bill $1,200.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, well, I've been here all day. $1,200. That's it.
So real.
Time to ride the bull. Oh gosh.
That'd be a big name.
Dress up as a clown. Okay, I'm here. Is that a monkey suit? Are you kidding me?
Used to do the organ grinder.
Oh yeah. They actually one time put a cartoon of a monkey and the organ grinder up in our office.
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
And they'd have up there a note, come see us about how many remotes you got this week.
There's so many. Listen, there's so many questions I have, but I almost feel like I'm with my parents.
Right.
You know, when you were little and you'd walk into a place with them, and they would say, "Hey, listen, no questions. Let's get in and out. Nobody gets hurt."
Right.
Oh.
I feel like I'm in that situation where I just don't need to ask a whole lot of questions today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where somebody says,
You know what I mean?
When somebody
I'm
says,
nervous over here. I don't know y'all.
Oh, and
I've heard about y'all. I don't know you, but I
throw on top of the remote. We want to give you a minivan and have it pull a giant boat.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
One time they stuck us in an Astro van thinking it could pull a pontoon boat. It ain't got enough horse. And, of course, it blew up trying to pull it.
It burned up violently.
It burned up. It was terrible. Yeah, it'll hold it. Take off.
You only got 6 places to go with
Now,
it.
think about this. Think about this. No, not a promo person driving it. We had to drive it.
Right.
The host of the show, Rick and Bubba, we're big celebrities. Drive the Astro van and get it there quickly. You think this can pull it? Drive on!
Sure it can.
Hey, I'm dead on the side of the road. And finally, some mechanic goes, "You're trying to pull a pontoon boat in an Astro van." I said, "That's what I was told to do."
I've literally been to small cities in that area, and I when the family's with me, and I literally point to every building and said, "I've done a remote there. I've done a remote there. That used to be, whatever.
Well, look,
it's not now. I've done a remote there."
Think about this. My wife's from Gunnersville.
Easy.
I'm not even sure that we're going the quickest way to Gunnersville. I just won't go that way.
No, right.
Because
you just can't see it.
I have to go at
Can't see it.
4:31. I go, yeah, that's where they left me one day for 6 hours.
Trauma.
Yeah. That place right there? Yep, that's the one. How'd it look? Like that.
There's the mayor. Steve Means.
It was awful.
Wow, that is Steve Means.
We went and stayed in Mentone, and Terry and I were in Fort Payne. She said, "Have you ever been here?" I'm like, "Have I ever been here?"
Oh, yeah.
I used to drive the van there twice a week.
I remember one time crying, I don't even live in Fort Payne. It's a long way from my house. I live in Oxford.
Mayor Steve Means is the one that survived the fart spray incident.
Oh, yeah,
too.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like, you've been kidnapped, and also said, now today the kidnappers can walk in.
Right.
You got to face this.
I squirted enough on that door to kill somebody.
Oh, that's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I start his diet, I'll start looking like him.
No.
I mean that people actually think that. I mean, it's a.
And I'll start reading coverages really good.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? If I'd have just done that diet, I could have won 7 Super Bowls.
Back in '82.
I can maneuver through traffic better if I do that.
Yeah, I'm not focused.
There's a lot more to it than. But that's the power of celebrity, the cult of personality. Couple of stories out of the sports world. Super Bowl ratings crash to the lowest level since 1969. This was the least watched Super Bowl since 2006.
And what does that mean in real numbers? There was 3.5 million people less watching.
Yeah. It set a streaming record, CBS is reporting, but it's still, even with the streaming record, still was the least watched since 2007.
Yeah, they said across all
2006
platforms.
it says here.
Yeah, exactly.
Across all platforms, they average 96.4 million viewers, and usually it's well in excess of 100 million.
Well, I do believe that the NFL, their product, has some public relations issues, which we'll get to this Mark Cuban story and talk about that. And I do think, I get the emails. I can't believe y'all watch the NFL at all. There's people that will never watch it again,
right?
Unless something changes. And I do think that's had an impact.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you throw in the pandemic version, which I don't watch a lot of NFL anyway, but I watched even less this year because I just found it to be low energy and uninviting. And even the Super Bowl was kind of so I think there's a more apathetic feeling about the NFL during pandemic with all the we don't know who's going to play every week, and we got empty stadiums, and then there's all the advertisers were going to try to do something, about social justice in their advertising, and we're afraid to try to be funny. And I just kind of think, the entertainment business, and we're kind of a hybrid, so it's a little bit different. So you do get all kinds of pitches that we throw, and we've always been that way. But if you're in the entertainment business, probably the main reason people are coming to things like sports is to be entertained.
Right.
And so if you start taking yourself too serious as a sport and you get more caught up in things that people are actually trying to escape from, to have a few minutes of just stupid, mindless entertainment, and I think people go, well, if I go there and I'm getting the same things I'm trying to avoid, why would I go there? So the ratings are in, and there's all kinds of factors that play into that. But the bottom line is, there was not as many viewers.
Yeah, the game was not as close as some people thought it might be. A little one-sided. That always hurts. They said on CBS alone there was 91.6 million viewers. When you add in all the online streaming, it pushed it up to 96.4. But you would have thought with this matchup, with the new and upcoming quarterback and then the GOAT playing each other, and the GOAT going for such a record, and could the GOAT do it without the Patriots? Mm-hmm. You would have thought it would have generated more interest. I would have thought that.
Yeah, well, that's what got me to watch it. Yeah. I thought that's a pretty good storyline, and I was interested in it to the level that on a Sunday afternoon, I thought, well, this might be fun. This might be interesting, and get some snacks out. And like I said, we didn't do any kind of gathering or anything like that. I didn't make a big deal out of it, but I was kind of like, well, this is something that might be some mindless relaxation this afternoon. But the game was but so anyway.
This goes to prove that TV viewing continues to migrate from the standard broadcast TV back to the more of the streaming and mobile outlets, because they said the digital numbers were up 65% this year, And we've already talked about even adding that in. It was still low.
Yeah, but
it's
still.
I mean, you can tell a lot of things are just migrating that way. And we've talked about that before.
But you're still talking about 5 million in streaming to 91 million on CBS. So it's still. I mean, they're up, but it's still minuscule to the big pot.
Well, what I'm seeing though with a generation, like for instance, my son that's moving into his own place Friday, and the next one that's going out on his own. And all the numbers he has to call, get your power turned on, get your Wi-Fi. And he looked at the options of standard viewing. And he's like, "Well, I'm not doing that.
I just stream, yeah.
I'm my whole place will just be set up on the sticks and the streaming, and all that." He didn't even remotely consider those options.
Right.
So that I think there's a future if it can stay reliable that it might just be preferred, and that's how the free market works.
I think the bigger issue here is why viewership is declining, and the NFL apparently you're talking about tone deaf to it.
Oh my goodness!
I think they've completely missed the boat.
Yeah, it's the world famous. The thing you have that you don't want to happen is you don't really seem to understand your audience, and the audience that pays the bills and gives you the numbers you're looking for. You're alienating. You're catering to the people that kind of look at you as maybe not, and you alienate the people that used to make it appointment television.
Well, they are caught between a rock and a hard place because you have, like everything else in our country, we are very divided in our politics and our feelings about things. But you definitely have what their core audience is, but you also have the vocal left, and a lot of the players fall into that, and that's the problem.
Here we go. 7 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Either on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Watching us on our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler has that for you. Listening to us on the TuneIn app. Those are all the live options. Or maybe you're here via an archive, which is also our YouTube channel, our podcast channel. And yes, even the TuneIn app plays old shows in their entirety. All that's available for you. Find it at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Rick, it is yet another hour of the Rick and Bubba experience.
It is. So we are looking back today. We're celebrating our 30th year. We're in year 31, the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. And today, in our golden ticket seats, we have people that go as far back as you can go. These are former salespeople that were selling. Some of them go all the way back to the morning extravaganza where Bubba, as the engineer, was sneaking in to be on the show. Mm-hmm. So I was informed we have some of those in the audience. They go all the way back to pre-Rick and Bubba.
And me and Angie go back even pre-Q104.
That's right. Yeah. And so they saw the Rick and Bubba show be formed. Yep. They saw me pursue Sherry as the new news person. Of course, one of them, said a minute ago, they said you could tell when she looked at you, she just fell in love. and so we were talking about all that, and we've talked about how they worked us and tried to drive us into the ground.
Yes.
They all have some things that they say were their favorite moments and some things to remember. Some of them experienced stories that you've heard us talk about on the show, but they were there to see it up close and personal. And so
I'd forgotten about a few of them. Yeah, I was enlightened last night about some of them, and I had totally forgotten about.
Well, Bubba, that's your body and your mind, and it's protecting you from trauma. It tries.
It's like a car wreck, right? You don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I thought I was.
What am I doing in the hospital, y'all?
Yeah, I remember how hard they used to work us, and I thought I was ready to see them again. I don't think I was. I mean, my first thought was, where are they going to send us?
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Some of them's memory is unbelievable too. They just don't forget anything.
Yeah, I kind of hope some of it they would, but anyway, so they go way back. Hey, let me tell you something. They're the foundation of creating this, because it was all new. We were trying to figure it out. They dealt with some of them. How many of y'all? I think it's only Meg that's here today. You're the only one that when they moved the show to Birmingham that went with it, right? Yeah, because for everybody else it was kind of like, hey, we're here in Gadsden, so we're going to focus on the Gadsden year. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You were. So was she the one that gave us the pay raise?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get a mic over there.
No talking out of turn. No talking out of turn.
Speedy, you may get the wireless mic.
Yeah, let's get the wireless.
I'm not going to give them a mic.
No. Here's what we'll do. I think we can be. They can be trusted if we'll just keep them kind of corralled.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and so
we still have a dump button.
Yeah, and we'll do.
Be sure it's engaged
over this hour. We'll look back and let them talk about like. They had a specific thing that they remember. Joan is there. She's brought in some of the old T-shirts. I forgot about the Speed Racer T-shirt.
Yeah. We almost need to bring him up to the counter too.
Do you want to go right here?
We can.
All right, let's
talking about like the Czar mic used to be.
Yeah. Just.
Do y'all want me to move? I'm uncomfortable. Anyway.
No. Let them come right here, and that way you.
I think you need this education.
You and Adler and Greg need it. Greg saw some of it from just being my brother. Yeah. So here comes Joan. Joan is coming to the microphone. Joan, tell us.
Joan, let me give you a chair.
Tell us when you were selling.
Hey, Joan, how are you?
So I'm gonna ask y'all specific questions, Joan. Good to have you here, by the way. Good to see you. All right, so Joan, I want to ask you this. When did you sell the show? Like, did I arrive as the morning show guy and you were already there, or did you come over after it was already Rick and Bubba?
Before.
So you sold the morning extravaganza?
Yes.
And when Bubba was still engineering and coming on a couple of days a week?
Yeah, he would come in. He was a guest.
Right, yeah. So you...
Joan, were you there when I was just the engineer before Rick came?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So
when I was the new Roger Parker.
Okay. So Joan, do you have some T-shirts? I saw that some of the older T-shirts, all signed. So do you have a specific memory of the history of the show?
I remember those.
Oh, the remotes.
The remotes, yeah.
And Ernest T.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. That was and so Joan, you
that was the classic. Right
that was there. We got that right there. She's bringing out, and look what's on the back of it. Look at the irony of that.
Friends don't let friends listen to country music.
Isn't that funny? Because we were fighting all the big country music stations now, and then finally we found out if you can't beat them, join them. You know it. That's right. And there's a Speed Racer shirt. So how long did you sell the show, Joan?
Until it came to Birmingham.
Okay.
And I even came to Birmingham.
You did.
Yeah.
And so when you look back, I know that one time you had Bubba and I do a remote.
It was on Christmas Eve, I think.
Christmas Eve at a furniture
in
store.
Piedmont, Alabama, at
right.
At a going out of business sale that happened there quite a bit.
An annual going out of business.
Well, twice a year, I think.
Yeah.
Jim Morrow.
Yeah.
And somebody got my phone.
Right.
Well,
my camera.
We were not happy.
It was a camera then. You're right.
You had set that up on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, we were not thrilled about it, and you know how sometimes people can be jokesters, and
And I think Rick took your camera and left you a nice little photograph.
Yeah, I mooned Joan on a photo. And left it. Left her. We went off in a room, and I took a picture of my rear end to moon her for doing it, and then it would be developed, and I knew that she would go into shock after.
Well, see, and think too. This is before digital cameras,
right? Yeah.
So you don't know that picture's on there,
right?
And you carry it to be developed at Walmart or wherever you got your developing done.
Right.
And they probably called you, Joan, at some point and said, "What kind of pictures are you taking here?"
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a moon. It was a way to show that we were not happy to be there.
I think you got the message across.
Yeah, this was this was old Rick, and so unfortunately Joan thought it was Bubba.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right,
Joan, why did you assume it was my butt on there?
Why not?
50-50 shot.
Well, we had some get together at your house. I can't remember if it was a birthday party or something.
Right.
And Rick was not there, but I was there with Betty.
Yep.
And you were going to have a little fun back, and you got a giant print of it made and brought it out to embarrass me. At what point I had to announce, that ain't my butt.
No,
I think Betty did.
Betty did. Betty did.
Betty said that's not my husband. No, that.
She said that's Rick's butt.
So so Joan, thanks for bringing all the stuff here. We'll come back. We got more to talk about. We'll let all of them tell you their memories. You're gonna hear legends of some. These are some of the people that actually sowed the pigskin roundup. You've heard people say for years they call the show and say, oh, if you James Spann, he still loves pigskin roundup. Yep. And some of these ladies, if not all of them, actually sowed that show too. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great job.
How do they keep the core audience without alienating the workforce that's producing the product? And then the flip side is, how do you make the workforce happy and not alienate the giant audience that follows it? It's really a tough. They're trying to walk a fine line, but as you see in this, it's impossible.
Well, you just said it, the politics. There are some exceptions, but we're giving you the most in each category. Most of the players, not all, most of the players have a different political view than most of the fans.
Yeah,
and so now I, the person who's running this,
that's a general statement, but I think it's fair.
There's exceptions on both sides of that, but in general, the core audience of American football leans more conservative, and the core number of players lean more liberal to the left. So to try to make these two worlds come together for you to make that money is a juggling act, and I don't think they figured out the balance.
Well, they've kept plates in the air, but they got a few that broke.
Yeah,
it's getting more and more difficult.
On that note, Mark Cuban has confirmed that the Dallas Mavericks over in the NBA no longer play the national anthem at home games, and
that is really bizarre for a team based in Texas.
Yes, and they haven't played the national anthem prior to home games at all this season, and the team doesn't plan on playing it in the foreseeable future. But just when you want Mark Cuban to explain himself, I mean, I can speculate, or as I've learned from one of my new favorite teachers, it's okay to speculate as long as you acknowledge that you're speculating. And he's talking about scripture, study as well. But anyway, so I'm speculating, since he won't explain it, that he just feels like I've got this feeling before, and Mark Cuban and I probably don't believe on many things, spiritually or politically, but just by the things I've heard him say. But I understand that you kind of get to the point on this national anthem thing, if it becomes such a hassle, you're just like, I'm out. Let's just not play it at all. Yeah. I don't want to get with the who kneels, who doesn't kneel, who's mad about it, who's happy with it, who sang it, who didn't sing it. Who's doing this, who's doing that? How about this? Let's play basketball. I ain't playing it at all.
Well, you would hope he would make a comment, but to say I have no comment, and the Mavericks declined to comment,
it's
then everybody speculates.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and the
let me
removal
ask-
of the national anthem, they didn't publicize it. It had to, the Atlantic or the Athletic, which is I think a online publication. They had to reach out, ask for comments because nobody was saying anything. It's like they tried to just secretly just stop playing.
Well, it sounds like to me he said, I know what we deal with. At any moment in America, it could become preferred again to kneel for the national. When I watched the Super Bowl, I didn't see anybody kneeling. Did anybody kneel in the Super Bowl? I didn't see anybody.
I didn't see it. Now, before they went live on I guess I can't remember if it was CBS or one of the. They had it where the players come out and they were all arm in arm and they played something else and then they went back in the
Black
locker room.
National Anthem.
Yeah, that was the Alicia Keys song, right?
Yeah.
She sang that.
So, but from try to make everybody happy. Why don't they play the national anthem and do all the pre stuff before the teams come out for the final to play the game?
Right.
Because that way you make your audience happy and then you don't have to deal with it.
Because didn't I see when the Packers hosted the Buccaneers that the Packers stayed in the locker room during the national anthem and came out afterwards?
I have no idea.
Different teams were doing it different ways.
But I think, so you speculate, it could be that Mark Cuban doesn't find the national anthem to be something to be embraced anymore, or he could just say, I'm tired of the controversy and I don't want to be in it. We don't know because he won't answer the question.
People are eating him up about it.
Rick and Bubba.
Get matched at Mattress.
"21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we spent this year looking back on history. Even the other guests in the golden ticket seats are starting to put together, wait a minute, I've heard some of these stories. You mean these people were there?
I think the quote was, is that Joan from the cruise?
Yep, the quote was that Joan from the Mexico trip? And Joan is closing her eyes, and you know what? It was a time of duress. So let's bring up. Y'all can come, just kind of stand, salespeople, around this mic, and then as I ask you a question, you can step up. So why don't we take that story? So you've heard us talk about it was a promotion. This is pretty well known in advertising agency and salespeople circles. You go to the agency and the person that runs the agency, and you say, hey, if you spend a certain amount of money with us, we'll take you on a cruise, or we'll go to Mexico. Good, yeah. You get a trip out of it. So this was let's take some clients to Cabo San Lucas, and let's go out and let's all go snorkeling, okay? And I know that Sherry and I were newly married because I remember how much it bothered me that there was a shark or something she thought, and her flippers hit me right in the face, and she swam to safety on the boat and left me out there to be eaten. And I knew that maybe this bond had some work that needed to work on it. But all of us were there, and an odd twist, a hurricane was brewing called Hurricane Rick.
I almost want to sing the Gilligan's Island song because it looked fine when we left. And it turned awful very quick.
So picture this. If you've ever been, going out snorkeling, you get on the boat, it takes you out to where the reefs are where you can see a lot of fish, and it's supposed to then bring you back. Mm-hmm. Well, when we started to go back, the hurricane began to impact our experience. And as we've said a million times, always look to the professionals that do this every day. If they're panicking, you got problems. And they panicked. The two guys on the boat, they were getting on the two-way, asking for help.
They were speaking Spanish, but we could tell that something was not good.
Translate the same.
Yeah. Deaf to us all. It was suddenly great English. Yeah. And so both of you know this. Bubba and I, this is not exaggeration, we were given buckets and
Told
were
to
told to start bailing water.
They were like gallon pictures with half of it cut
Yep.
out, and y'all were back there. I mean,
working hard.
Hard
Well, I
working.
actually had to take Bubba's bucket. Rick, you were still scooping, but Julie from Coca-Cola, which was a very important client, was vomiting in the other bucket because the waves were so bad.
No, I actually had her mouth covered and told her she could not.
It was.
If y'all want to say no comment to this, you can. But I felt like that at one moment it was getting so rough that we began to do a playoff with which clients were most valuable.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
That's Mountain View Hospital.
We
That's no doubt.
Oh, my.
We did.
That's funny.
The most important got moved to the front of the boat.
where that's at, by the
The
way.
rest of us
We
were
were
sitting
in the back.
Funny.
We were in the middle of the boat, and the waves were so high that you could like see fish
You
in the
could.
water. From the
I
side of the boat.
think as an adult, it's the closest I felt like I was to death.
To death.
Yeah.
That I thought the boat is going to flip over, hit us all in the head, knock us out, and we're going to drown in Mexico,
Literally.
never be
That's
heard
right.
from again.
So we were running parallel with the beach because of the tow, and he could not get the boat turned.
and it was rocky. We couldn't dock anyway till we got to the beach part.
But we could see the beach, and I don't know if our instructors told us, Bubba said it. I don't know who the first person who said jump.
Julie.
Was it Julie?
From Coca-Cola.
We all started
I'm outta
jumping
here.
from the boat to swim in because the boat couldn't get in. So people are leaping, and we're trying to grab clients, trying to, and we're trying to get to the shore.
I was screaming, abandoned ship.
And then Robbie and his wife were on the boat.
Yeah.
And Julie was Robbie's client.
Yeah.
So
Robbie from
Robbie
Rowboat, yeah.
jumped in after her and left his wife on the boat.
No, that's when I knew he'd be a great salesperson. He saved the client, left his wife on the boat.
Listen, no.
On the boat.
Y'all have that story incorrect.
Okay.
Robbie jumped ship and swam when we were still in the lagoon.
Yes.
He wasn't with us.
Oh, that's right.
Because I all of a sudden had
He
to
left
take
his
over
wife
his
on the
client.
boat.
Right.
Oh,
That's
I take that
That's
back.
why I'm holding the bucket.
Okay, wait a minute.
Right.
Robbie saved himself.
Yes, he
Yes.
did.
Okay.
There's Robbie
Yes.
McAlpine.
Well, it's
Starting to
true.
understand why.
What year?
yeah, right.
It's
Yeah.
true.
2009.
All right.
Carrie
So,
said, "No, I had the client."
No, I had the client. I was holding the bucket.
so an older woman who was a local
Oh, here we go.
started trying
Ten in
to.
bed Meemaw.
Yeah, started trying to get the boat in
In a two-piece.
in a
It's a
two-piece.
two-piece bikini.
Yeah, and
She had it on one of those two pieces by the end.
yeah, the waves began
was a
to
one
knock
piece.
her bathing suit off. Yeah, and knock the old lady butt naked.
Yes.
And she was still
she was
He
standing.
was
holding
not
that
the only
rope.
one that the waves got hold of.
She
Because
kept pulling.
when
though.
I bailed off, there was a wave up, and so there were parts of her body that were face level with me. And then as the wave went down, they dropped.
Right.
But all of a sudden, I'm like, Meemaw's naked.
Yeah, she was, and she like an old leather glove. God love her, the sun.
Yeah.
So
A lot of sun.
Joan, I'm gonna ask you if you would like to say what.
Joan, come over.
Would
Okay,
you,
good?
Joan? Would you like to say what happened to you on the beach when you?
Oh, I will. I will.
I know you will. That we know. Joan, if you'd rather us not, we won't.
Go
Joan?
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Angie.
Joan did give permission to Angie to say it. Okay.
So we're on the boat, and the only two left on the boat are Joan and I because we can't swim.
Oh.
Okay? And I've got all my stuff in my Q104 bag. I'm ready to jump. And I start to jump, and the boat goes up, and Bubba starts hollering, dive, dive, dive. I'm like, what? So I jump up. I can't swim.
Right.
I go into the water, and I'm like, oh, it's going to hit me. The boat was coming for my head, and I come up, and I'm looking back, and Joan's standing there going like, I'm the only one left on the boat.
Joan.
So then
We left
Joan
Joan.
jumps, and she comes up out of the water, and she walks up on the beach. And I'm standing there next to Bubba. She hands me her items and turns around and walks back into the water. And Bubba says,
I'm listening, Angie. I want to
Jones-
hear your version of it.
Jones putting the P in the Pacific.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Joan, God love it, was traumatic, wasn't it?
It was traumatic.
It was.
Couldn't hold it any longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of wish you hadn't been on display.
Yeah. Big ocean. though.
Yeah, it's a big ocean.
Big ocean.
But
we made it out.
Yeah, we all made it out safely, and all of our clients did get back
They
safely.
did live.
Yeah.
They did live. Not as much intrigue in our next offer for a client trip.
No.
You know,
I think we never had another one, did we?
I think we
That
changed
was it.
I think we even changed it. Said if you don't sign a year contract, we're going to take you back to Cabo San Lucas.
Right. And isn't this best of on Smell of Success? Is that the one it's on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
If
So
you go to
out there-
Apple, that's the reason why I think our golden ticket seats were like, which one is Joan?
That's right.
And there she is. Yeah, which one was Joan? That's her right there.
Yeah.
All right, so when we come back, we'll let these salespeople talk about some of their things. I mean, selling pigskin Roundup. I know we've had people talking about that.
Me, baby.
Yeah. That was and the fact that they set a record by doing 9 remotes in 6 days. One time, a sales
Sorry, man.
a sales record.
I was trying to pay my bill.
I know you nearly killed your show though.
I know.
I mean, you literally drove.
It got real close.
And where they tried to kill me, they kept selling me late night remotes when they knew I had to get up the next morning.
Right.
State Fair, baby.
Man.
State Fair.
State Fair, baby. All right, so we'll come back.
If I go to bed now, I get 3 hours. right now.
So here they are, the sales team that launched the Rick and Bubba Show. Also, we'll ask them, do they think that there was any shot this show would last 31 years? It's all right. Just be honest. We can take it. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Couple of things. I know how you and I feel about this, and we are. I do not think we're going to be thrilled.
You mean the Triton submarine launch in the Atlantic?
Not that one.
Oh, okay.
Worse. Wizard of Oz remake being planned.
Oh, wow.
Good. Not that movie. That movie it scared me to death as a child. I don't want anything to do with Wizard of Oz. I don't care for Wizard of Oz.
The tornado scene was scary enough,
right?
And then you get into flying monkeys and witches. And it was
it's
scary man behind the curtain.
Frankly, I'd rather watch The Wiz than Wizard of Oz. So 80 years after the original film premiered, Hollywood is planning to remake The Wizard of Oz.
Don't you know it'll be sweet this time?
Can you imagine?
That movie scared me to death.
Terrified us. I mean, terrified us.
I didn't like it.
That witch terrified me.
There was nothing I liked.
Flying monkey.
I can still see her sister's legs out from under that house, and
and them striped socks.
Now she's mad.
Them flying monkeys are the ones that got
the
me.
flying monkeys were horrifying.
I used to have nightmares.
For all that they were facing, I wish somebody would have give poor little Dorothy a heads up, throw water on the witch, and she'll melt.
Yeah, if it was that, if it was that easy, we could have done that way before.
That would have been really valuable information earlier.
I mean, we could have got rid of her early in the movie.
Who would have thought water was all it took?
Yeah.
Of course, I guarantee this will be that old CG stuff, and
Here he goes.
There'll be CG
Let me tell you, you don't think
monkeys.
it won't be politically correct?
I couldn't figure out how they got them monkeys to learn how to fly in that last one.
Does anybody remember? And I remember when this movie came out. Never watched it. Never have seen it. Don't have a desire to see it. I don't think. Anybody here, and Rick, nobody on Team Rick and Bubba's done this, possibly Adler. Did anybody ever watch 2013 James Franco, Oz the Great and Powerful?
No, never saw it.
Anyone?
No.
I don't even remember it remotely what you just read.
Yeah, I don't. I think I remember seeing like a promo of it, like in passing. And this is supposed to have been like a prequel. Oz the Great and Powerful. Didn't see that one.
I didn't see
I mentioned
that.
The Wiz. That's been a remake. That was a Broadway show.
Right.
Remember that? And they.
I thought you were kidding, by the way, when you said that.
Michael Jackson.
No,
You know about The Wiz?
I did not.
Yeah,
Michael Jackson was in it, wasn't he?
You
Yeah,
didn't know
him and
about The
Nipsey.
I
Wiz?
thought you were making it funny.
Him and Nipsey Russell, right?
I think you're right, Greg.
Diana Ross was
Diana Ross for sure.
Yeah. Michael Jackson was a scarecrow. Nipsey Russell was Tin Man.
And Oz didn't
The
do
Wiz.
nothing
The Wiz.
to the Tin Man.
Absolutely. I don't know if you could get away with that now.
I don't think you could.
So I don't like this term, fresh take on reimagining the tale.
Rick,
Watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Get ready for political correctness that you can't even imagine yet.
No.
What's the one on Broadway everybody loved? It's something to do with the Wizard.
Wicked.
Wicked.
I mean, it's Oz noted to give did nothing to the Tin Man. So also an update: Kobe Bryant's crash caused by pilot's poor decision.
Yeah, I think we all saw that one.
The
coming,
National
didn't we?
Transportation Safety Board has concluded yesterday that the pilot, I can't pronounce his name, his poor decision making is likely the cause of the helicopter
Got
crash
disoriented.
that killed the NBA star and 8 others, including his daughter.
I think this is one of those cases where he wanted to come through for Kobe when the weather did not indicate that, and he just didn't want to say, "Hey, your daughter's going to miss her basketball game till the fog lifts," and he said, "I'll get you there. I want to be the hero."
Well,
it didn't work out.
And this guy wasn't no rookie. I mean, he had a lot of experience.
Well, he was Bubba's all over that, and this is the problem.
He wanted to please.
Got himself in a bind.
This is the problem that we see with entertainers. We see it, unfortunately, when we keep seeing story after story, when we have someone, even in ministry, that starts to gain some sort of celebrity, even within the church world, or these celebrity pastors and stuff, and comedians, is that unfortunately when you surround yourself with people that are enamored with you, it never really serves you well.
Yeah.
And this was a guy that was enamored with Kobe's celebrity and made poor decisions he would not have made if Kobe was not a celebrity. And unfortunately, it cost Kobe and his daughter and the 7 others. And then you see this in this world of, on some of the things we keep hearing about the downfall of these other men, because then you have people that won't hold you accountable, and people start acting differently than they would if they were not enamored with you. So, yeah, I think he wanted to come through and be the guy that got him where he wanted to go. And I can understand that, but it's sad. It really is. But it looks like that's what it is. He got disoriented, as you said, and
in the fog. They have a lot of steep mountains there in that area.
Yeah.
It just seems like, though, there's, from a piloting standpoint, if you can't see, you trust your instruments, and it ought to be able
even
to
if it
tell
don't
you,
feel right.
Hey, it's 35 minutes now past the hour. Looking back at the very beginning of the show today on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, simplysafebubba.com, 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. If you have not gone to simplysafebubba.com, boy, they really took the industry and moved it forward with all the modern technology, and no more of this boilerplate, hey, here's the security system, just make it work. It customizes to the property, so wherever you are susceptible, you can put a sensor. They've got indoor, outdoor cameras. I mean, they're monitoring. They can even stop crime or alert you of a fire, a flooding situation, all in real time, which is great. So if you want to maybe take a look today, it's a good time to do that. They give you a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to simplysafebubba.com and get real peace of mind. And because you're supporting the show, you get 20% off. So go to simplysafebubba.com, find that link, and you want to put their monitoring 24/7 to work for you. That gets you 20% off. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. So the original sales team, or at least members of the original sales team, are here in the golden ticket seats today, and they're going back and talking about selling the show, watching the show form. We told you about a client trip that went bad that even made a best of CD. So Pigskin Roundup. So I know, Carrie, do you want to step forward? You said that was your favorite memory. Is that right? Or Mag? Yeah, y'all come right. So Pigskin Roundup, if the audience doesn't know what this was a Friday night show. And really in those days, if the idea could be monetized, we were going to do it. And
very few things were passed on.
And I remember the Hammer was not exactly fired up about our idea to do a high school scoreboard show on Friday night that would make fun of high school scoreboard shows.
Right.
And he did not. He was like, and then all of a sudden, these ladies started coming in with, I'm talking about people wanting to get on board. It really was a pretty easy sell, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
they were calling us. We weren't having to call
and we
them.
kept coming up with different ideas for different parts of the show, like the, of course, player of the week, but we do the fourth down or the best play. We were selling
concession stand of the week.
We were selling all
concession stand of the week. Mystery meat.
Yeah. Mystery meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember the cow udder machine that y'all had?
Can't forget that.
Teats?
Yeah. Can't forget that.
I love those teats.
Yep.
Cannot forget that one. As a matter of fact, Mark from Larry and Mark, who brought in the Wild Game.
Hey, Mark.
He said, I'm laughing my head off listening to the flashbacks. I want to come up before the year's over, and he's going to, too.
Okay, cool.
So, and Mystery Meat, that's when Larry and Mark would cook some animal they had killed. and they would bring it in and not tell us what it is, and then we would have to eat it.
It
And
was
then they would tell us.
terrifying.
Then they would tell us what it is.
Yeah, and all of it tastes like chicken. That's what they'd say all the time. Oh, it tastes like chicken, and we'd be like, no, I don't want to do that.
I think we ate some things we should not have eaten.
I'm pretty
no
sure
doubt.
turtle was served.
Oh, that was minor. That was minor.
That was minor.
Well, nutrient, I thought,
That
was
was
probably
it.
the worst one because it's a giant rat.
The one night that I was there,
And Greg,
it
you
was
would stop
Nutria.
by, right?
It,
Nutria.
Yeah, it was Nutria, and that, like I said, it's a big giant rat, basically.
And you know,
with an orange
we
tooth.
even have had a marketing thing for them that we had a client that did
absolutely.
Yeah.
Larry and Mark and guessed the, you know,
I think we put them on a remote, actually.
Probably
so.
so. Well, if you remember,
not a bad
think
idea.
about this. We had the Daily Show going. We had Friday Night Pigskin Roundup. We had the Rick and Bubba softball team.
Yes.
We had a remote every single Saturday.
Yeah.
So thanks to y'all. But
The ones on Friday what got me after
Yeah.
the show because you couldn't recycle before Pigskin Roundup.
that's right. Thank you, Angie.
That's the one about killed me.
Yeah, well, that was it because Pigskin Roundup didn't even start till, was it 9:30 or 10?
Yeah, it was like 9 or 10 at night.
10
we
at
weren't done
night.
till midnight.
Yeah, and we would finish it at midnight, and everybody said that I guess it was because of all the things we just told you that there was a tone to that show that forever be its own. It's like we came in there and we were completely crazy. I think we were maniacal. I think we were
sleep deprived.
Yeah,
And
crazy.
you let us just, I mean, you know, you let it just be what it was, which was that
we
to
had
me is
open
why it was
door.
so much fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just like I say, Greg.
Anytime we wanted.
Yeah.
Big Head
every-
Chuck did ice cream. Remember he did?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes the studio was it as big as Adler's little area in there?
it was
probably
a-
about the size
Yeah.
of that.
About the
production
size
there.
of the call screening room
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
And at time they'd be 15, 20 people.
Oh yeah.
Screaming, hollering,
Oh,
yelling.
talking.
Everybody talking.
Talking.
Then, of course, we had to get Helium Boy.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, had that.
Helium Boy. We had to bring out the Helium Boy suit. It was nonstop.
It really was.
And-
But that was to me, and I know Carrie and I've talked about that. When I think about our show, that's what I mean. That era, that part. I'm gonna start crying.
Bubba.
That was the best of the best. It
But
really
they're
was.
saying their favorite time we've ever had is when they worked us into the ground.
Right. All right. I
You know,
understand.
Well, it's a little bit of Ryan Greenwood. When y'all get tired and punchy, that's when you're at your best.
A lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
A lot of truth to that.
But Meg, I know you love dipping Dan more than anything, right?
Listen, she's good for a spit anytime. So if you can throw a little spit comment,
Give her a dip and Dan, Bubba. She wants to hear it so bad. So does the audience. So does the audience.
Hey, Meg, you done with that cup?
That's so good.
Oh, it's me
So
to
much
this
there.
day. He started doing that last night at dinner, and I promise you, me, Hunter, and Betty were just like falling over.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Such good, such good
Priceless.
character.
Yeah, and so y'all even we tell this story. It's in all the books. It's on every time somebody interviews us. But y'all have a unique view. You actually remember when Good Old Boy Theater was created.
Oh yeah.
And y'all were the reason that Bubba became co-host was because we were trying to sell the general manager at the time, Hammer, on his engine. And I understand when you hear it that the engineer should now become daily on the show as co-host. And of course,
That wasn't a bridge a lot of engineers crossed back then. It
Well,
was,
let's not forget. In our business, what makes the world go round?
I have
Revenue.
to say, it was money.
Revenue.
Okay, because
Revenue.
because I was back there when all that started, and we would have people calling us, especially the Sonny King dealerships.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Riggin,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
that
Hey, Big
bunch.
Rig.
Hey, Rig. And they would call us and say, okay, Angie, I want to sponsor this, and I'll give you $200 a day. Sure. What do you want to do? What?
Yeah, right.
Live? We'll do live.
Right, yeah. But
Whatever.
Do you remember? So we did Good Old Boy Theater, and Bubba and I had worked that out over a lunch, and we do it. And of course, nothing helps more. And I don't remember which one of you it was that came running down the hall holding up. We have a sponsor at the highest rate we'd ever sold.
I think it was Express Oil Change.
Yeah,
if I
Yeah, it
remember
probably was.
correctly.
I don't remember who that was. It might have been Deborah. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I just remember that once that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was about double
That was
the
it.
rate of what the.
That was it, because he was going in there
Yeah.
like every other day.
Yeah.
And then Hammer would come in there and run him out.
Yeah.
And then
I was being threatened. I was being
you were
threatened not
for
to
your
go in the
job.
studio.
And poor Speedy, God.
I said,
love him.
sometimes I got to work on stuff. in
Yeah,
there.
and so then it got to the point where, okay, well, we can sell this if you'll turn him loose. So then it got to the point when, okay, if we sell this, he can be in there every day.
Yeah.
So then we started selling live spots where y'all would read live
Oh, yeah.
commercials.
Yeah.
And then I got you cars
Yeah.
where you drove a new car every couple of
you.
weeks.
Yeah.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Yeah.
And then,
Which one hit the dog and totaled the car?
yeah,
All
who
right,
was
guys.
that?
Yeah,
That was you. That was Rick. Hey, Sonny King took care of it.
He came out of my blind side.
Rode through the corn patch.
We got you a new car. We got you a new car.
They gave me a sports car, had a little too much car, ended up with a corn patch.
Fishy.
I did tap somebody to stop sign at Cedar Springs.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
So we
I
crashed.
do remember that.
We did crash the cars a few times, but
Yeah.
I mean, but we were learning.
That's
But the more money we got, the more y'all talked, the more money we made.
So do y'all remember which led to? You remember at one point we had to play this game where the guy who was had taken over for Hammer, right, had to report back that we were still playing music.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Bill Thomas.
Yeah, he had to report back that, we had not that we were still playing music. So we would play one song an hour. And then we had do y'all remember the first time that Friday Fat Chat happened? And we just kicked all the music out and said, we're going to talk all
That's
day.
right.
And that led to really more advertising
more
opportunity.
money.
Yeah.
To get more money.
More money.
Well, we knew because the country stations were so big and we were not that the music was dividing people.
That's right.
So we tried to limit that, and that seemed to make things roll along even better. And then I think when we went and saw what Mark and Brian were doing in California, where they had all done away with music. They just played it if they wanted to, or they wanted to sing with it. And I thought that's where we need to go.
I'm going to go way back.
Okay.
Do you remember the bowling tournament that we had against WQSB?
Yeah.
Well, if y'all remember, every time that this big country station would try to do something,
we'd up them.
we just draw them into our trap. Save Sam Mountain Sound.
And so
you're live, right?
We got, I don't care. We got limos, remember?
Yeah.
And we put y'all in these from Mark's Outdoors. He sent us those fashionable trench coats.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, we came
and
in.
so y'all come piling out of these limos, and all of us girls come piling out after you.
Yeah.
And then y'all went in and had this bowling tournament, and we just annihilated it.
Yes, that was good. Yep. And
We made them like it, I think.
And if you remember,
over.
I actually created a narrative because they challenged us to a bowling thing because they thought they had a good bowling team. And and I turned it into they were making fun of the fact that I was born club-footed and and people were dogging them at remotes. Y'all are awful. And I came limping in.
I do remember that.
Yeah, that was
I
great.
do.
We'll come back. Let's do phone calls next. And if you have questions, they're here. We can answer some of those or whatever you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Getting some emails, too. We'll look at some of that as we reminisce. Also, we'll have the first sales team ever, along with our other guests in the Golden Ticket seats, kind of spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up next hour as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where you are and how high you should be. How about this? Whatever the highest mountain is, let's go 200 foot over that. Let's just stay high.
Yeah. So,
and I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I'm talking out of school, of course.
Right.
That's why I'm.
It's never stopped us before.
Right.
No.
I noticed we're trying to be better about that, though.
You know what? There's been improvements.
But they did investigate it, and they have come to the conclusion that that's what happened. It was pilot error.
Yep. And, I tell you, when I was watching, here I go again. I'm back on this again. We talked about it yesterday when I was watching that show, Air Disasters. I don't know why I watched that.
Yeah, that's not a good show to watch if you want to fly ever again.
Right, because
boy, some of the disasters. Wow.
I tell you, the one that got me was the one where everybody can't figure out what happened with this guy, and then they finally find out late in the investigation that he was on a cocaine binge the night before and was partying.
Oh, it's like that movie with Denzel.
It was exactly like that.
When he flew the plane upside down.
Yeah.
That's quite an exaggeration, but it was pretty cool.
Right. Not sure that can happen, but but it's a movie. And it's Denzel.
Boy, how about that character he made? You could feel him.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Well, that's a great actor.
He did a great job.
He's a great actor.
Golly.
Look, anything with Denzel in it, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, yeah.
Has anybody seen, I know that my boys, the middle ones, went to see Little Things, the new movie.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see it.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I wonder if he's seen
Everything
it.
he
Beatty
does.
has seen it.
Everything he does is great.
We'll come back. And all the girls are out tonight. All right, let's go, Brian. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Two things. Little Things is on HBO Max. Story Music yesterday. Big John, Jimmy D.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen?
Was there a question I missed?
Yeah.
I didn't follow.
I think he tried to tell me where that you can get on HBO Max, which I don't have, and I haven't downloaded this new Denzel. This is a new thing with the pandemic.
Oh, I know.
They'll release them either straight to streaming or to theaters and streaming. Take your pick. And HBO Max undoubtedly has the rights to it, and they released it as it was released in theaters. I was wanting to ask him if it was any good. I can't. Any count. And then he threw in that we didn't play Big Bad John by Jimmy Dean on Story Songs yesterday. I think that's what he said.
I believe you're right.
He only took 13 seconds.
Big Bad John.
He had plenty of time.
Big Bad John. Had Rick Little Sweets in the room.
Oh gosh, that's good. That's good, Greg. That is good. Okay,
Rick, this is totally behind the scenes. I just wanted to add to our conversation that we just had in the hall. I got it confused with the movie Sully.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
my goodness.
That helps, though.
That
helps me.
Time out.
Yeah.
I was thinking Flight and Sully were the same movie. I was thinking Denzel Washington landed his plane upside down in the Hudson.
My goodness.
All right, let me ask you this.
I'm mixing all kinds of things
Hey,
up.
let me tell you this. Do you think that they would cast Denzel Washington to play Scully?
Scully. Yeah.
Sully.
Is it Sully?
It's Sully, I think.
I'm gonna go back to this again.
That's
Is it Scully or Sully?
Sully was a hero.
It's Sully.
Yes.
You're comparing him to a movie of a guy whose the character was on cocaine and alcohol while flying planes.
I'd mix them all together. I thought
You ever seen Sully?
I thought
Flight's not based on a true story.
I have not seen either of the movies. I thought Flight was based on a true story.
it's
I
not.
thought the guy really flipped it upside down. I was like, wow, that's amazing. Flipped it upside down, then landed in the Hudson. That's incredible.
And
what a pilot.
Somehow he was a black pilot when he was flying there, and when he got out on the side on the wing, he was white.
He scared him. I mean, I've heard of being scared, but that's crazy.
He vacillates from race to race.
Yeah, crazy.
So, just clarifying.
Yeah.
That's why I was so confused.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not as stupid as it seemed a second ago.
No, that's fine.
As stupid.
Yeah, and I'll take back my comment about I have some bad news about the Avengers for you.
That's funny, by the way.
And Rick, to your point, Scully. Hey, Scully was actually the CEO of
Sully
Apple.
or Scully?
No, of Apple.
Who?
When you said Scully,
there was a CEO of Apple named Scully. I didn't even know that.
Oh, okay, I thought that maybe
was that
where
before
you were
Tim
going.
Cook?
The
Well, what's
Steve
the
Jobs
pilot?
world. Sully.
Okay.
Sully.
But you said
Sullenberger.
Scully. I'm saying there is a Scully
a Scully.
floating. John Scully was a
And
big time CEO
with
for
my
Pepsi,
problem with names,
and then
I'm
with
just gonna
Apple.
stay out of this
That's
one.
right.
Yeah.
Sully did not turn the plane upside down
Tom
to land
Hanks.
in the Hudson.
No, he landed it, but not upside down, and he wasn't on cocaine and drinking vodka.
Right. Adler took two plane
And
movies.
he wasn't black.
And he did a mash. He did a mashup.
He took two movies and mashed them into one.
Let's go to
Denzel's good now.
Charlie out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Denzel Washington is great. Knoxville, Tennessee. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm not going to talk about food because, honestly, y'all been giving me the munchies the last couple of days.
Understood.
I was going to ask you.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
9 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Your phone calls are standing by. We'll get to some of those. Some of you have some really interesting questions, and you're part of Rick and Bubba history, too. So Robert Ray's here. Robert, what was your era? What was your era on the show? When did you come in?
So, a little bit of a thing that I'm working on right now is my tell-all book on Calvin's Playhouse, how I pimped Speedy.
Hey, Robert,
in the college days back in '92.
Yes.
But,
Smiling ad.
we had fun with that. But no, so I kind of did that little cycle of going from one station in Jacksonville, going to Oxford, and then ending up in Gadsden like most of us did. I think there was a program director thing going on there.
Yeah.
But I want to say it was about mid-'90s that we took off. And then, of course, I did go to Birmingham with all of 2 clients. They pulled me into sales. I was off the air, not enough to be on the air. So working in sales. But the 2 that I had was the Comedy Club, which I was really all about, but never had the capacity to really understand everything that I needed to do in sales.
Yeah.
But the other one was Senior Frog, and that was the one where, as far as going out and getting Speed Racer back out on the air again, it was back to the days of college all over again.
So, and you played a role in him meeting Cherry, his wife?
Yeah. She was at Senior Frog, and I saw her and she fell right down, and I had to help her out. And that gets her every time. She gets to laugh. She goes, that's not how I remember it. I think you
You had to
followed.
give her a knee
She said,
pad.
I think
She
you
fell so
followed
hard.
me around. Actually,
Right. I've done the same thing. I've turned my pursuit of Sherry at work to her pursuit of me.
Right. Yeah. And so we did see each other there, and then she said she just couldn't get her. Her mind right after that.
So that was
I'm
it.
kidding. But yeah, Robert, that was big. And
Many a Friday night. We always hang
many a Friday night. But Robert was good. He was good on air, and then they converted him to sales and tried. We've done that. All of us, both on air and sales is hard.
Well, in both, I hear a murmur campaign. It's allegations, Bubba, that at times that they're murmuring that we would pre-record breaks as if we were still at a location and leave.
Yeah, and then the sales team would be left trying to.
I don't recall that
in
at
the
all.
Walmart parking lot in Gadsden, and y'all both looked at me and we were like, "We got stuff we got to do." And I was like, "Well, what do you, I mean, what's that? How's that gonna happen?" I was just panicking, and they were like, "We're gonna go back here, we're gonna pre-record breaks, and then you're just gonna stay here and talk to people." Well, people be coming up. Y'all had been gone,
Right?
You'd done the breaks, and I'm just standing there. Oh yeah, they're in the restroom, or
But on the air,
Longest bathroom breaks ever.
Ever.
Now we did also. Robert talked about this. We asked that the remote rate be raised.
Yes.
So maybe we could do fewer and still make the same money.
And I remember when we had the conversation when Rick used to give me, "You've got 2 minutes because of my ADD. I need you to just be here. Tell me.
Let's
Let's
get
get
right
out."
to it. Let's get to it.
And so we all made the decision. Well, we'll just raise everything, right? And then there'll be less of them. No, it didn't stop. It
See how
exploded.
y'all had the wrong rate.
It exploded though.
Underselling.
When we went up, in prices, it still exploded.
People couldn't stand it.
But the two are probably my favorite things.
Oh no.
No, it's good. I'm good.
Okay.
Where's the dump?
The first real celebrity y'all had was Perry Gilpin that I got for y'all.
Yeah, I remember
While I was
that.
on Frasier.
She was on Frasier.
Yeah.
They were still on primetime network.
Yes.
That was a big one.
And y'all were like, if she doesn't come through, you will never hear the end of this. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
And she did, and it was amazing. And then the
I'm
other
still
one,
shocked how you knew her.
well, my aunt was a pastor. She grew up in her church in Dallas, and they're doing her revitalization.
Oh, yeah,
of it now
Bubba's been
and
telling us
everything.
about that,
She's
yeah.
great, and I know she still remembers.
Sure she does.
And then when Calvin was buried alive,
Oh,
that was
By the
one
way,
of the,
I was against that.
that
the
was
whole
one
time.
of the worst.
Oh, you're the one who sold that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
who was behind
I
them?
can't believe he did.
Everybody listen real quick.
Hey, this is Perry Gilpin. You know me from Frasier. I play Roz Doyle, and you're listening to Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
That's it. She sounds so
That
excited.
happened. Yes.
Who was behind them offering me another $1,000 to stay in to the next morning?
I don't know, but we cut that off pretty quick.
No, I accepted it.
Did
Of
you?
course he did.
Yeah.
Cue Angie.
That's probably Angie.
Because
Money.
they wanted me to come out, I think Friday.
Angie's nickname was Yes.
During rush hour traffic or whatever, and they said if you'll just stay in one more day or whatever, or overnight or something.
I really
to that effect,
regretted that.
We'll throw in another $1,000. But to me at that
I didn't
time,
regret
I'm
the
like,
time.
heck
At the time.
yeah,
Yeah, you regretting it later doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah,
But I
if
do
you would
remember-
have said I won't take that commission, now then maybe it'd
But
be
then they
something.
told me they'd get me out in 30 minutes not 30 minutes, but within 60 seconds if there was a problem. It took them 30 minutes to get me out.
Yeah.
I was against that. You remember, I was against that.
It was crazy.
That and bull riding, I was against.
All right, JD said he was at the bowling tournament. JD, you were there?
I was there, brothers.
You saw it.
I saw it. It was during my academic career at Harvard on the Hill, there at New State Community College.
That's great. Harvard on the Hill.
And I had a friend of mine, we were sitting in the caf, and he's like, hey, there's this radio guy, and they're going to be in Gadsden at a bowling thing, and they're going to be bowling against these goobs at WQSB. He said, we've got to go.
Funny.
I was like, man, I ain't going to that. I mean, what the crap? He's like, no, we got to go. So I wound up going. Here's WQSB all dressed in their bowling shirts, got it like they like it. And in comes this big old guy, mullet flowing, long trench coat, screaming about you can't do club for the Rick like this. You can't do club for the Rick like this.
Rick Burgess.
I'm like, who is this guy? And you kept us laughing all night long. And I went back to Harvard on the Hill, and I was like, y'all, you've got to listen to this guy in the morning.
That's
This
great.
guy's hilarious.
That's
I've been listening to you ever since.
Thank you.
Club
That was
Rick.
good. So I came from, a lot of us came from K98 in Oxford to Q104 in Gadsden. And Rod says that you found something in the old building at K98?
Oh.
Yeah, my brother bought it, and he got his law office there. He was cleaning out the attic and found some boxes up there. And one of them had Rick on it, and VHS tape, you know. And,
Hey, thanks for calling. No, I'm just kidding. Now go ahead.
And it was Rick's first commercial. He looked like Fonzie on steroids. He would have that leather jacket.
So I was doing a commercial on there, and you have it.
When they first started K98,
Oh, yeah.
Rick Burgess morning show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course, it was afternoons, and then I went to mornings. But you're right. That's probably when I went to mornings.
Yeah,
You're right.
okay. It was afternoons and morning. Yeah. What's up, Greg?
What's up, Rod? How
Hey,
you doing,
Rod.
buddy?
What's up, buddy? Oh, that's funny. I didn't. So they still had some stuff
How
in
about
the
that?
Yeah, that was
boy.
when they moved me to mornings. I thought I was getting demoted. I really did.
Yeah.
Y'all remember Heine Wine?
Yes.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody?
I remember it.
Yeah, that was a bit that we did.
Do you remember
and
what my nickname was?
I don't.
Moneybag Strawn.
Well, now you know what? Then you earned every bit of that.
Yes,
I see why
ma'am.
you got that.
Yeah.
Look, if Angie came down the hall and she was just hollering money, we knew we were about to be taken somewhere.
Yeah.
There was some kind of appearance and remote and
Angie's the reason we had to hire lawyers. Couldn't do that again.
No.
I did not.
Well, you know what? I want to say you taught us a good work ethic. Really, you just taught us survival. Yeah. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. Don't forget the archives. If you missed anything today, go back and grab those. How about the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat coming up? If you're staying with us on the live show, we'll do that. If not, go back and catch it on the archive today. Also, don't forget another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Grab that wherever you get podcasts. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tim Allen, he's a Republican. He's got strong views about that, or seems to. Full time, he claims that it was pretty much canceled because of his viewpoints. Now Last Man Standing is coming to an end, and I can't find anything that tells me one way or the other, but do you think it's being...
Yeah, I didn't know that Home Improvement was canceled because it was used. I thought they just ended that season.
I'm not.
But I know Last Man Standing was removed and then was brought back. Did Fox bring it back?
Picked it up.
Yeah, it got canceled because there was some assumptions that it was because of the conservative leaning. Right. It was brought back by, was it Fox?
Yeah.
Because it had good numbers when it was canceled.
And they've had, 3-4 years since then?
And then they're done with it now.
Yeah. And
Are they done with it now?
I think it may have just kind of run its course from a writing standpoint.
They've had 9 seasons.
Yeah.
So,
My goodness. But did Tim Allen, the actor, face issues because of his views?
I don't know.
Yes, I think he did.
Considering
fellow
the show,
ham radio operator too, Rick.
Oh, the show did have high ratings, and they canceled.
Yeah,
so
that's what looked suspicious about it, right?
Yeah, if a network lets you go with high ratings and revenue, then it's not about the show.
No,
it's about something else. Mm-hmm. We continue. Jeremy out of the great state of Texas. Jeremy, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds.
Hey, look, the little things, right? I'm a Denzel fan, but hands down, the absolute worst movie I've ever seen in the past 5 years.
Really?
The Leak is horrible, and I would much rather watch Adler and Hamzy and Brokeback Mountain 2.
Wow. It must really be bad.
Let's go to Renee.
How about that acting job?
In Alabama. Renee, go ahead.
It's the worst movie ever made.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I won't fool with it. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Of course,
I went back and just started watching Time to Die movies. It was like, no.
Okay, why do you say it's the worst movie? Was it the plot or what?
The plot was stupid. The ending was stupid. You think it's going to end and have a great ending and he's going to be the hero, and he's not.
That wasn't
What
me.
does that make
wow.
the movie?
That
bad?
wasn't me.
She just spoiled it for
That
a lot of
wasn't
folks.
me.
Yeah.
It was the worst Denzel movie, and I love Denzel. I watch every movie he makes. I love him.
So when it was over, you went and watched Remember the Titans. Got over.
All right, let me ask you that. All right, so Renee, because I'm also a huge
Tide.
Denzel Washington fan.
Yeah, it is.
Do you not like it because we hold the Denzel Washington products to a higher standard, or was it just, or could it just have been any actors, and we wouldn't have liked it either?
No. I hold Denzel higher because he's supposed to be the hero in all the movies.
For some reason, she's mad because he's not the hero.
In the world's better.
She don't like the plot.
He wasn't the greatest guy in the world in flight.
No, Rick. He
And
was a hero, though.
Yeah, and I've seen him play bad people before in other movies.
Yes.
Yeah, even when he's played bad people.
You
I
ever
like
seen
to
Training
watch
Day?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty bad there.
Yeah, he was. All right, thanks, Renee. Appreciate that. Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Buddy. Getting after it.
I heard that. Hey, listen, I just want to make a comment about the national anthem. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I mean, it is kind of an old, antiquated song, and we should switch over to something that, more properly reflects our state and where our nation's headed. So I vote for Highway to Hell by AC/DC.
Oh, that's great, by the way. Rick,
Everybody, please stand for our new national anthem.
We're scared to death of the lyrics, but that riff is really good.
Let's go to Tim in Tennessee. Tim, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Tim.
I think that the politicians need to realize that we pay their paycheck, not them, and start voting for what the people want.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I think they've forgotten about that, Tim. And we let them get away with stuff over and over again. I mean, why would they change their behavior?
We need to do what Trump said: fire them all.
Well, that opportunity may present itself.
He pretty much did. And everybody that worked for him, at some point, he fired them.
Yeah, he did. So, Greg, what's Trump going to say on March 4th?
Rick, you just wait and see. Hey, keep mocking. The more you're talking, the more I'm mocking.
It's like
keep on.
All right, let's take a.
Now, I think a better question is what will Trump say on March 5th?
No, let's go back to this again straight up. Okay, let's we're running out of time. I want to take a vote. If Trump is not back in power on March 4th, the people who say that, and then March 5th shows up.
Yeah.
Did they finally say it's over, or did they say, well, what we meant was April 21st?
Yeah, it'll be April 15th.
They keep moving.
Will it move to a different day?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Tax day. That's when it's going to be.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. We got much to cover this hour, including we'll start with a wonderful wheel of canned meat. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and oh my goodness, here's the giant wheel of meat.
Let's go. We light it up. The giant wheel of meat lit up Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band playing for the Tubers today. You'll hear some of that even on radio. As we mentioned, the store is out of most everything except for the new items, and those are sought after, and we don't have the inventory to give them away. So we're giving away things. If it's on the wheel, yeah, you can have it. But here in the studio, we've gathered trinkets and memorabilia that if you'd like to pick that, if you land on something we don't have, you can.
Or we cleaned out our office, one or the other.
It's well, Bubba, that is probably more accurate. All right, so Speedy's on the wheel.
Save us a trip to the dump.
Yeah, say hello to Dennis Johnson. Look at Dennis, from Wetumpka, Alabama. Here comes Dennis. He's
I
up
loved
to
him
coming
when he
to the
played with the Celtics.
All right, so what we have to do is we have to give Dennis what he needs to hear. Everybody say, "Wow, what a wheel!" All right, let it rip, Dennis. Here we go. Here he is.
A new car.
A new car. A new car. All right, let's see what happens. Dennis says.
That's a good spin.
That is a great spin. All right, let's see where this thing lands. Yeah! Meat. All right, so we got canned meat.
Yeah.
What's Dennis got there, Bubba?
Rick, well, let's see. What is this here? Let me get my glasses on here. Oh, this is chunk light tuna in water.
All right, chunk light tuna in water. Oh, don't worry, Dennis. Yeah, we'll sign that for you.
In case of a nuclear blast, you're ready.
Greg, how about a go for Dennis?
Go, Greg, go! Go. Not that go.
Wait, stop. I can't hear.
Okay, go.
Go! There we go. That was good. Good job. All right. Up next on the wheel, Jason Baldwin. Jason, where are you from? Montgomery, Alabama. All right. What do we say to Jason? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Jason. Let's see what we got here. Jason letting it rip. Here we go. Okay. T-shirt, wear it. Don't have one we can give you. So here's what we do. Come right up here to this little area of memorabilia.
With the exception of my car keys.
Yeah. Oh, Bubba, he's going with the Viking. He's going with the
good
Viking. With the exception of my car keys.
I love it.
That's somebody. He took Bubba's Viking hat.
I figured I'd never need it.
Yeah, you never need it. Greg, how about a go for our friend Jason? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Good work, Jason. From the history of Rick and Bubba, the very beginning, salesperson Meg Wilson.
Go, Meg.
What do we say to Meg? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, let it rip, let it rip.
For all my coworkers at Crime and Community Shameless Plug, this is for them.
All right, here we go. All right, a little shameless plug. She's still selling. Let's see what happens. Still selling. All right.
I wish we had a Dippin' Dan cup up there.
Oh. Rick and Bubba! Rick and Bubba! Yes, Meg, you've won a chance to sell more commercials on the Rick and Bubba Show. No, you can pick anything right here because we don't have anything.
I probably will do this and then get y'all to sign it.
Okay, big boy coaster. Big boy. How about a go for Meg? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Kerry Griffin comes up, former salesperson and played for the Rick and Bubba undefeated softball team. What do we say for Kerry? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let it rip. Oh, watch it. Okay. There she goes. All right, she's trying a little finesse on the wheel.
Known as boom boom on the field.
Let's see here. Here we go. Oh, it's Henry. Henry the horse.
He's in the back 40, Rick. He'll have to gallop his way in.
Here comes Henry.
With the Kentucky Derby this weekend. Let's go.
Come on, Henry.
There he is. Come on, Henry.
What's up, guys?
What about it?
Henry?
Well, I've got a story to tell about Rick and Bubba history, too.
Oh, no.
The night that Speedy met Terry at Senior Frogs, I was there also.
Oh, really?
You were?
Speedy was leading the crowd in some twisted game of pin the tail on the donkey, and I was the donkey!
No! Henry! Oh, he's walking off mad.
Henry!
He's still not happy, Rick. Still not happy.
I have a good one, but I'm not.
Yeah, let's not do that. All right, Joan.
He may have mistaken that for pin the tail
Yeah.
on the donkey. All right, so Joan's up there. Here's Joan Brooks. What do we say? Wow, what a will! Spin that thing, Joe, like you're closing another remote. Here we go. There we go, Joe. Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Joan, do you have Blaze TV, by the way? Are you a subscriber to Blaze TV?
Unfortunately not.
Well, you are now, my friend. Oh, yes, you are.
Take care of that problem.
You've got Blaze TV that features, of course, great programming, including an hour of Rick and Bubba every day, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. Woo, Joe.
Just an incredible work. Well
Yes,
done. Another way to go.
there you
We'll
go.
get your information, and they'll get with you, and you
Yeah,
can knock
all
on
that
thing.
stuff.
Yeah, so
We're glad you found
there we
it.
go. So a great job by everybody. Let's give it up. I mean, great work. And golden ticket seats to the old sales team that started it all. You know, they watched the rate per commercial climb through the years, Bubba.
Yep.
And they watched you and I slowly fade away as they browbeat us into just submission to go to another remote. And I still say the 9 remotes in 6 days will go down in radio history. There'll never be another record like
It
that.
about went down in my medical history.
Yeah, it did. It did. They made us tough, though, Bubba. All right, so we're coming back. Still more to come. Mother's Day, 1 week from Sunday. So you might have some good ideas for Mother's Day coming up here as well before the hour is done. We'll get more of your phone calls in as the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, two, check. Hey. All right, so I mentioned earlier that we were going to have our band members move around a little bit. Greg, I'm going to get you back on the bass, but not today because Tom only has his 5-string bass. So next week, we're going to move it around. And Tom, you can jump on guitar and sing. And all you have to do is just act like a stupid idiot child. And that's all I do as a lead singer of the band. Ready? 3, 4! I'm really glad cell phones didn't exist back in the day when Speedy was doing remotes. Oh yeah, I'm really glad cell phone cameras didn't exist when Speedy was doing remotes back in the day, yeah. Oh yeah, there would have been some lawsuits. 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 And speaking of lawsuits, that's one of the laws in Rock and Roll City. You can't sue for anything that happened before, like the year 2008. Nothing before that. It's off limits. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba and watching it on YouTube, y'all. Be sure to like and subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and don't fall for any jury duty scams while you're at it. Thanks.
States, vaccines, trying to roll out, trying to make those more accessible. It looks like, Bubba, that CVS, Walgreens, and other pharmacies will now begin delivering the COVID-19 vaccine within days.
So that means you can get a shot there?
What,
Or what does that say?
I think that's what it means.
I saw where Walmart's going to have them and start.
They're ready to. They're poised is the word to use, but we don't use that a lot.
Poised. No, we
to
don't.
roll out at major pharmacies throughout the country, including the nation's 2 largest, which we mentioned, CVS and Walgreens. Oh, Rite Aid got kicked to the curb, didn't it? Mm-hmm. They got consumed, didn't they?
They did.
So a lot of empty Rite Aid buildings, and you kind of wonder what's going to happen next. Didn't Walgreens consume them?
You know, there's been so many mergers.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. Yeah,
Yes.
you may be correct.
Yep.
Now, I don't know how long it'll take you to get down to old Billy Bob's pharmacy and get one. I don't know. You know, the ones that are independents and all
Yeah.
that, but they may even be ahead of the game. I don't know.
Would they be more efficient than a lot of the places that are taking on vaccines right now? We had a caller earlier that was told to be at the public health department at a certain time, and they've been standing in line for hours.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well,
Some of
listen, hey, you're just getting warmed up.
Yeah, some of it is very inefficient. Some of it is very efficient.
Mhm.
It's all according to where you are. Mom and Dad get their second booster Monday, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's extremely frustrating on my parents in Huntsville. They're on 2 lists, and they're 80 and 78 and can't get it. I mean, they just won't. I mean, you're waiting for an email, you're waiting for a call. I get that. They got to wait their turn, whatever. But they haven't, I think, opened up 65 and over in Huntsville. If I'm right, and they still hadn't.
Right.
They still hadn't gotten a call.
So how has our mom and dad gotten theirs with no problem? And your mom and dad
I have
can't
no idea
when they're in the same age group.
I don't know if it's.
They may need to check back.
I don't know. Well, they have. I don't know if it's the county. And so the problem you have is you call these hotlines and it's just a volunteer that can't answer any questions. Well, sir, I don't know. I just wait for a call. I don't know. They don't know. I don't know. It's just frustrating. And I know Huntsville Hospital is doing one as well. They can't get a call back for them either. So who knows? But they're waiting.
9,000 pharmacies in the Walgreen world, 17 states included. They think they're going to start Friday.
Wow.
Why is it just 17 states?
I don't know, but that's what they're saying. And then over here. All right, so here we go. Phone troll time. Patriot Mobile phone troll. Be sure to make your phone money matter by going today and switching to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. You do have a choice. If you're tired of the money you're spending to your wireless provider and they're supporting things and you don't like that, there is a choice, and you don't have to compromise on quality at all. Switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. All right, the real Greg Burgess is on the phones. He's taking your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program over. We move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, just content.
You know, Rick, I used to feel bad when I would call James Spann for a selfish personal forecast,
yes.
About something.
Oh, yes.
Did you see the story yesterday? So did Nick Saban.
I did see that. I did see that yesterday.
So I don't feel so bad.
No, I don't. And James is so accommodating to a fault.
Right.
And so he's never mean about it. And
he probably thinks it's on the blog.
Well,
you don't have to call me.
Yeah, I would say that, honestly, if I want to know what James Spann says the weather's going to be like, don't I just go to the James Spann and follow him and see it?
I think James didn't he do the weather for them though in stadium?
He did
for Alabama,
He
and
did.
so
He did.
so because of that, I bet they developed some kind of relationship.
Right. I've
and-
done it. I can't say
we all
anything.
have.
I've done it.
There's been times where I've had to cool myself
because it's an SPF.
And you start with, I hate to bother you.
I know.
I know you're real busy,
know.
but
I'm going to be
I'm going
traveling.
down to this place
Right.
at 2:00. Is it going to rain? Or
Right.
not?
We're going to the beach. If he ever, hey, we got a ball game, we got a tournament, and God love him. But if Nick Saban does it, I don't feel so bad anymore.
I think we've got the audio here, video, if you want to hear him saying it.
Okay, here we
right
go.
quick.
All right.
I've been flying all over the country to speak and do things like this. So I call James Spann and say, what's the weather look like in Dallas? Because we're flying over there today and I don't want to get in any thunderstorms. So, and he's always right on. So I appreciate that.
Look how happy he is.
Well,
I've never seen him smile.
Color's
that much
so
in my
good.
life.
So
Color
joyful.
looks good. I mean,
so
just
joyful.
everything. Yeah.
All right, Jack is standing by. He gets it started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jack, go ahead. You're on the show. 30 seconds.
Adler, today is my day. Rick called me yesterday and personally invited me to come hunting with the team. He passed me off to Harry Murdahl. He said if I'd send him my lawnmower that you would mail me the keys to the farm so that I could open everything up for the hunt at the end of the year.
Yeah, but there's a gag order. You're not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, darn it.
Doggone it. Jack, he wants so bad for somebody to take him on a trip.
Yeah.
I told him, actually, Coach Hams is going to take him next year to go see one of the tournaments. Just pick Jack up.
If
take
he'll
him with-
drive.
Oh,
If I
buddy.
have to drive that van.
He'll drive that van. We continue. Tim in Alabama. Tim, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Lines are available if you want to join us.
Hey, just want to see if y'all seen the new commercials. Got Shaq and Charles Barkley and Dr. J. Dr. J's doing couples therapy, and they do a trust fall, and Shaq's supposed to fall back into Barkley's arms, and Shaq falls forward and crushes the table, and Barkley just looks at Dr. J and says, I told you he was a dummy.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but you just told me the whole commercial, so I feel like I have. But I
like the idea.
That sounds hilarious.
Yep.
So, we've been talking a lot about how everybody kind of, trying to remember all this stuff in the past, and, we get accused sometimes by our wives of not listening. So I had an experience yesterday with my wife that was very, very interesting. And, because they're as guilty of not knowing what we're doing as we are of not knowing what they're doing, apparently. And I've made that case before. And then sometimes we get accused of saying, you didn't tell me that. And you're like, I told you that. Yep. And I say we didn't tell them that. Yep. So yesterday, Sherry was the speaker at the prayer breakfast at American Village on the National Day of Prayer. Now, American Village is a replica of some of the most famous things in American history. And one of the reasons why they did it is because they said they realized that these trips to Washington, D.C., that there's a lot of school kids in Alabama that were never going to be able to afford that. Right. So they tried to recreate it in Montevallo, Alabama. And it's beautiful. And so I have been there on field trips with kids. Sherry and I both went to a wedding there. And Bubba and I are currently being spokespeople for the American Village with the American history and the big birthday coming up. And we showed a commercial on TV here of Bubba and I doing their tulip festival or something and tiptoeing in the tulips and whatever. Got to see the buildings, went around, talked about that. Back during the How Was Your Day? We all talk about that. So Sherry gets home from this yesterday and she goes, that American Village is really something. And I said, yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah. She goes, I was at Liberty Hall. And it's a great, great room. Down there. And I said, babe.
Been there.
I've been to American Village.
Know what it is.
Yeah, and she goes, when did you go to American Village? When did I go to American Village? Honey, you and I went to American Village together one time. We went to a wedding down there.
Yeah.
And I said, Bubba and I were just there, what?
3-4 weeks ago, months, 6
Never seen
weeks.
her reels?
Yeah, I said, do you remember? I told you I was coming home from there. That's where I was. The woman in the picture with you, that's who was doing it. She's the one that took Bubba and I around. It's the same woman. Well, she didn't mention that, and I was like, well, but you should know that I've been there. What do you mean I've ever been to the American Village? I've been there multiple times.
Well, yeah, I wish you'd tell me.
I don't think we've ever been there. Yes, we have. You said you went on a field trip. I went on all the field trips. I said, I don't know how I ended up there with a bunch of kids, but I did one time. I can't remember that much of it.
Yeah.
So she was about to tell me about it and started telling me the history of it. I said, honey, Bubba and I are being spokespeople for them right now.
Got it.
This is not new news for us.
It's like we're kind of a big deal with them.
You're right. You remember the tulip thing? I came home talking about the tulip festival. So you were at the American Village? That's where they shot it.
That's a lot of tulips.
Let's go to...
man, that's a field full of them.
Let's go to William in Alabama. William, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I was just curious what your thought was on the United Methodist Church decision here recently.
Well, I think it was a terrible decision, and they're falling away, and people are leaving the church in droves, and rightfully so. Everything that they did was wrong, absolutely wrong. I actually was emailing with a guy just... who was a pastor who left, and he's settled somewhere else and been walking through people with it. No, it's a horrible decision, terrible. And the stuff that they're doing right now, there's just. But remember this, and I'm not trying to put it on a date or a time, but one of the things that we were told to look for as we get to the birth pangs of the end of it all is a big falling away of the church, falling away from the church. Well, when you have something as big as the United Methodist Church falling away, that's a pretty big fall.
Yeah.
But what I love is a lot of the people are voting out of the United Methodist deal and saying we're going independent, whatever. We had that down, even with some friends of ours. So there's a lot of people standing up. And what I really is hopeful, and in parts of the country like where we live, when they vote to leave, the vote is like 98% to leave.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
It's not like they're winning people over in any big numbers. Now, the propaganda looks like everybody's all for this, but it's not. Most people are just having to leave, and we were told that by Jesus. If you decide to follow me, it's going to cost you. It may cost you your denomination. It may cost you, a friendship. Might cost you your life. Might cost you your job. He even said count the cost. It will cost you. And sometimes you have to stand and say, now you're asking me to choose you or God, and I got to go with God.
Yep.
So, in his standard, y'all decided he changed the standard. He didn't say that. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thanks. Y'all were speaking about the American Village. I'm actually pulling into the campus now. I've been fortunate to be the architect there for a lot of years.
Oh, nice. Cool. Beautiful work.
Well, you're kind. It's good to have y'all there and appreciate what y'all do and dropping in. And had to miss a prayer breakfast yesterday morning, but I'm up here checking on Independence Hall today. So
I imagine when you do the architecture for a building, it's one thing. When you have to copy a historic place, I mean, that's a whole different deal.
Yes. I just wish Rick would tell Sherry about it.
I've been there. I told you about this. But she said it went great yesterday, and I wasn't surprised. She said they were such great hosts. Thank y'all for being so good to her yesterday. Mike in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys.
Hey.
I just want to comment. I want to comment on the puppies Greg and his wife had. Him and her and everybody involved in getting them a home. God bless them. People like that have changed the world. And it's Adopt a Shelter Pet Month. I just encourage everybody out there to look in their heart, and our shelters are full, and try to help out, man. God bless everybody. Thank y'all.
Man. Yeah, they were good people. That was all Lisa,
Sure.
not Greg. But
yeah,
Greg
I think giving
with
Greg credit for that. I'm not trying to take anything away from my brother, but
kicking and screaming is what I'm thinking here.
Lisa is the one that has the heart. Now, Greg does have a soft heart for his grandchildren and dogs to a degree, but not to the degree of his wife.
He did get attached to maybe one or two.
He and Millie, though, are having a bad time.
Oh, man.
She don't like Greg. You would think she'd appreciate what you did, man.
I mean.
And with spring coming up, he's liable to have some more dogs.
Absolutely.
Big time of year for that.
Yeah. Based on what I saw on the side of the road yesterday, he may have some pretty soon.
Right.
Well, they're not private. Wow, they're public.
Rick Burgess.
Well, that's the people on the safari. Animals, they got a different deal.
Rick and Bubba.
On CVS, they're going to do 10,000 locations, including their pharmacies inside Target, and they're starting tomorrow.
Wow.
So there we go.
So we're going to have
these
those
appointment?
I don't know. So CVS says 350 of their locations in 11 states will start tomorrow, and they don't give the number.
Here's
on Walgreens on how many of their locations, but they say 17 states by far.
Okay, here it is. It says at Walgreens, which has more than 9,000 pharmacies. That's vaccinations will be provided at certain stores in 17 states.
Got it.
Including Arizona, Chicago, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kentucky, Maryland, New Hampshire, New Mexico, New York City, North Carolina, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Vermont, Wisconsin, and West Virginia.
So there we go. So that's it. Seems to be getting more readily available. We hope.
Now, Rick, here's Rite Aid down here. It says other pharmacies chosen to deliver vaccines at certain locations are Walmart, Rite Aid, Kroger, Publix, Costco, Albertsons, Safeway, and Meijer.
So there are some Rite Aids that still exist.
I guess so.
I guess just where we live, they were consumed.
I don't know.
Because I know our Rite Aid.
It was Walgreens that bought them.
Yeah, our Rite Aids where we live are empty. Yeah. And Walgreens took them over.
If you notice, there's a Walgreens right across the street for most
well,
locations.
the reason why I thought Walgreens consumed them where we live is because when they were going under, they said go to Walgreens at Rite Aid.
Yeah.
They fill your prescriptions now. We don't.
Yeah.
So I assume that must be the new parent company. Speaking of issues, how about Colin Cowherd? He's got some issues. He is not on the air right now with the herd because X-rays, even though he tested negative for COVID-19, he was experiencing sharp pain in the right side of the chest. I'm going to say this again. He has tested negative for COVID-19, but they found a small blood clot in his right lung
that was limiting breathing. Yes,
but he tested negative for COVID-19.
Well, you can have blood clot.
Yeah. Oh, I know that. But what I'm talking about is they're saying one of the things that COVID can do
some of it does,
is produce blood clots in your lungs.
So
they expected him to test positive, and he did.
You wonder
if the deal if he, because there's other conditions that can
no
cause
doubt. But you know what I mean. Right now, though, if you got a blood clot,
that happens, they say,
it's going to be blamed on COVID.
Oh, sure.
Maybe it's a reminder of one or two things: the tests are not very accurate, or that we have other things.
Yeah,
we still have other ailments.
Right.
He said he was out to dinner and he started feeling the pain, and he called someone that came and grabbed him, got him to the emergency room pretty quickly, but it was quite the scare.
Yeah. Greg, to answer your question, awaiting the results of blood work to help determine the cause of the clot, said that his blood work was delayed because he followed instructions from Bill Bubba Bussy. Saying he didn't have to fast.
He ain't got to fast.
They're saying Tom Brady's got
Fasting, I don't care about that.
That's overrated.
Yeah, they'll make a note of that in my blood.
Yeah.
So they'll do a little box over there. Now this is, y'all laughed about this in the kickoff hour, and this falls under this, but I got to repeat it again.
The days of America.
The absurdity that we now live in, and they did this in the kickoff hour, but it's been a while. Elon University in North Carolina, very, very leftist, liberal school, Elon University. Well, they decided that they were going to put together a system to try to let white people know about their complicity in injustice, and they wanted to get white people together, white caucuses, give white people a space to learn about and process their awareness, basically, of how evil they really are.
Yeah, and not knowing it.
That we have unknowingly been complicit in unjust systems, and now we're going to go learn how not to harm our friends of color. That's what it was designed for, the Young Americans Foundation. Would you like to know why Tuesday's White Caucus event had to be canceled? Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
I saw it.
Because it excluded people of color.
Do you talk about just falling all over yourself, circling around and just wiping people out without looking at what you're saying?
We need to get the white people together in a room to speak to them frankly about how complicit they are unknowingly in unjust behavior toward people of color. We need white people in one room, and we need to address this issue. Well, we've got to cancel it because we want to do a white-only caucus to educate white people on how evil they are, but we have to cancel it because we didn't invite people of color to hear us tell them how. Five minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget this weekend, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Chris States is our guest. He's written the novel Moonshine Over Georgia. Great interview, and we talk about his days with former administrations, too, as a speechwriter. And he gives a good look at the upcoming election as well and the state of things. So we have a little bit of combo on Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Get it wherever you get podcasts. So Mother's Day, 1 week from Sunday. 1 week from Sunday. Alert, alert. 1 week from Sunday. So, Bubba, what about the perfect gift for Mama? Dr. Melanie Petro has returned to the Rick and Bubba Show today, and she is ready to help sons and daughters everywhere get Mama the perfect gift. Welcome back, Dr. Petro. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah. So, how's everything with your practice?
Everything's great. We're about to move into a new building and get all kinds of great technology to help you and your mother look great.
You look right at me when
we tried. Speedy's moving away, so you can't look at his forehead. But so
I told him we were going to do some lip filler for him today. I think that's why.
Yeah, I think that's what he needs to.
So tell everybody,
his lips have been looking a little thin.
We have volunteers.
Yeah,
I look at everybody.
When you think about doing a gift for Mom, and you've got a Mother's Day special, we've got the link at rickandbubba.com. Click there and put in the code Mother's Day, and you get 20% off. But let's talk about what are some good ideas, some services you provide that would be a good Mother's Day gift.
Well, we have tons of things, and we have more every day. And most people think of their mother and they don't want to look like their mother as much as they love her. But there comes a point in your life
That's
when you
pretty straightforward.
you
Right?
look in the mirror and you see your mother.
There's a dose of reality. Isn't
Or
it?
you see your father, even worse. But you just don't recognize yourself. And so women spend so much time. I mean, nobody would ever do what a woman would do, taking care of family and taking care of their parents, taking care of everything about a house. And so we just don't pay as much attention to ourselves. And all of a sudden you look in the mirror and you're like, it's not familiar. So it's not that anyone wants to look like someone else. People just want to look like they're used to looking and they want the familiar. So it used to be that if the neck is probably the most emotionally charged thing for women. Like my grandmother, when she was dying, her only regret was that she didn't do anything about her neck.
On her deathbed, she worried about her neck?
People only regret the things they don't do.
Understood.
But that's her only regret I ever heard her
Well, she
talk
must have
about.
lived a very solid life.
Yeah.
That's really good.
She married well. That makes a big difference.
Right. Sure.
I hear.
Yeah,
But
right.
the neck is what it makes you feel. Oh, I mean, you catch a profile or you see something and it makes you feel really old. It used to be because the skin was so thin, the only thing we could do is a lift. Now there are a lot of new things. There's different ways to infuse like Botox and Nutox under the skin, which makes the skin kind of tighten up. There's a Nefertiti, I can't say her name, that queen that married at 13. Nefertiti. Anyway,
Yeah.
she had a long neck.
Yeah, right.
And now we can put
Nefertiti.
we can do Botox and Dysport along here. Yeah, that's it.
What did you say, Speedy?
I mean, how do you know the queen?
Right. Well,
from the Ten Commandments.
Right, yeah.
I don't believe you. So there's all kinds of things now that are newer technology that we can use to help people have then even tighten the neck. Whereas we could always do pretty aggressive stuff to the face that was non-surgical.
All right, now talk to me as I'm walking into Mom and I have this gift. Is there any concern?
She's gonna take it the wrong way.
That women would go, do you think I need this? She knows, doesn't
Only
she?
men do that.
Okay.
Only straight men do that. Everybody else.
Look, all the women are nodding. Yes, she's right.
It's- Women but that's why a gift card but I've never heard that from a woman. Men
Okay.
come in and they say, you don't think, my wife said I need this, but you don't think I do you? And I'm like, no, boy. I mean, they do. But women are very good at looking in the mirror and knowing exactly what it is. But I think a gift card from a man is a great gift because you give it and then they can go decide. They
Get
can have
whatever they want.
facials. They can do whatever they want. But no, women would never look a gift horse in the mouth like that. Women would say, thank you.
Yeah. My wife says she's convinced that every single man thinks he looks just fine. and she says,
I don't know if it's that or we just gave up.
It's not the forefront.
I think that's why you want a female. Like, no offense to the men, but I mean, there's
no,
just
you're
no
right.
one that women are much more attuned to detail most women, in my opinion.
Right.
And we understand what we go through. And
But some men do, like Speedy. He likes to get Botox.
He does. He does. Takes care of himself. Likes to have a good.
once we hold him down, he's great for
Right.
it.
Right.
Loves it.
Right. And got a pretty good goozle there. Looks fine.
Yeah.
He's taking care of that.
Now, for all his actions, though, he does not like the wrinkles on his head.
Right. What? Now
He talks about that a lot.
Yeah, we hear it here at the office quite a bit.
We do.
Somebody say it.
Yeah, he's been thankful the times you've taken care of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Now, you've also done a good job over the years on the show of cautioning people. There's a way to do it, and don't overdo it. And that's something that your expertise is.
Get it done the right way by the right folks.
Right person. Don't do this with just anybody. What are the things they need to look for to be sure they've got somebody with the same credibility you would have?
I mean, I think you look for certifications. I'm board certified in head and neck surgery and facial plastic surgery. I also think you look at you look at the reviews and you make sure they actually do that. I think it's important for people to do something full time. Like, I think that if you go to somebody that maybe I don't want to pick on maybe they're cleaning teeth one minute or seeing pediatric patients the next. I don't think that's somebody that's dedicated their life to what they do. You want a specialist. You want somebody that lives and breathes what they do.
Right.
I just think that definitely makes you, it means you can make a living at it. It means enough people come to you that you can do it. And it also there's a security knowing the products you get, because you can buy products anywhere. And there's a lot going on right now with fake products that are being bought. And people getting in the hospital, and they're, there's scam artists everywhere, and so you just want to know that. I think that helps with credibility.
Yeah, if I pull up for the appointment and they say, "Wait a minute, let me open the garage door," then come in. That's you don't want that.
And it happens. And I think when you don't do something full time, you don't really know where their income is coming from, and not so much even people that don't have it done. It's like an ophthalmologist with glasses. I really don't want them doing my LASIK. I mean, I think that you just gotta eat and breathe what you do. I think if you don't do it yourself, how can you really believe that it matters? And I think that's where it.
Let's talk about this is going on right now. This is a huge topic right now. Ozempic. What's wrong with my face? So, what is this Ozempic face thing? And is it is that real? Is that what is that?
I never heard y'all sing like that. It's just aging. I mean, aging takes fat out of your face. So you just if you lose weight after a certain age, 30, 40, or you rapidly lose weight, but even just the weight loss in and of itself, you can't control where you lose weight, or we would all lose it where we want, not our faces. But it's rapidly causing weight loss, and so then you just lose the fat out of your face, and then you start to see all the muscles. It's like looking at a very old clown. They make so many expressions. You'll never smile again. But it definitely accelerates it, and you basically see a roadmap of the face. So that's very fixable. And most people my patients that are on it, that have lost 100 pounds, are off their blood pressure medicines. They're off their diabetic. I mean, they're so much happier. But you can put the volume back. You can put the volume back with fat if they have it, which has a lot of great benefits to it, or you can put it back with fillers.
What about moving fat around? So you have it in one place, you could use it somewhere else.
Yeah, you can absolutely move fat around, but you've got to have some fat. Like you can't take someone's fat and add it to
some of
else.
us are very blessed in that category.
But you can do different things. You can use
could
fillers.
heal a small nation.
Well, if you keep eating cake, it'll be a big nation.
It'll be a big
I'm still going to eat that piece of cake.
Oh, we know that. We know that.
It's just a little ride today.
Sure,
that's not even a highway.
No, that's nothing.
Just a ride through the park.
So, so that's something that's real, because the weight loss, as you just said, is beneficial in so many ways, and so people are thankful. But they shouldn't think, well, this face problem, nothing I can do about it. You can actually lose the weight, have the health benefits.
It's just amplified there, right? I mean, that's the bottom line.
And then come to see you and also get the face back the way you want it.
And it's really amazing because people don't tell them how good they look till their face is fixed, which is interesting. I've had people lose 100 pounds and they've got deep mid-face facial loss and their face is flat, and I've added filler, and they've called. So this is the first time somebody told me I look good and I've lost 100 pounds, but all they say is you look tired. So unfortunately our faces carry with it you look sick or you look tired. It's not that you look thin. So when you get that and you add the fluff back, then you look like you did.
Now you've done the full transformation. You've done the full transformation then. Well,
I like the name fluff.
Yeah.
I like fluff better than filler because you're not filling anything.
Okay, so you're saying that's it. That word's not even accurate.
Not correct.
I don't like that word.
So you're fluff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are fluffy.
Yeah. Well, if you'd like to find out more, get Mother the perfect gift or get something for yourself. The link is at rickandbubba.com. Go click that. Use the promo code Mother's Day with Dr. Petro in her office, and you'll get yourself 20% off a wonderful idea for Mother's Day, or, like she just mentioned, maybe this is something you've been looking for. Here's the answer today. Dr. Petro, always thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Always a pleasure. Melanie Petro. All the details are at rickandbubba.com under show notes. Click on that today, and they'll be happy to help you. Promo code Mother's Day gets 20% off. Get a gift card. Let Mom decide what she wants. That was a good idea, too. We'll be right back, wrapping up another hour when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They are, I guess.
I don't know. This goes back to we thought we were doing what you wanted us to do,
right?
And you still don't like that either.
Well, remember, Greg, I live in a time, don't miss this, where I am not allowed to acknowledge gender unless a certain gender has made gender history. Then,
good point.
If it's the first ever female vice president, I must acknowledge that. If not, and get canceled.
Yeah.
Because what I could say is, well, I thought I wasn't supposed to see gender.
Yeah.
That means there's no gender that should be celebrated more than the other gender. Yeah. No, we want you to celebrate female gender. Well, that's a gender. Yeah, but don't say gender. wait a minute. I'm very confused. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, try following that.
You're right.
and leave some breadcrumbs on your way into the woods on that one.
And then you're like you say, also like we talked about the colorblind. If you say that, well, that's racist.
We dream of
Can't
a world
do it.
where
Can't do it.
Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a world where no one was judged by the color of their skin but by their character. And you go, so we want to have a colorblind society. Colorblind? Well, that's racist.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Well, what if I acknowledge color? Well, that's racist too. Okay, I'm confused.
I'm telling you.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Technology can bite you, Bubba.
Well, Rick, being on Zoom is now standard procedure for most everything, even in courtrooms. And we had a Texas courtroom that had a little problem with their Zoom presentation, and you can check it out here for yourself.
All right, so here it is.
Do we have audio with it?
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings.
Are you looking?
You might want to take a look.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to.
Better not thought it so much better.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Wait a minute, stop it. Just a second. So the filter he has on is full screen of a little kitten, and it follows your movement. When he would shake his head or you move your mouth or move your eyes, it would do the same thing. But the last line is so funny when he says, "I'm not a cat."
Guys, hearing this.
Let's hear it
nobody
again.
knew it.
Let's hear it again.
And he sounds like an older guy too. It makes him even better.
And this is the judge talking
I
to him.
believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take a look.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but
how did he?
I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
You want to clear that up?
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Oh my gosh.
That is one of the funniest things I've seen in 2 or 3 days.
I love how he cuts his eyes.
What?
Yeah, something going on there.
Yeah. When he looks down at the keyboard, the cat looks down. And when I love it, he says, "I'm here, Judge. I want to continue. I want to move forward. I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat.
What if that guy's representing you? Don't you feel good?" And it sounds like some codger on there.
Oh, he ain't got a clue.
I mean, this is the first computer he sit behind. You know?
I'm real.
Well,
I'm not a cat.
It's so funny because
look at shakes its head and agrees. Yeah, I'm here.
He starts talking with the judge. Well, Judge,
gosh, that's so good. That's so much better than I thought it was going to be.
I was not giving the story anything.
But I'm thankful I saw it.
I know. I didn't think it was funny.
Greg, what's funny is it's not near that bad. Okay, it's nowhere near that bad. Okay, but so I'm on the last couple of Tuesday nights. I'm involved in a Bible study that's on Zoom only. So what's funny is, first of all, you have the Brady Bunch set up, and the guy teaching it says, I want to see that because it's hard to teach looking into a computer. So I like seeing everybody. It makes me feel like that everybody's there. Well, some people, are technically savvy. Some are not. Some are in between. First of all, you have to, when he starts, the people that forget to put mute on, and he'll be talking, you hear, and stuff like that, and there are people moving around. But the funniest was because it's a very deep study on the Revelation. Well, you know how people try to get cute on the things that they go up on the screen to represent themselves like a cat or whatever? Right. It's not to that level, so we're not going that far. But if you get to the seriousness of it, of like a study of the Revelation, well, what he had put on his phone, the line from Full Metal Jacket, "This is my gun, there's only one like it." Well, he has on his screen, "This is my phone, and there's only one like it." And it's that whole speech from Full Metal Jacket, and he can't get it off the screen. No. But he wants to ask a question about the Revelation.
And it's that right there.
And all of a sudden, you hear the voice, "Hey, this is Don. I don't know how to get my video thing working. I'm sorry. And as he's asking this serious revelation question, it's got a joke right there on the screen. This is my phone. This only one like it. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we wrap up another hour. Never know no good from bad. Right before I left my nursery. That's right. She was such a nun. Let's go. Long version. Long version. Album cut.
Oh, you jumped the start there.
Album cut. All right, so we make our way back. We do have golden ticket seats today.
Yep.
And there they are in the golden ticket seats today. Hello to Dennis, Donna, and David Johnson. There they are right there. The pride of Wetumpka, Alabama. Jason Baldwin here today.
Yeah, now.
Some of the original sales team way back when the show began. Meg Wilson, Kerry Griffin, Joan Brooks, Robert Ray, and Angie Strong.
There they are.
There they all are in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, let me have a number today between 1 and 9.
1 and 9. What about lucky number 7?
Lucky number 7, David Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, the winner.
David Johnson.
David.
Let's go, David. Let's go, David. David Johnson gets
$50.
Gets a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and all the gang at Dudney's. And so, David, congratulations, buddy. You get to buy lunch for everybody today.
Yeah.
Yep. It's on you.
Yeah. They were just in Helena yesterday.
How to get
they
you back
said.
to Wetumpka?
Ate at the depot and thought they saw me.
Oh, really?
It's a bald thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bald
Every
people.
bald man, it's me.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's when you see a bald man, especially with a goatee, everybody goes, "Hey, look, there goes Speed."
There he is again. Yeah, we get a few emails on
There
that.
goes
Yeah,
Speed.
well.
So
Cyrus the Virus.
we've done a lot of reminiscing today. We've updated all of you on that. Had a lot of fun looking back, and it was interesting because a moment ago, it's almost like worlds collided. A current salesperson walked in and saw all the former salespeople,
Oh, I didn't think
and
about that.
there was a bit of a there was some gratefulness. I think
It was a meeting of legends.
it was a meeting of legends because what was funny is when they tried to remind the current salesperson that they were there when it all started and they were out there scrapping trying to make it work, and then she says, well, you don't have to give me any sob stories. I was trying to sell the Birmingham radio station when it didn't have Ricky Bubba. So we've all seen our struggles.
Yeah.
So there you go, and that's been a lot of fun looking back, and it's hard to believe how long it's been.
Yeah, I mean, these were the ladies and Robert there doing Fat Flight and a lot of other moments, too, we didn't think about.
Yeah, they talked about
so
Fat
much.
Flight. They also, Robert was talking about a minute
I
ago.
got choked up thinking about it.
We did our first Rick and Bubba, the TV show, long before there was a YouTube channel or Turner South or any of that. And it was on the local affiliate. I think the affiliate then was CBS, though. It wasn't ABC.
Right,
was it?
right.
Maybe I may be wrong. on
No,
that.
I think you're right.
But anyway, so and they
Channel
would
40.
show it after the news on the weekend or
something like that.
And so one of the episodes, now this is back to selling whatever you could. You said you remember the name of the Western wear place. What was it called?
Massey's.
Massey's Corral.
Downtown.
Massey's Corral.
I remember that.
So we went downtown and we got on the roof of that building and we were throwing biscuits.
Yeah, it was a promotion called Catch Breakfast. with
Catch
Rick and
breakfast.
Bubba.
Yeah, and we were throw biscuits. I don't remember what restaurant it was then. Was it Jack's? Maybe
one of them had biscuits.
Yeah, and we were throwing biscuits to people. Of course, that will bring the homeless. And looking back, that
we
was
were 3 stories up, and some of the biscuits actually had money in them.
Yeah, they did
in the wrapper.
They did, and the
People driving by with
Don't eat the
nets.
money.
and,
the homeless will scrap for biscuits that might
Yep.
have money on them.
Yep.
You know what I would think? You would think the homeless would catch better. A couple of them.
If you're that hungry, you keep your eyes on the prize.
A couple of them took it to the face when they looked.
A couple
up.
went right through the bread
We've
basket.
got 3 minutes left.
Don't you remember? I remember one. A guy drove up in a car with a baseball glove and never stopped and caught it. Mid-flight.
That was really cool.
We had a couple of nets go by too. So
that was really cool. And then
video that.
And then that was the time that we got lectured to a little bit. Do you remember that? We took a lecture from a woman who found what we were doing to be undesirable, and said that we were wasting food.
Well, it wasn't then at that location. It was later
Was it
at
another
a remote
location?
that we were at.
But
in
same promotion.
Somerville, Georgia. as a
Same
matter of fact.
promotion?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one she was unhappy
And we
about.
got lectured there.
Well, treating the homeless like circus animals.
Well, no,
we were feeding the homeless. In all fairness,
it was wasting food that could be going to people, and they were hurrying out to go to a Braves game that was in the playoffs.
I love
they
these
had
moments.
spent about $5,000 a ticket.
I love these
so
moments.
we had to point out there that could better be used also.
Sure. Yeah, she stopped
You watch
talking.
Braves on TV.
Yeah, she stopped talking. We asked her was she willing to sell her tickets to give to the homeless the money that she got off of it, and apparently no. So
she got her tomahawk and got on out of there.
I don't think I'll be lectured about wasting anything.
Oh, you're right.
And her answer could be, well, I have the right to go to a Braves game, and I would say, you're right, you do, and I got a right to throw biscuits.
That's right.
You know,
We threw a lot of biscuits back then.
we did, and it's not like people weren't eating them. Now, some of them got scuffed up.
Yeah.
What was it? What are you giving me over there?
I have a little bit of breaking news. It's good for the show. Next week will be our 2024 broadcast from Regions Tradition. And I was just informed that Bubba is now on the Celebrities site.
Oh,
where's that?
Yeah.
Yep. We solved that problem. Got to
There's
scroll on
Speedy's
down.
in there.
Bringing up the rear.
That's Trent Dilfer, not me. It's another ball thing.
I thought that was
that's not
Speedy
me.
made the list.
That's not me. But
Speedy's playing.
That's the stadium guy for the Blazers.
Yeah. But they're very proud that you're now there, Bubba, and they're looking forward
Thank
to
you,
playing.
Gene.
Paul
Appreciate
looks
that.
good.
I think
looking
looking back at Rick and Bubba history, I thought the commitment from Gene Hallman to streak in our honor was kind of nice. To honor that.
Yeah,
So
that was
I think-
nice.
Yeah, I think you got talked out of that. But
Right.
So Bubba, there you are. You're
all right.
You're out there on the list. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you made it. I noticed that I don't see Bo. Bo's not making it this year. He's normally on there.
Dang, I hate that for the autograph seekers.
I think he was actually coming. You're just not allowed to put his picture on there.
Rick, buddy.
Barkley's going
You
to
were
be there.
done with the week, aren't you? You just say anything.
I got 48 to reset.
That's true.
Oh, I love this, Rick.
Don't have to go anywhere this weekend.
Yeah.
Either.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Needed
okay.
that.
Yeah,
Needed that.
cancellation hit.
It did. When it first happened, I was frustrated by how poorly it was handled, and then I
Right.
started thinking, I'm kind of glad.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with the free zone?
And we'll, speaking of regions, on Monday's broadcast, we'll open up bidding to either be with Bubba's group or whatever
Is that
group
Monday?
you want. It's Monday.
Well.
Gene will be in studio to let us know who Bubba's playing with.
All right.
Magic Man will be back.
Yep.
All right, so remember that Monday's edition. If you want to bid the most money to the charity to be in Bubba's group, you need to be ready to go on Monday.
Yeah. You're not playing, you're walking along or riding.
That we know that.
Well, somebody might be thinking they're playing with
He
Bubba.
gonna let them putt at least one.
Oh, yeah.
About the 12th hole, I may be done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and